You know you can't keep going, but you just can't make it stop. A life that's never slowing, on its way up to the top. Why can't it all slow for a moment? Give us all time to breathe. Why don't they know that every GI needs his time on leave? You know deep down this just can't last year after year. So stand up, I can show you how. Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. That's of sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. Your hopes igniting a brighter day. Laughing hearts warm that evil stay. Gleaming mask of true villain's terror. Breaking through, show the world its error. Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. Past of sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. Can't run away from the man you used to be. Can't hide away from the things you have to see. Don't lock away the path to break yourself free. Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. That's the sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. Smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever? I've taken everything you could have ever been. I'll snap this birdie's wing. No way you'll ever win. Engaging final countdown. I am your raptor. Wipe off that sight with snow frowns. Crack a smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why won't you stay forever? How could you be so bold? Your friends all left you cold. You're hanging out to dry. Now let me hear you cry. Crack a smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever? This is my game you're playing. Your grave is where you're staying. I'll break your hero spirit. Want conflict? You don't give it. Crack a smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever? We're here in our final showdown. Light has left, you have lost all your ground. How's it feel, see your whole world burning? From the ashes, the new world I'm yearning for. Crack a smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever? Let's ride the night. Taiyo blazing.
Oh, heyo Tag! Guten Morgen, guten Abend, guten Nacht. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. It is I. How are you doing? Uh-oh, I'm invisible. Why am I invisible? It is a good Thursday afternoon where I am. Well, where I am, it is the morning of Thursday, November 13th. So, I mean, you know, technically we ended last stream yesterday. And then we start this stream today. Hello, hello, hello. I had no idea what to do today. I didn't figure out what to do all day, so we're here late. I was supposed to do a tabletop today, and I did not. I'm hiding off screen! Oh no! So I've decided what we're gonna do. Because I feel like it, I'm gonna walk you guys through the current version of my little, thing I'm gonna do. Why am I invisible still? Hello? You can hear me? Okay, cool. I'm gonna walk you guys through a little novel that I've been working on, chat. Do you like novels, chat? Do you like novels? Do you like novels? Yeah, we like novels. Do you like waffles? Yeah, we like waffles. Hello, everyone. It is I. Here once again. Ah! Hold on. Hold on. It's alright. Hold. We're having a slight issue. Hold on. There we go. Hi. Yes. Hello. Hi. So, how are you today? I hope you're doing well, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. I realize that I handled this the worst way to start. Catching up on a live is still fun. Yeah, you know what? I'm just glad that I'm able to have a live at all. So I've been working for a bit. I've been working on a little novel, and I just want to share it with you guys. This is going to be like a little laid-back stream, you know? I'm hiding it so that I don't have to, you know, explain to somebody later. Oh, Himbus, my dude, you wrote a novel? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. As a early reminder to everybody, anything that I put in here is temporary and is probably going to get replaced. Nothing that's in here will necessarily be canon to the final work, all that, blah, 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 blah. Right? Uh-oh. Hold on. We're having some minor issues here. Hold up. Gotta plug this in over here. Minor issues. Alright, hold on. There we go. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I want to plug that in over here instead. Yeah. I've got a keyboard converter. It lets me convert my keyboard into other keyboards. Still working on it, right? Oh yeah. No, I'm still working on it. It's like nowhere near done. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. Ah! What do you mean you're not accepting anything? Hold on. What do you mean you're not registering? What? There we go. Hold on. Let me see. Alright, I'm gonna throw on some music in the background, because chat, we are here for relaxation. We are here for my controller to just not work. That's fine. It's got one of those 5-DIN connectors. Come on. Come on. Yeah, the technical difficulty I'm having right now is that none of my keys on my keyboard are working right now. Oh well, I guess I've just got this sort of like, sort of smug look right now, cause that eyebrow, yeah, that eyebrow's stuck right now. That eyebrow's just kinda, it's just kinda hanging out on its own. Bah! Aha! I fixed it. Alright, hello everybody. Hi. I'm gonna put on some, like, soothing music in the background, because today we are reading a book. Chat, we are reading a book today. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let us entertain you. Let us delight you with some beautiful, beautiful words and things. What do we want here? What kind of, like, music do we want? Anyway, it's good to see you. It's good to see you as well, Wonsi, and good to see you as well, Fake Nicks. Good to see both of you. Good to see folks out there. I know this isn't, like, the super cool, hyper exciting adrenaline action, but that's why I named it the way I did, so I could hide this stream from anybody, so nobody knows that it's going on. And I can do the opposite of what I should be. Alright, hold on, hold on. Soft piano for 10 hours. Let's see. There we go. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Chat, is that gonna work? Is that gonna work? I'm just gonna leave this, like, backing noise on there. You guys hear that? Ah! We've got backing sounds now. I've also got some coffee. Yeah, it's good to see you guys as well. If you guys ever want to talk about anything, just let me know, right? I'm always more than happy to hang out and chat. Oh wait, hold on. I've got my volume turned up way too high. Oh, we're gonna change that so I'm not, like, breathing in your ears. Christmas out? Oh, Christmas carols. Nice. Heck yeah. I love Christmas carols. Although it's a little bit early here, because we don't tend to start doing Christmas stuff until after the local holiday Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. Oh, ooh, ooh. Stomach issues. Ah, beautiful. Hold on. Okay, we are still at 100. Hello, everybody. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. It is a lovely day, and I'm going to be reading draft 34 of my little novel here. Now, draft 34 is one that I've been working on for a while. Actually, I think this is draft 35. Hold on, let me double check. I need to make sure that I've got this correctly. I've been doing a lot of drafts. I've been working on this for a few weekends now. Now, this is not the same one that I was doing with the Five Nights at Freddy's thing, but in an odd way, it evolved out of that. I'm probably still gonna go back and do that one at some point, right? But I like jumping around. It makes me happy. Absolutely delicious.
Delightful.
You guys have Thanksgiving stuff before Christmas is true. We have turkeys and whatnot. You might have fixed a lot while writing your stories. I have had to rewrite a lot. Oh, this is revision 35. This is revision 35. Now, this is the first 9 chapters or so. Again, nothing's necessarily going to be finalized. Hello, Rezico! Today we're reading a story that I wrote. Well, a rough draft of a story that I wrote. This is still just a draft. Everything in it subject to change, all that fun stuff. So, for context, this is a story set in a universe that I made several years ago. Actually, now it's over a decade ago. And it is in a position in the setting that is far disconnected from the setting that it was originally designed for. And I've had to do a lot of extrapolation that I'm not sure I'm gonna get to in the actual story, no matter how long I make it. Because this is kind of... how do I put it, right? There's a bunch of stories in this setting, on Earth in this setting, that I've already written, and I don't know how much I want to reference them, but I like the idea of referencing events in it. The original timeline starts in the 1600s, and has some minor stuff that I played with, even like back towards Middle Ages and whatnot, and a lot of the stories that I've been writing for me have just kind of been one continuous universe, and I like trying to make it logically consistent in that world, while adding and changing things around and adjusting as we go. So, for whatever the heck that's worth, that's basically what's behind this little book that I've written here. And again, it's only, what do we got here? It's 120 pages right now, 20,000 words. So not anything crazy. It's just like the first, 9 chapters or so. I'm going to be reading this out loud, not just for you guys to hear, but also for me to edit as I go. I do these sort of things often, where I'll just read it out loud, then I'll go, that doesn't flow right. Then I'll rewrite something, read it out loud again, and go. So this is kind of in a way... You know what? No, I'm gonna do the YouTube thing as a professional, and I'm going to actually change the name on this, because I am skilled. I am professional, chat. I am cool. Reading out. I'm writing a book. Let's read some drafts. There we go. There we go. I have rebranded. Hell yes. What do we do here? Is there actually a, book? Books. Screw it. Well, there's no one using that. Oh, wait, no. There we go. I have changed our category. There we go. This has nothing to do with other stuff that I normally do, but you know what? It makes me happy to do anyway. So, let us dive into this stuff without any of the weird preamble things that I always like to do. Although, honestly, half the preamble is the fun. Yeah! I'm sorry. How did I... Why did my mask come back on? Hold on. There we go. Alright, everybody. You know what? Let's go over here. Hi, everybody. Now I don't have that thing blocking my eyes as much. Hooray! 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 Why is Alt-Tab? Why is Alt-Tab what puts on my mask? Really? Why? Okay, that's weird. That's weird. Okay, let's see. It's like editing an ASMR story script, but live? As like a novel editing thing? I mean, I guess it kinda is. You could kinda treat this as like an ASMR type thing without the ASMR. Chapter 1. Pull it together. Kroger hit the dashboard hard, bad enough it nearly knocked him out cold. He held back his head in both hands as he pushed himself into a proper position. Blood dripped down his forehead and into his eyes. Made it hard to think, harder to see. From the old tinny speakers of the truck, some old man sang about Constantinople. It was a low and somber tune that he thought he'd heard. Yeah. Oh, jeez. That verbiage is rough. Hold on. From the old tinny speakers of the truck, some old man sang about Constantinople. Period. I need to change that from a comma to a period. It was a low and somber tune that he thought hard about turning off, but proved good for morale. I'm gonna get rid of the word it. Proved good for morale. Well, the morale of the entire group that wasn't him. He leaned back, unzipping his aid kit, as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. Anywhere I feel a natural pause, I'm gonna stop and add either a comma or a period. He leaned back, unzipping his aid kit as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. He pulled a bandage and tended to his own wound the best he could. Oh, okay. He pulled a bandage and tended to his own wound the best he could. Pulling gray hairs out of the way. As his eyes slowly adjusted back to the world around him, he tried his best to take in his surroundings, working on a mental checklist. Rolling hills of white silica sand stretched wide in all directions, tinted by the red sun up above. Darkening twilight skies shimmered a mix of brilliant blue and orange. There was a thin mist that covered everything, making for a miserable, wet heat. Yet somehow this place still felt bone dry at the same time. The water only collected for a moment before drying right back off. That lonesome road was cracked and worn, faded to a bone white. And that lonesome road was cracked and worn, faded to a bone white, full of potholes that kept kicking the cab every which way. I gotta try and read that better. Hold on, we got this better, hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. I am redoing some of the writing right here. As we go, chat. Don't worry, it's fine. This is why I read these things out loud, so that I can hear them said by me. I do this on my own, and I also do this here. And I've had to do some major rewrites, because sometimes things sound right when you read them one time and they aren't the next. Let me see here. You know what? I'm just leaving it IFAC. If people don't know what IFAC is, I'll just have like a glossary. I'll do the cop-out and I'll put a big glossary of words. Let me try reading this from the top here. Kruger hit the dashboard hard. Bad enough it nearly knocked him out cold. He held his head in both hands as he pushed himself back up to a proper position. Blood dripped down his forehead and into his eyes. Made it hard to think, harder to see. From the old tinny speakers of the truck, some old man sang about Constantinople. It was a low and somber tune that he thought hard about turning off. The flow on that is rough. It was a low and somber tune that he thought hard about turning off. You know what? I'm gonna cut that, because that's a run-on sentence. Kruger hit the dashboard hard, bad enough that it nearly knocked him out cold. He held his hand in both hands as he pushed himself back up to a proper position. Did you start writing this on painkillers? Nah. I started writing it on being bored. Also, Baron, if you got any advice for this shit, Let me know, man. I'm just kinda... I kinda just, like, sat, because I'm like... I want to do some mushing, like multi-user shared hallucination, text-based stuff, but I also didn't want to go through character gen, so I kind of just started writing. He held his head in both hands as he pushed himself back into a proper position. Blood dripped down his forehead and into his eyes, making it hard to think, harder to see. I still think that first intro paragraph is one of the best things I wrote in this damn thing. From the old tinny speakers of the truck, some old man sang about Constantinople. It was a low and somber tune. He thought hard about turning off. Proved good for morale. I mean, nobody does. Dude, character generation is the worst part of doing mushing. Are you kidding me? Who the hell wants to do care gen? I mean, like, writing a story's fine, right? But, like, the constant back and forth and the constant, like, suffering you have to do for that, it's rough. He leaned back, unzipping his eye fac as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. He pulled a bandage and tended to his own wound the best he could, taking gray hairs out of the way. Okay, so... You know what? Instead of pulled a bandage, I'm gonna say took out. Because there's already the word pull, and I don't like reusing the same stuff over again. He leaned back, unzipping his eye fac as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. He took out a bandage and tended to his own wound the best he could. Why does the best he could sound bad there? He leaned back, unzipping his eye fac as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. Comma. He took out a bandage. Period. I don't know. He leaned back, unzipping his eye fac as the truck bounded, comma, throwing him about like a rag doll. Period. He took out a bandage. He took out a bandage from inside. Slowly, he tended to his own wound the best he could. Slowly, he tended to his own wound, comma, the best he could, pulling gray hairs out of the way. As his eyes slowly adjusted back to the world around him, he tried his best. There it is again. Tried his best. I'm getting rid of the word. Yeah. Yeah, no. A lot of this. I don't know how it survived as many passes as it did. Maybe it's the fact that I'm live, so I'm judging myself even more harshly than normal. You know, it probably is, honestly. He leaned back, unzipping his eye fac as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. He took out a bandage from inside. Slowly, he tended to his own wounds, the best he could, pulling gray hairs out of the way. As his eyes slowly adjusted back to the world around him, he tried to take in his surroundings. You know what? Not tried to take. Let's just say took. As his eyes slowly adjusted back to the world around him, he took in his surroundings, working on a mental checklist. Rolling hills of white silica sand stretched wide in all directions, tinted by the red sun up above. Darkening twilight skies shimmered a mix of brilliant blue and orange. But the sun never set. There we go. I'm excited. There was a thin mist that covered everything, making for a miserable, wet heat. Yet somehow this place still managed to feel bone dry at the same time. The water only collected for a moment before drying right back off. Still felt bone dry. Managed to feel. See, normally, you've got, like, beta readers and whatnot, who can go, like, the flow is off, or this, that, the other. My problem is that I consistently, endlessly, keep revising this damn thing over and over and over again before people can even give me feedback, because I'm constantly judging myself on it. That's one of the beautiful things, isn't it? Very beautiful, very lovely, very delightful. I should probably, honestly, read the whole thing through out loud before making changes, but I can't help it. They rolled down the Bumas Autobahn. That lonesome road was cracked and worn, faded to a bone white, full of potholes that kept kicking the cab every which way. It was hard to keep himself steady, even with the armbar nearby. Their only companion was a small dove flying overhead as it had been since the attack. No matter how many times they'd held a cull, the damn things always came back. I probably should get rid of that rhyming, right? Maybe. I don't know. These are the kind of things where it's like, I know that a ton of people aren't going to show up to them, but I almost kind of wish they would so I could get the better feedback there. But maybe if I do more of these and I do like more little writing things where we try and figure something out, we can try and build out an actual audience who's willing to watch that sort of thing. Then again, I'm constantly doing different things, so there's never any audience that can set up long-term for anything. Oh, I guess there is one for Tohu's Day. Their only companion was a small dove flying overhead as it had been since the attack. No matter how many times they'd held a cull, the damn things always came back. Yeah. Kruger had to hand it to whoever brought the things to Trappist. They made good eating and they were easy hunting. Kruger had to hand it to whoever brought the things to Trappist. They made good eating and they were easy hunting. Some people. Yeah, should I add more? Nah, I don't want to have too much nonsense there. In the distance, it looked like another silica storm was brewing. Their convoy was throwing a cloud of the stuff high into the sky behind them as they rolled along. It stuck to everything, building a thick layer over the mirrored chrome of the anti-air truck. The steady hum of the lorry's turbine barely drowned out the music as it rattled along. Another flash of green from further up the road. The dust on the distance would at least make their own stand out a bit less. What the hell was I writing there? In the distance, it looked like another silica storm was brewing. Their convoy was throwing a cloud of the stuff high into the sky behind them as they rolled along. It stuck to everything, comma, building a thick layer over the mirrored chrome of the anti-air truck. Period. The steady hum of the lorry's turbine barely drowned the music as it rattled. Another flash of green from further up the road. Where the fuck did that ever go? Oh, I remember. Yeah, the flash of green should be a flash of green light. Because they're doing like, okay, brain. Another flash of green light from further up the road. Came from further up the road. So that would be, the steady hum of the lorry's turbine barely drowned the music as it rattled. Another flash of green light came from further up the road. The dust in the distance would at least make their own stand out a bit less. I need to swap that sentence up a paragraph. Hold on, hear me out. Hold on. Hear me out how this one sounds, right? Hear me out. I'm gonna replace the last sentence with, their lorry's turbine gave a steady hum, comma, it barely drowned the music as it rattled. Their lorry's turbine gave a steady hum. It barely drowned the music as it rattled. Another flash of green light came from up the road. Christoph, we should be at the edge of the clear zone. Get comms on line and pull off on the shoulder once we're clear. A A soft pat on the driver's shoulder and a snapping motion from Kruger. Kristoff was a wiry man with a shiny bald head and an orthodox icon of some dead saint hanging around his neck. The man's mustache looked about ready to eat the rest of his badly burnt face, and he looked sour as ever with those dark blue eyes. Kruger groaned, letting his hand rest down on the cracked gray leather of the truck's bench seating with a thud. His khaki uniform stuck hard to his skin, his old campaign hat ready to fall apart at the seams from the constant cycle of drying and soaking. That soft acoustic guitar kept on playing. Even if he couldn't make out the lyrics from the speaker, he knew the anthem by heart. There were few here who didn't. He looked off into the distance in silence. You can't always go back to your memories, Sarnt. Kristoff spoke in a low voice, holding that icon to his lips for a kiss. But there's... Oh! That's it. You can always go back to your memories. Let me read that again. That soft acoustic guitar kept on playing. Even if he couldn't make out the lyrics from the speaker, he knew the anthem by heart. There were few who didn't. He looked off into the distance in silence. You can't always go back to your memories, Sarnt. You can always go back to your memories, Sarnt. Kristoff spoke with a low voice, holding that icon to his lips for a kiss. But there's no one waiting for you there. His eyes were locked onto the far distant road. 70 years is a long time to beat yourself up. Kruger tried to force the idea out of his head. He reached to the dashboard, grabbing hold of the old handheld transceiver and clicking it to life, watching the dove fly away. I need to do a lot of rework in here. Hold on. Kruger tried to force the idea out of his head. Period. He reached to the dashboard, grabbing hold of the handheld transceiver and clicked it to life. And clicked. Yep, and clicked it to life, watching that dove fly away. Causeway, this is Verkrag Epsilon 1. Kruger's voice sounded haggard and worn. His words barely tumbled out before he took a sip from his canteen. He looked down at his fingers, realizing he hadn't even hit the button. The lack of sleep started getting to him. I don't think I need to add that clarifier, right? Because if you're already saying that he tried to talk on the radio, and then it's just, oh, he didn't hit the button, I think that already implies that the guy is way too tired. Causeway, this is Verkrag Epsilon 1. A second attempt and the words came through just fine. He could feel himself starting to see double as it threw him about. What? What? He could feel himself starting to see double as it threw him about the cab. You know what? I'm gonna say... What's my first usage on that word? Because anytime I'm doing a repeat, right? Literally anytime I'm doing a repeat here, I think it's a really good idea for if I'm doing a action that's repeated, use a different word for describing that adds more detail to people's understanding of it. Because the first time it talks, right? What's the first time that it brings it up? Yeah, what's the first time that it brings it up? Rolling hills, thin mist, rolled down the Buddhist Audubon, that lonesome road. Yeah, okay, cool. Like a painting was a small dove, small. There we go. I don't actually... Yeah, I don't actually see the first usage. There had to be another one, right? That's weird. Okay. Well, I guess I didn't have one, right? So weird, man. I don't necessarily like some of this stuff. It's a little bit wild. Also, in case you're looking for anything else, today is just going to be reading, relaxing, and if you guys want to, a little bit of back and forth talking. Think of it as a nice relaxatsu. At least until my coffee kicks in and I pick up a game to play. Ugh. Crookie's voice sounded haggard and worn. His words barely tumbled out before he took a sip from his canteen. He looked down at his fingers, realizing he hadn't even hit the button. So he repeats it again. Causeway, causeway. This is Verkrog, Epsilon 1. A second attempt and the words came through just fine. He could feel himself starting to see double as he... You know what? I'm just going to have it be lurched. There we go. A second attempt and the words came through just fine. He could feel himself starting to see double as he lurched about the cab. Another pothole in the road sending him slamming into the window. I don't need that extra bit of detail. Cut that out. It'll be fine. I'm trying to cut any of the exposition that I possibly can that I can better just show rather than having, right? Because I've got a lot of dialogue here. Once I've got this, like, edited through for this pass, I'm going to read the entire thing as a whole again, and we'll see how long that takes. So eventually, I'm sure that I'll be able to remember, and I will give you guys an edited version of this that'll have just the audiobook of this particular revision. Let's see. A second attempt at the words came through just fine. He could feel himself starting to see double as he lurched about the cab. Another pothole in the road sending him slamming into the window. Keep her steady, Corporal. Hands on the wheel. We've lost enough men out here already without you throwing us in a ditch. He looked towards Kristoff, who pulled his hand off the icon of St. George and back to the middle wheel. The truck leveled out finally from its rocking, beginning to slow. Solid work, Priest. Make a chauffeur out of you yet. I don't know how I feel about that. You know what? Hold on. Let me try reading it this way instead. Keep her steady, Corporal. Hands on the wheel. We've lost enough men already without you throwing us in a ditch. He looked towards Kristoff, who pulled his hands off his icon of St. George back to the metal wheel. They finally leveled out from the truck's rocking, beginning to slow. Solid work, Priest. Make a chauffeur out of you yet. There we go. One of the big things I've been trying to do is keep everybody with a fairly unique voice for them. Even if you read it the same, I want it to be different. But that's kind of hard. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain. What looked almost like glass melted and twisted into a pile. The big metal crab sat clinging for life to a broadcasting mast that still blinked out, coded Morse. Really? I gotta rewrite this, hold on. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain. Large, bright red mountain. Large, bright, a large, to the north, comma, stood a large, comma, bright red mountain. Yeah. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked almost like glass. It was melted and twisted into a pot. Melted and twisted, yeah. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked almost like glass, melted and twisted into a pile. There we go. Atop it rested a big old metal crab, sat clinging for life. With a broadcasting mast that still blinked out, coded Morse. Why don't I just say Morse code? They were lucky the thing looked long dead. Yeah, there we go. I like the little sentence you got to write right now. Hell yeah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let's see. Sant, there's a broadcast tower, but Kristoff pulled him into the shadow of a massive NATO IT suit. It loomed hard overhead, its torso blown clean out from some sort of interior explosion. Okay. Period. The heat was still radiating from its decimated core. The suit's face was frozen, with its eyes locked open in terror. Place ain't on the map. And ain't it queer there's already troubleshooters here? I forgot that I used the phrase, ain't it queer, unironically to mean its traditional meaning. Wow. Alright. You know what? You know what? That is a weird anachronistic thing, but you know what? I'm gonna leave it in, and I'm just gonna say that's how he talks. I think the next time I have Kristoff actually do proper dialogue in one of these chapters, I think I'm going to lean hard into him using anachronistic speech. Not anachronistic, archaic speech. I think it'd be fun. Have somebody who kind of talks like a King James sort of thing. Oh, man. At the south stood a wall of similar suits in some sort of mass graveyard. It stretched on and on for miles into the distance, beyond the lines of sight. There was movement out in it, but it seemed to just be drones removing any vegetation that would seek to claim the suits. Too much usage of the word suit. Nope. To the south stood a wall of similar suits. Writing stream? Yes. So you get to hear me read it out, so you don't have to read it yourself, you can just hear it. Kerman, since you're late, would you like me to restart? We can start since it's the top of the hour. Oh, to the south stood a wall of similar suits in a sort of mate's graveyard. Nah, I'm just gonna leave stood a wall of similar suits. I'm not gonna add the clarifier. To the south stood a wall of similar suits. It stretched on for miles far off in the distance beyond the lines of sight. There was movement out in it. There was movement out there. There was movement out there, but it seemed to just be drones removing any of the vegetation that would seek to claim the suits. It seemed to be just drones. But it seemed to be old Russian drones. Buzzing around. Chopping down the overgrowth. Did you manage to fix the light signal discontinuity? I'm fixing some stuff here. We're reading it out as it goes, and if it looks something weird, I'm hitting it. Right? What was the exact thing you were talking about there, Kerman? With the light signal stuff? Because right now, we're still in page 6. Which says that since this has been, I'd say like, what, 20 minutes? 20 minutes per 6 pages? Yeah, we'll get done eventually. It'll be fine. To the south stood a wall of similar suits. It stretched on for miles into the distance, well beyond the line of sight. Comma. Would that be a comma or a semicolon? Chat? To the south stood a wall of similar suits. It stretched on for miles off into the distance, beyond the lines of sight. Would that be a semicolon after suits or just a comma? I never know how to use semicolons and colons in the English language. It's weird. The symbols are weird. They confuse me. I don't understand them. To the south stood a wall of similar suits. It stretched on for miles into the distance, beyond the lines of sight. I don't know. That's just a comma, right? That is a semicolon? Okay. See, I did not do... Okay, so I did... How do I put this? How's the best way to say this? So I am an early grad from school because I cheated. By that, I mean, almost everything I did was multiple choice, and I figured out how the multiple choice actually works. I didn't, like, look up answers, right? There was no looking up answers, there was no, like, actual, like, cheating. I just realized that pretty much all their multiple choice stuff was, hey, here's one obviously wrong answer. Here's two answers that are very close to each other. If it's two answers that are very close to each other, you got a 50-50 chance of getting it right. Do the basic understanding and pick one of the two that sounds the same. They can be used to smash two independent phrases into a single sentence. Okay. So that's one of those, like, instead of a period, you can use a semicolon. So then what's the colon for? Is that just for a list? Again, I've been trying to get better as a writer by doing this, right? I've written a lot. That's not cheating, that's basic American test strategy. Well, then I did fantastic. Because I had me a 4.0 grade average, baby. I graduated high school with a 4.0, baby. Even though I... how do I put this? I didn't understand anything. Yeah, no. I actually did not understand anything I was being taught. And I kind of just took tests well. And I graduated high school at like 12 years old by effectively just cheating the system. And then I couldn't make it in college because I actually didn't know anything. So I kind of just stuck around and played video games. And wasted an amazing chance at a start at a career at a very young age. So, that happened. I wasted an early graduation at like fucking 12, man. I wasted it. All that opportunity, I'm just like, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play video games. Yeah, I like video games. Video games, baby. Woo, video games. I love video games. What do you mean I had to study? What do you mean I can't get into a college now? What do you mean you're taking away my scholarship? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. So, I don't know a lot of things that I probably should know, and I've never bothered to learn them. But I did graduate early, and I have a piece of paper that says I got a 4.0 average, so, you know, that's gotta be worth something, right? That got me, like, 3 jobs, maybe 4. Let me see here. Let me read from back up here so we can see how it flows in the context. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked like almost glass. Comma. Wait, no, let's do a semicolon. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked almost like glass. It had been melted and twisted into a pile. Atop it rested a big old metal crab. Sat clinging... let's just say a giant metal crab. Giant. Colons can be used in a few different scenarios. They can be used to set up lists, clarify phrases, independent phrases. Independent phrase, second phrase, usually independent. They clarified the first. So I might want to use colons instead of semicolons. You know, eventually I'm going to learn this, and when I do, you guys are going to be like, holy shit, he's amazing. And then I'm going to go back to my old works, and I'm going to be like, wow, these are ass. I did not know how to do anything. See, chat, I write a lot. That doesn't mean I know how to write. I'm a semicolon fan. Semicolon. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked almost like glass. It had been melted and twisted to a pile. Atop it rested a giant metal crab, sat clinging for life to a broadcasting mast that still blinked out Morse code. They were lucky the thing looked dead. Lucky the thing looked long dead. Sarnt, there's the broadcast tower, but Kristoff pulled them into the shadow of a massive NATO IT suit. You know what, instead of just starting with NATO IT suit, I'm gonna say massive chrome knight. Shadow of a 12-meter tall. Yeah, a 12-meter tall chrome knight. Sarnt, there's a broadcast tower. There's the broadcast tower, but Kristoff pulled him into the shadow of a 12-meter-tall chrome knight. It loomed hard overhead. Its torso was blown clean out from some sort of interior explosion. Was blown clean out from some sort of explosion. I'm gonna get rid of the word interior. There we go. It loomed high. High, not hard. Loomed high instead of hard. Yeah, loomed high. There we go. There we go. It loomed high overhead. Its torso was blown clean out from some sort of explosion. Hold on. I'm gonna use a semicolon, chat. I like semicolons. It loomed high overhead, semicolon. Its torso blown clean out from some sort of explosion. Maybe that'd just be a comma. No, that'd just be a comma, right? The heat was still radiating from its decimated core. The mech's face was frozen, with its eyes locked open in terror. Second phrase isn't independent. Yeah! So it's gotta be two independent phrases, right? I'm learning, chat! I'm learning! Eventually I'm gonna be an actual writer. Instead of, writing something, then just handing it off to an editor who fixes everything for me and just goes, alright, so I made it less fucked. There you go. Life is about little cheat codes, you know that? The mech's face was frozen, his eyes locked in open terror. It dipped into the uncanny valley. The mech's face was frozen, comma, with its eyes locked open in terror, comma. Yeah. The mech's face was frozen, with its eyes locked open in terror. It dipped into the uncanny valley. Place ain't on the map. Ain't it queer there's already troubleshooters here? I'm gonna add a qualifier of the word Sarnt. Also, again, I can't get over the fact that, as I was writing this, I used the phrase, ain't it queer? It's like, what is this, the 1700s? Well, it's kind of like alternate 1700s, but still. Ain't it queer? Actually, where's that phrase originate? Hold on. I want to look that up. Where does the phrase ain't it queer originate from? Let me see. Historical dialects or literature. I'm asking the internet, and by the internet, I mean that weird AI thing, because I think most search engines now are basically AI, right? Let's see. What year is it? 1800s. Oh, okay. American English. Okay. English dialect, 19th century, mid-1800s. Okay. Okay, so that establishes where he's from. Alright, cool. Gotcha. I don't know if that's factual, but you know what? It sounds good enough for me, right? It's fine. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. That'll be okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave that in there. Sure, why not? Oh. There's already troubleshooters about. South stood a wall of similar suits. It stretched on for miles into the distance, beyond the lines of sight. Let's go well beyond the horizon. That way it gets really across just how massive this mech suit graveyard is. There's movement out there.
but it seemed to just be old Russian drones buzzing around and chopping down the overgrowth. Massive mangrove trees still stood on all sides, and even through its center.
That's the wrong use of through. So I'm just gonna use different words. Massive mangrove trees. Loomed. On all sides of it. And even through its center. There we go. There we go. To the south stood a wall of similar suits. It stretched on for miles, far off into the distance, well beyond the horizon. What if instead of just saying similar suits, I just said, yeah, no, of similar suits, yeah. So, the south stood, yeah, because we have the description of the original. We have this fact that it's a Mac, right? Yeah. Place ain't on the maps aren't, and ain't it queer there's already troubleshooters about. That way I'm not rhyming, that way it doesn't feel about the same. We can get a different style on there, you can get a different flow with it. Massive mangrove trees loomed on all sides of it and even through its center. Corporal, just because we don't have records on a place doesn't stop it existing. I can't have you chasing ghosts out here. I need everyone top shape. Everyone in top shape. Kruger narrowed his eyes at his own reflection in the chrome of the suit, realizing for the first time how old he'd managed to get somewhere along the line. We secure this area for Causeway and we can start salvage ops by week's end. Those massive metal war machines litter the ground in their hundreds. Soviet and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits. Ranging from 15 to 40 meters tall. Still ranging from 10 to 40 meters tall. Soviet crab, and NATO ironclad troopies, mechanized suits. Aligned. Those massive metal war machines litter the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits alike, ranging from 10 to 40 meters tall. They dwarfed everything else. At least a few of the Soviet IT stood a full 70 meters in height. You know what? Let's switch it from Soviet to Prussian. Because that implies later on, because there's an empire that left them, right? If I switch it to be Prussian, instead of Soviet, right? Then that implies that the Prussians, doesn't stop it from existing would be correct, but it could also be a dialect quirk. Okay, I'm trying to make it so every character has their own things, right? So, Christov is using Sarnt instead of Sergeant or Sarge, right? He uses more colloquialisms, Southern mannerisms, and a bit of the Orthodox stuff, right? Kruger, keep her steady, Corporal. Hands on the wheel. We've lost enough men out here already without you throwing us in a ditch. He's got that sort of, like, professional. He's not using the slang. He's using that sort of, like, harsh. The Prussian Empire left the planet. The Prussian Empire was a member of NATO. NATO was already on the planet. The planet is not a member of NATO. Because it's not a member of NATO, the USSR moved in their troops to say, hey, maybe they'll want to side with us instead. Now that the USSR is there, neither NATO or the USSR is leaving, and the Empire doesn't care. Because the Empire doesn't want the planet. That's your, like, political background, right? So the Prussian Empire does this space colonization stuff, right? They are hyper-hardcore focusing all of their efforts on space colonization because Earth is fucked. In this setting, the Earth is basically frozen over, right? They use the technology in the setting. Hundreds of years ago, they discovered a way to create energy by trapping souls, right?
An animal soul gives you a little bit of energy, a person's soul gives you a ton of energy, and a demon or angel soul gives you a fuck ton of energy, right? And the soul will always produce the exact same amount of energy, always, right? Never more, never less. What the soul comes from decides how powerful the energy is. You can't use up a soul, right? But where a pigeon soul might give you, like, I don't know, let's just say like a megawatt of energy, right? A person's soul will give you several hundred megawatts of energy, and an angel's soul will give you enough energy to power an entire fucking city. The downside is, they suck in heat and spit it back out. So it makes everything around them colder. So it's producing electricity, and it's making it hotter close up and colder further out. Yeah, no, the mechs are powered by souls. They're not human souls per se, right? You get what I'm saying here? It's the energy of the soul, right? If you have somebody who's dying and you manage to somehow trap their soul, you can use it for energy. There's rituals for it, there's other things like that. This is a setting that used to be magical, right? You know how in Lord of the Rings, right? The modern world is the same as the world from Middle-earth, right? The idea being that eventually they industrialize, the magic goes, and it's an era of men and all the magic stuff leaves. This is similar to that, but we're well past when the age of magic is done, right? People can't cast spells. Nobody can cast spells. Nobody can do magic, right? This is a world that is post-magic. But there's still rituals. There's still, like, little leftovers. And the soul energy stuff is a leftover from that era of magic, right? And you have some of these power cores that might have, say, a powerful wizard that is stuck inside the energy core and is producing enough power to fuel an entire country off one person's soul. Or you might need, like, thousands of pigeon souls or dove souls. And you have to trap their soul at the time of their death. Yep. You do the ritual, you trap their soul, and when the power source gets destroyed, the soul instantly vanishes and goes to heaven. Or, well, goes to heaven for judgment, and then either goes to heaven or hell. Because in my setting, God is definitively real. It is the Christian God of the Bible. The only thing here is that you can't, like, stop somebody from going to heaven or hell, but you can kind of store them for a while, right? So you have some people who are, like, in the setting, some people will intentionally get themselves trapped because they know they're going to hell. So rather than going to hell, they'll intentionally trap their souls inside of these fucking power cores because it's better than hell. Anyone who's gone to heaven or hell can't come back. There is no resurrection outside of God, right? Once you're in heaven, you're there. You can't bring somebody back. You can't summon spirits. You can't, like, bring ghosts into the world. Any ghosts that are there, yes. You lock them in a cold purgatory till you don't need their electricity anymore. Exactly. That's your power source. On the bright side, it means they didn't really need to develop nuclear energy. You didn't really need to develop the atom bomb. You didn't really need to develop a lot of energy sources. Because, let's be fair here, man. Why do you need that? You have literally limitless energy here, right? That also means that the space race, pretty much as soon as they were able to get something into orbit, you can keep going because you're not running out of fuel, right? They just needed enough thrust and enough understanding of aerodynamics to get up there, which is also why the colonization of space is as far as it is, right? Now, on the downside, that means technology developed a little bit differently than it did in our world, right? There are tanks. There are artillery pieces. The mechs are a result of how technology developed, and they're not a replacement for tanks, right? Mech suits and tanks are kind of used dependent on what you want to do, right? For an understanding of the lore in this setting, a lot of nations just use tanks. They use buggies, they use, like, whatever, like, more reasonable, modern ideas of warfare equipment, right? Drone warfare never really developed. Drones exist, kind of, right? The soul cores can be breached, yes. Because the more powerful the soul, the bigger the explosion when it breaches. Because the act of that soul getting released causes an explosion. That soul coming out is a big fucking boom. A pigeon soul might be like a firework, right? So there are times that people will literally trap birds or rodent souls and use them as fucking fireworks. Or artillery shells or grenades. Because they're a very predictable thing. You can always guarantee that a pigeon soul is going to create the same exact explosion size, right? Because pigeons don't have magic. That's also why there's so many doves. It's not said outright, but the reason the doves keep coming back is because people are breeding the doves to use as batteries. They're mass-producing doves. They mass-produce doves, rats, like small creatures that they've figured out the optimal charge that a soul will give you for the amount of stuff that it takes for you to raise the thing, right? So doves are used for, like, grenades, batteries for flashlights, weapons, things like that. Because a dove doesn't have sentience, right? If you're using the soul of something that has sentience, its soul can influence the thing that it's inside of, right? You can also accidentally trap a soul, giving it energy, right? That's one of the cruxes of the setting. And again, Earth made so fucking many of these things. Imagine an Independence Day hunt for trapping small animal souls for fireworks. Yes, that is something I have in the lore, and it makes me very happy. Get together with your buddies. Start just trapping small game so you can go, oh, we're gonna make us some fireworks, boys! It's a lovely little setting. But yeah, no, Earth made so many of these power cores, so many of these things, that they basically froze their own planet and had to go elsewhere. There's still life on Earth, right? There's ways that they're basically trying to, like, build a constant, steady stream of, like, greenhouse gases and whatnot to reheat the planet. Earth is cold, right? It's not an apocalypse. They figured out what was wrong. They've been fixing it. That is a different story that I already wrote, where they go through the whole, like, Apocalypse Day scenario. I wrote a whole series of books about how, like, the Earth was falling the fuck apart. They're panicking. They're having this apocalypse-type scenario, right? And they're trying to figure out, like, what the hell is going on? The planet's freezing. Everything's awful. We're having these big waves of energy. Millions of people are dying. All these horrifying things are happening. Stop the war. Stop everything. Well, the war wasn't stopping. World War I was still going on. And, it kind of kept going despite the planet starting to freeze. They eventually figured out how to stop that. Or rather, how to kind of mitigate it a bit. But Earth is cold. Very cold. So they keep colonizing planets that are hot. Because a hot planet, right? If you have cores that'll make it colder, you can make it cold enough that you can be comfortable there, right? Just build a bunch of energy producers on that planet, and suddenly, you have a planet that is cold enough for people to inhabit. It doesn't matter as much if the planet is in a habitable zone, right? You use these cores to cool down the planet enough that you can use it. And then you have a place to store your extra energy, you have different production facilities, you have all these bits that can keep it cold. Which means, congratulations, we have the ability to get to new planets, we have the ability to colonize them, and so you have an entire empire that has been built under this knowledge that we have a really reliable way to make things cold. Well, also hot in like a localized area. Because again, they heat up the local area, they cool down the outer area. You've got cities where the city is really hot, and if you step outside the borders of the city, it gets really cold. This planet is one of the first colonies that is outside of the solar system, right? Actually, TRAPPIST-1e is the first ever colony that was made by humanity outside of Earth's solar system, right? They found a way to get there. And they decided, Prussia decided to colonize it because while everybody else was trying to save the Earth, the Prussian Empire's like, what if we leave? What if we leave? So pretty much all of TRAPPIST from 1E close up to the sun, that's all colonized, right? From E up to the sun, that's basically all colonized. A lot of other hot planets are also colonized. Because again, all you have to do is bring a bunch of energy production there, and congratulations, you have all the energy you need for making factories, you have the places themselves, so the solar system is being colonized, right? There's life, there's colonization, humanity has expanded to the stars. Prussia is one of the empires, there's several other empires as well. Now you'll note that I mostly talk about NATO, and that's because Prussia isn't here anymore, right? You have like a couple of units of Prussian military, right? You have a couple of units of German military because in this setting, Prussia's leadership is set up in such a way that you have the Prussian Empire, and under it, you have Germany, you have Austria. You have countries underneath the empire that are still their own country, right? And Prussia itself is a part of NATO, right? If the Prussians tried to make a second home, why are they leaving their first garden world? So, the Prussian Empire had a massive war. The Prussian Empire had a massive war, and they are having to stop having as many colonies because this is effectively World War II happened in space, World War I happened on Earth. And World War II has been a galactic war that has destroyed so much. Incalculable damage. NATO versus Soviets. And it was a massive fuck-off war with everybody. Prussia got fucked over by it. The British Empire got fucked over by it. The Russian Empire got fucked over by it. Because the USSR is split into the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire. Because the Romanovs got saved, and then there was a whole, like, splitter cell movement run out of Constantinople. The reason everybody's singing about Constantinople, by the way, is Constantinople was the base of government for the Russian Empire, led by Tsar Nicholas and his family, and the Soviets nuked it. The Soviets fucking nuked it. And then, during the Galactic War, during the, like, Galactic level war, they nuked it a second time. It's a city so nice they nuked it twice. And because they didn't need nuclear power for energy, they just kind of use it for explosions. Yeah. Just had to make sure it never repopulated, huh? Well, the first time they hit it, the Russian Empire rebuilt it with the help of the Prussian Empire. The two empires worked together to rebuild it. So the Soviets went, okay, we're not letting that happen again. Here you go. Have another bomb. I'm still, like, kind of... Because, like, in some of my revisions, it's actually a nuke. I'm kind of tempted to make it so that instead of being nukes, it was, like, basically a spirit bomb, where they just took a really powerful energy core and intentionally detonated it over the city. Because people can't cast magic, but you can learn magic to make your soul worth more as energy. Was Russia under the Tsar part of NATO? Yes. Russia, the Russian Empire, is part of NATO. The Soviets are still in control of Moscow. They're still in control of most of Russia, right? I got a whole, map of this shit. I figured this out. I got some basic logistics understanding and whatnot. Again, I modify some of these ideas as I go, but this is, my current, I have a Bible for this stuff, so to say. Like a lore Bible where I've got all the information, right? But you basically got Russia is split into the Soviet Union, which has a bunch of the allies and whatnot. And then you have the Middle Eastern area and bits of Russia that are owned by the Russian Empire themselves, right? Because of how, tech progressed and history progresses, Islam didn't really become a thing in this setting so much. The commies led a civil war and the Tsar survived and moved to Constantinople. Correct. They staged their civil war and he was evacuated. And the fact that he didn't die and his family didn't get completely wiped out, but they were able to kill members of his family, because they still did everything they were trying to do in our timeline, right? The difference is, Tsar Nicholas was saved. And so that caused a horrific fracturing. And Prussia, backing Russia, caused issues. And the Islam thing is connected to a different side story that's involved with the magic and the setting and all that fun stuff, right? But Islam didn't really super become a thing in this setting for a few different slight reasons there, which is also why you've got a different, there's a different political atmosphere around here. I'm using a lot of names of nations and names of people for effectively it is a much different timeline than our reality, right? There's some things that are similar, there are some things that are different, and you can recognize some names, right? Any caliphates. Yes, the Ottoman Empire still happened, but it had different areas, and it didn't have as much influence, right? So there is still a group of Ottomans. They're not spread. You know what I mean? They're in their area. And you still have, segments of, the Middle East and whatnot that are having those sort of wars and what have you, but it's not, that massive widespread. For example, this Spain wasn't conquered, but instead you had other issues with war there. It's a lot of, different dynamic back and forths, right? For this particular story, a lot of that stuff doesn't really matter in the forefront, but you can kind of get hints at what's going on by each of the characters. The characters that I use in this book are a majority, they are representatives of the various nations in here, and there are slight references to instances and situations that happened in the other stories and in the timeline that I love leaving in here as not directly explained, but hinted at in order to make it feel less like a book and more like a world. You know what I mean? I want this place to feel like a world. I'm not going to go far as Tolkien and create fictional new languages, but I still want to have, hey, here are history bits, here are differences here are hints and little bits here of a wider world that's out there, right? And all my characters have bigger backstories and reasons for what they're doing, and not every one of those is going to be explained to you, the reader, even if they are there, right? If a character has a name, that character has a full character sheet and a full story of what happened to them before they got to the point that you're reading the story. And I want to stick firmly to that any character I name, no matter how small or big, has an actual history, even if I don't show it, even if it's a short history, right? It could be as simple as, hey, this guy grew up in the Bronx, and he's cheating on his wife. He likes baseball, right? But that's still something. I have something there. I have a rough idea. And I have like a little sheet that's got first name, last name, who their parents are, some basic shit, right? There are some people who are descendants of characters from my other books that I put in, and there's some hints to their actual lineage there. Again, there are minor characters who you're not going to find out shit about, right? Or maybe I'll like dig into those folders and I'll be like, hey, I want to talk about, let's break out this, right? There's one character in here who gets sort of introduced, and you're kind of getting introduced to him near the end of his story. But I still want to like bring references back to that character later on, right? I like the idea of having a character who I've got this full sheet, and I like to kind of hint at little bits here and there and then work my way back, right? There's some of these things where I'm trying to add more stuff into the actual, like, if it is from their perspective specifically, I like to occasionally do flashbacks, and each of the chapters is written in the perspective of the character. I'm trying to write the chapters so that it's by the person whose perspective you're following, right? Almost like they're writing their own autobiography from a limited third-person perspective. Can I pull that off? No way in hell. There is no way I pull this off. If I can somehow, I'm going to be happy, right? This is very much a book that I'm writing for me, and I'm letting you guys take a look into this so you can see it, and see how I fail at what I'm trying to do, right? Because there's a lot of things I want to do, and I know I'm not skilled enough to pull it off, but I'm going to try anyway, right? I'm going to try anyway. So, like, if sometimes it feels like a book doesn't really, like a chapter doesn't really exactly fit in with the style of the other ones, that's by design. And I'm probably not designing it very well. Sorry, there's a broadcast tower, but Kristoff pulled him into the shadow of a 12-meter-tall chrome knight. It loomed high overhead, his torso blown out clean or blown clean out? It loomed high overhead, its torso blown clean out from some sort of explosion. The heat was still radiating from its decimated core. The mech's face was... comma. No, that's period. It loomed high overhead, its torso blown out from some sort of explosion. The heat was still radiating from its decimated core. The mech's face was frozen, its eyes locked open in terror. It dipped into the uncanny valley. It dipped deep into the uncanny valley. Place ain't on the map, Sart. Ain't it queer there's already troubleshooters about? I'm gonna add a dialogue clarifier on there. Kristoff's words hung thick in the air. To the south stood a wall of similar suits. Comma, to the one that dwarfed them. It stretched on for miles far off into the distance, well beyond the horizon. There was movement out there, but it seemed to just be old Russian drones buzzing around and chopping the overgrowth. Massive mangroves loomed on all sides of it, and even through its center. Kruger called it out over comms. Before finally answering Kristoff. Old Russian drones, old Soviet drones. Ah, yep. Thank you. Yep. Old Soviet drones. Yep. The old Soviet drones buzzing around and chopping down the overgrowth. Massive mangrove trees loomed on all sides of it and even through its center. Kruger called out over comms before finally answering Kristoff. Corporal, just because we don't have records on a place doesn't stop it. Yeah. Corporal, just because we don't have records on a place doesn't stop it existing. Yeah, I'm gonna add that from. Doesn't stop it from existing. I can't have you chasing ghosts out there. I need everyone in top shape. I'm gonna put top form. I think top form instead of shape, right? I need everyone in top form. Kruger narrowed his eyes at his own reflection in the chrome of the suit, realizing from the first time how old he'd managed to get somewhere along the line. We secure this area for Causeway, and we can start salvage ops by week's end. Those massive metal war machines litter the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits alike, ranging from 10 to 40 meters tall. You know what, I'm going to say 10 to 30. That way the 70 meter seems even more distant. You know what I mean? Right? 10 to 30 meters tall seems like a nice wide range, and then you have the 70 meter tall Prussian monster suits. Shape might make more sense for the average reader. Form in that context, while not difficult to understand, isn't the standard way. Fair enough. Those massive metal war machines. Is war machines one word or two? I'll say it's two. Litter the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and ironclad troopy mechanized suits alike, ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall. They dwarfed everything else. At least a few of the Prussian IT stood a full 70 meters height. A full 70 meters in height, gilded with gold. You don't have to say gilded with gold, right? Full 70 meters of ebony and gold. They dwarfed everything else. At least a few of the Prussian IT stood a full 70 meters of ebony and gold. You know what? Instead of at least a few, I'm going to say two. Still visible even so far away. There we go. Those massive metal war machines litter the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits alike, ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall. They dwarfed everything else. Two of the Prussian IT stood a full 70 meters of ebony and gold, still visible even so far away. Through the haze. There we go. EP1, this is Causeway, send. Came the response crackling through the radio. It proved clearer than it had been a few moments prior, but they weren't quite in range yet. Tell me you have good news. Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome sound. He was chipper, upbeat, like he happened to be having a great day just before now. No. Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome sound. He was chipper, upbeat, like he was having a great day. Like he happened to be. Nah. Like he was. How do we phrase that? How's a better way to phrase that feels more Kruger? I don't know. Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome sound. He was chipper. Upbeat like always. Upbeat like always. At least someone was, is the next sentence. So if I have, he was chipper, upbeat like always, at least someone was. That might work, right? Instead of having the whole, he was having a great day, it's just, listen, Horst is just a happy dude. Horst is just a friendly, upbeat, happy dude. He's back at base, he's giving out orders, he's leading the platoon. He's like, oh yeah, no, don't worry about it. He is the, so he's the lieutenant, right? Horst is the lieutenant in charge of the platoon. I have the whole military structure for NATO forces here on the planet. Second lieutenant controls the platoon. And you have the platoon sergeant who's under him. who's the assistant platoon, who's the assistant in charge of the platoon. They're the gunnery sergeant, I believe, is the assistant. Under my little structure there. So, Horst is he's a happy guy. He's just generally upbeat, friendly, happy, good mood. It's kind of hard to shake him. Because the military base they're from isn't really used to combat. The war's over, right? None of them have to do shit. You're mostly just kind of going out into the wilderness and grabbing things to use for supplies and try to, like, rebuild some sense of normalcy. As we'll see later in the story, a lot of the mech suits that are out there, like in this mech graveyard, right? They harvest the energy cores from them, or sometimes they'll harvest the entire mech suit's torso, and they just take it back and use them as power plants. So they're reusing all of the old metal, they're reusing all of the old suits. They're basically scavenging what they can to try and, get some exports off planet and get, like, better mining equipment. The planet's main exports are silica, because it has mass deserts of pure silica, 100% pure silica, and they also have kimberlite, which is a deep crust rock. It's beautiful. It's green. It's got this weird sort of green to it. It's very flecky. It's very sparkly, and that tends to have diamonds and sapphires, and it's really easy to mine. And the planet's got a ton of that, right? This is a planet that grows food fast and has a lot of mineral resources. But even all of that stuff on it wasn't enough for the Empire to keep the planet. Mostly because they needed the PR victory. From, like, a meta perspective, the reason the Prussian Empire is leaving this place is, A, it shows that they're helping to disarm after the war, right? They're backing down their colonial influences, they're backing down their colonial stuff. A lot of the planets that they're setting free are very happy to go. Trappist literally kept their governor hostage and refused to let him leave the planet and have declared him king. Because they refused to let him leave, so they're holding him hostage in the governor's mansion and forcing him to be a leader. Because he was just gonna leave. With the Empire pulling out and NATO not pulling out, America's picking up the slack for maintaining equipment. The idea is that NATO has some different forces, right? America's paying for a lot of the bill. America's footing the bill, and they're getting, in return, military bases on Trappist. And the hope is that Trappist becomes independent enough that it can become an actual member state of NATO. But they'd have to get it to a point where they can vote on membership in NATO, right? Because right now, Trappist is not a member nation of NATO. The solar system is not, right? Most of the other planets in this solar system are happy to be independent, right? Most of this solar system is happy. Trappist is not. On one side, you have an actual NATO member planet. On the other side, you have a Soviet member planet. And Trappist is effectively being used as a neutral ground for conflicts from both those planets. But there's no war. The Soviets and NATO are at peace. Because the war's over. That's also part of why, again, that's part of why, as well, Trappist is kind of on its own, right? The Soviets have some bases that they've set up on Trappist. NATO has bases they've set up on Trappist. Again, technically it's not the Soviets, it's the Warsaw Pact. But it's the Soviets, right? We can all understand that dynamic, right? In effect, it's the Americans fighting the Soviets. But NATO has more, like, interplay and side groups and whatnot. You've got the Prussian Empire that's kind of just like, hey, we're pulling back from this area. We don't want to start another war with this. Alright, you guys do your thing, we're doing our thing. We're gonna focus on our other stuff. You focus on your stuff. We're good. We're good. His voice was almost drowned out by the static, but it was getting through. His voice got almost drowned out by the static, but it was getting through. Nah, I'm gonna do a double was on there. I don't like doubling up my was, but I think in this case it'll work. No. I'm gonna replace that with sounded. Hoarse voice of the radio proved a welcome sound. Proved a welcome... What would be better than sound? Because I don't want to use it twice. You could try giving the individual planets names too. 1E is a scientific placeholder. Whoever gets there first, the Prussians in this case, get to name it. A lot of it... Okay. Part of the gimmick with 1E is that it wasn't even bothered to be named. Right? Okay. Horst's voice over the radio proved a welcome sound. He sounded chipper. Upbeat like always. I don't want to use sound back-to-back with sound. You know what I mean? I need a different word for one of those two sounds. The full paragraph is Horst's voice over the radio proved a welcome sound. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. He was almost drowned out by the static, but it got through enough to be legible. There's way too many was. There's way too many was. There's way too much was, and there's way too much sound. It's a welcome tune. Yeah, tune! There we go. Hoarse voice of the radio proved a welcome tune. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. He was almost drowned out by the static, but it got through enough to be legible. I don't like the was. Was he was is a bad sound, right? Was he was is a bad sound. It does not sound good. It's bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. Was he was. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. He was almost drowned out by the static, but it got through enough to be legible. You see what I'm getting at here? At least someone was. He was almost drowned out. I don't like was he was. I really don't. That's rough. I don't like it. I don't like it. But I don't know what to put there instead. You could change it to his voice almost drowned out. He was almost drowned out. His voice is something. Wait. If you really don't like was he was, I don't like was he was. That sounds like I'm talking about a person. I'm not a big fan of was he was. Guys, we need to cancel was he was. Was he was is a terrible creator. That's my new side channel, was he was. Because it sounds less like I'm saying was he was and more was he was. Like WUZZYWAS. Was he was. Oh, man. Okay. Hold on. Hear me out. Meow. Okay, hear me out. We ask the Demon Engine. Okay, Grok. Give me like 30 suggestions. Okay. You know, hold on. That's actually... Okay, I was kind of doing that half as a joke, but hold on. I have an idea. What? Yep. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? Fuzzy! 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 Alright, hold on. Should have slammed that through TTS. You should have. You still can. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, Fuzzy Wuzzy hat no hair, Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't Fuzzy. Oh my gosh. He wasn't was he?
That sounds so good coming from Gunther! Oh, you're my little guy, aren't you? You're so cute. So cute. Alright, I got an idea. I mean, I stole an idea from the AI, but I got an idea. Oh yeah. You know, I kind of look more Amish wearing this hat with this face. We spend most our lives. Okay, hear me out. Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome tune. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. Nearly lost in the static, his voice came through just enough to be legible. Pull us further in, Corporal. Keep sightline on Ep2. I don't plan on losing sight of Sheath or Wesson. They're trouble when they're off leash. Geyser already gives them too much free rein. They rolled along a bit further, settling in the core of the second IT. The second troubleshooter. The corpse was in the exact same state as the first, with a different man's face. They rolled along a bit further, settling in the core of a second troubleshooter. The corpse was in the exact same state as the first, but with a different man's face. The signal got more clear the further they rolled. Something about that also doesn't sound right. You know what I mean? Something about that just doesn't sound quite right. I don't know what it is, but something about it sounds wrong. Pull us further in, Corporal. But keep sightline on Ep2. I don't plan on losing sight of Sheath or Wesson. They're trouble when they're off leash, and Kaiser already gives them too much free rein. What? What? Oh, the previous one? What? Oh, Oh, when he's talking about... Alright, hear me out. Hoarse voice of the radio proved a welcome tune. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. Nearly lost in the static, his voice came through just enough to be legible. Felt almost good to hear him. By adding that, see? It felt good. It felt almost good to hear him. That says, like, Kruger's not super happy to hear him, but he's like, eh. That one kind of, like, makes it on the fence, right? I added the it felt almost good to hear him. Because it's that thought of just like, you know, I almost like you. Pull us further in, Corporal. Keep sightline on Ep2. I don't plan on losing sight of Sheath or Wesson. They're trouble when they're off leash. Kaiser already gives them too much free rein. They rolled along a bit further, settling in the core of a second troubleshooter. The corpse? I don't want to use the word corpse for a mech suit. The mech was in the exact same state as the first. This mech was in the exact same state as the first. Different man's face. The signal got more clear the further they rolled on. That seems completely unrelated to the paragraph. You know what? Nah, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna add that clarifier. We're gonna get rid of that whole the signal got more clear. They rolled along a bit further, settling in the core of a second troubleshooter. This mech was in the exact same state as the first, but with a different man's face. Its rifle blocked off the off-ramp from the highway. Blocked off the highway's off-ramp. Yeah. Okay, let me read this out as a whole, alright? They rolled along a bit further, settling in the core of a second troubleshooter. This mech was in the exact same state as the first, with a different man's face. Its rifle blocked the highway's off-ramp. See? So the highway's got an off-ramp. It tells you that it's left it off the ground. Fun fact, the Bundesautobahn in this setting is a 10-lane highway. 10-lane highway. Which is something that I really enjoy. Yeah, you like that? 10 lanes, baby. Hold on. Yeah. 10-lane highway, baby! 5 lanes each direction! Noom! Highway's off-ramp. Wait. I have an idea. Chad, I have an idea. Its rifle blocked off the highway's off-ramp and had crushed maglev rail. Little tiny details, baby. Yeah! I'm a genius! Causeway, Epsilon 1, we're closing on fix, approximately 500 meters from target grid. Be advised we've taken a hit. Epsilon 3 had a spike core breach, 3 clicks back. His face hardened as the words left his lips, a light twinge of pain crossing him. The warm rubber of the transceiver crumbled against his hand as he forced himself to speak. All hands Epsilon 3 down, believed KIA. Ep2 is split into 2 pairs. 1 rear checking for survivors, 1 front scouting up ahead. Let me read that again. All hands Epsilon 3 down, believed KIA. Epsilon 2 is split into 2 pair. 1 rear checking for survivors, 1 front scouting ahead on foot. I feel like that one's fine. Kruger closed his eyes tightly, that knot building in the pit of his stomach again like it had before the blast. Negative visual confirmation on TERS, but we suspect an IED as the cause. Instead of doing IED, I'm going to say improvised explosive. Negative visual confirmation on TERS, but we suspect improvised explosive is the cause. Requesting immediate CASEVAC and air support on Negative visual confirmation on TERS. We suspect improvised explosives is the cause. Requesting immediate CASEVAC and air support standby. Dead silence from the other end. Kruger looked back to the bed, making sure the other 2 were still back there. Private First Class Vincennes. Hung out over the side of the truck, halfway out of the bed. Private Vincennes hung out over the side of the truck, halfway out of the bed. He was a big old brick wall of flesh, with bloodshot eyes and a mess of strawberry hair. Man didn't even try to talk to anyone else. He looked off for miles towards the hills. The wind caught and carried off his tears. What are you nerds up to? I'm writing a book. You know that book I sent you? I'm reading it loud, and we're going to go through, and I'm going to spend my time trying to figure out what sounds good, rewriting stuff, and then I'm going to read the whole thing to you audiobook style. You like that? You excited? Yeah. Private Vincennes, back in the bed. You're gonna have snipers out there, and you're a very large target. Hold on, I've got an idea on how to make this have even better language for him. Private Vincennes, back in the bed. Gonna have snipers out here, and you're a very large target. Kruger called back. Vin slowly slumped back into the bed of the truck. The gentle giant's body spasming slightly. Breathe through it, boy. Medbay's got blockers waiting. So that whole thing would be Private First Class Vincennes hung out over the side of the truck halfway out of the bed. He was a big old brick wall of flesh with bloodshot eyes and a mess of strawberry hair. Man didn't even try to talk to anyone else as he looked off for miles towards the hills. The winds caught and carried off his tears. Private Vincennes, back in the bed. You'd have snipers out there, and you are a very large target. I like the way that one flows, right? I genuinely do. I don't like the way that could have snipers out there flows. Private Vincennes, back in the bed. Could have snipers out there. I think could be snipers out there, maybe? Could be snipers out there. Yeah, no. Because you can kind of have could be said as one word that has a better flow, right? Private Vincennes, back in the bed. Could be snipers out there. And you are a very large target. I'm going to switch it for 1. And you are one very large target. Kruger called back. Vin slowly slumped back into the bed of the truck. The gentle giant's body spasmed slightly. Kruger added, breathe through it. Medbay's got blockers waiting. Specialist Sigmund, as always, laid right next to Vin's. His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in gunk and grime. In spite of the neon glow that lit the entire back of the truck from the turbine engine, he kept his... What the fuck is that writing? This one feels bad. In spite of the neon glow that lit the entire back of the truck from the turbine engine, he just kept his head down, digging to the platform, and ripping out parts. I hate the way that fucking flows so much. How did I miss that? That is an awful flow. That is fucking unacceptable. What is wrong with me? Specialist Sigmund, as always, lay right next to Vin's in the bed. His coveralls and silk black hair covered in gunk, covered in engine gunk, covered in gunk, covered in grease. I don't know if it's just different in the Midwest, but could have flows well, because it could pronounce it could have. Could have. Could have snipers out there. Could have snipers out there. And you? Yeah, that is an accent. If I was, okay, if it was Christoph saying that, I would agree, right? Kruger, I'm not so sure. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to make sure I have the voices of the characters distinct. Like, Briggs is easy, because I know how he sounds. I have an exact sound to his voice, right? Kruger is very serious. He's a man in his 80s who has been kept in the service by the fact that he's augmented to hell and back, right? So he is kept in the service, he's kept going, because life expectancy in general in this setting is a lot longer for anybody who's not getting shot. People regularly live to be like 100 years old, right? So Kruger's still got like 20 years before he has to retire. But he's seen a lot of shit. He's an older guy who survived the fall of Constantinople the first time. He's not Russian, but he was at a military base in the area with his father. So the story with Kruger is that he was a kid during the first destruction of Constantinople, and he lost his sister there, and he lost his family. After he was orphaned, he wound up getting picked up by a military family who took him in, raised him, and then he joined the military service in order to pay them back for saving him, right? He survived. Yes. He is one of the few survivors. There's like less than 1,000 people who survived the first one, I want to say. No, it's less than 5,000. That's right. It's like less than 5,000 people survived the first nuke. And those people kind of fled from the area, right? Most of the people who survived... There were more survivors, but those were the survivors who were in the city, right? He survived. It scarred him, right? It scarred him badly. He survived it, and he remembers it. His sister didn't survive, his family didn't survive, and he was taken in, and that's how he got with the group, right? That's how he got with the group, that's how he's been in the military. He is only the rank of sergeant, but the rank of sergeant is still, you know, it's not bad, right? He's just kind of like happily at his rank. He's not moving up, he's not moving down. He is a lifetime sergeant. He's coasting at that rank, baby. He's kind of in a way, he's kind of, do you guys know Sarge from Sarge's Heroes? In a way, that's what I'm thinking for his voice, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? Ho-ho, firepower. That sort of thing, right? That's kind of how it is in the back of my head, right? He's not a hero, but he's somebody who survived the first time. He wasn't there for the second time. and he feels like he could have done something to prevent the second time, even if he couldn't, right? And he lost his family twice to the Soviets, and he's got that, like, hardcore, like, no. Take them all down. Take them all down. But he's got that tempered with, like, the experience of age. Also, Flaming, if you have any ideas that you want to suggest too, or if anybody has any ideas, feel free. I'm mostly just going through this stuff trying to, like, write things out and build things up. Because in my head, Kruger is more of your, like, Sarge from Sarge's Heroes sort of type, right? Serious, bold, brave, big hero type, wants to do the right thing. He's kind of haunted, sort of like during the whole Sarge's War sort of thing, right? I'm not saying anything I do here is original. It's just stuff that I'm doing for fun. This is not a product I'm looking to make money off of. This is a product of passion that I want to write, and for once I actually want to share with people instead of just hiding it in a box. Well, we're reading it through right now. And you can still give some feedback as we're going through, right? Private Vincennes, back in the bed. Could be snipers out there, and you are one very large target. Kruger called back. Kruger called back. Period. Vin slowly slumped in the bed of the truck. Comma. The Gentle Giant's body spasmed lightly. Kruger added, "Breathe through it. Medbay's got blockers waiting." Very slowly, very slowly. But hey, that perfection takes time. And while we're not making perfection, fixing dog shit also takes time. Oh, man. Specialist Sigmund, as always, lay right next to Vince in the bed. His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in grease. In spite of the neon glow that lit the entire back of the truck from the turbine engine, No, I'm not saying from the turbine engine. In spite of the neon glow that lit the entire back of the truck, he kept his head down, digging to the platform and ripping out parts. I feel like I want to get the fact that the back of it is neon lit, but that is not a good way to write it. In spite of the neon glow that lit the entire back of the truck, he kept his head down, digging into the platform and ripping out parts. I really don't like how that was written. I want to get that okay, what is the point of that paragraph? It's showing that Sigmund and Vince are good friends. Sigmund is also a highly skilled mechanic. It shows that the weapons platform is at the center of the truck, and it shows that it's glowing. It shows that the engine is mounted in the middle of the truck. That is what this shows. Engine, middle of truck, Sigmund mechanic, Sigmund friends with Vin. That's what it shows. How do I get that across? The NATO Toyota Hilux. Pretty much. It's kind of what I'm going for. Space NATO Hilux. Yeah. I can't use the name Hilux, because I'm pretty sure that's a copyright, but I could use the word technical. Wait. As always, lay right in the bed of the technical. In the bed of the technical. Yeah! His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in grease. In spite of the neon glow that lit the back of the truck. I want to get across that there's a neon glow with the platform, right? I want to get that across, but I'm not sure how to get that across. You know what I mean? His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in grease. illuminated, covered in grease, semicolon, illuminated in the neon glow of the exposed engine. Well, it's already been called a lorry. I've called it an anti-air truck, a lorry, and now a technical. So you can understand from the context of the two prior mentions that a technical is connected to an anti-air truck, is connected to a lorry. Right? So even if you don't understand one term, you'll understand the other one. And if you don't understand that one, you'll understand the... I just realized most people don't know what a lorry is either. Fuck. Fuck. Yep. Man. The slang still works because it's from Kruger's perspective, right? So the slang still works, right? The slang still works. For lorry, I can still use that. Bonnet, I can still use that. Let me see here. Bonnet is up at the front. It flips open. Yeah. It's not going to have a bonnet. It's in the midsection. I think the glow's revealed later as it's working. Yeah, this line works. Hello! Hello! Just hire an editor on Fiverr. You know, Entropy? If you were talking to me 5 years ago, I would. If you were talking to me 5 years ago, I would. However, I want this to be something special that I work on out here in the open. We get it together, and by the end, we're like, hey, here's some investment in something. We've made something beautiful. Okay, Sigmund, as always, lay right next to Vince in the bed of the technical. His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in grease. Illuminated in the neon glow of the exposed engine. He kept his head down. He kept his head down, digging into the platform and ripping out parts. He kept his head down, digging into the platform and ripping out parts. It didn't look professional, but he was the expert. It didn't look professional, but he was there. But he was the expert. Do I want to... Yeah, the glow is revealed later as Sigmund's working. Yeah, the slang works. Okay, so it's like... I appreciate the honesty in the work. Sometimes you have to read a sentence out loud 100 times. I'm having to do that a lot. So we have, in total here, 21,000 words. 21,000 words in the first 10 chapters. Yeah. I like it. It makes me happy. I like writing. He kept his head down, digging into the platform, ripping out parts. It didn't look professional, but he was the expert. Sig sang along with the radio in a quiet tone, occasionally looking over at Vincenz and frowning. He dumped silica dust out of the truck's filters and knocked off deep caked-on gunk from the inside compartment. A week without cleaning was like a year on other parts of the planet. A week without cleaning here, comma, was okay. Sig sang along with the radio in a quiet tone, occasionally looking over at Vincenz and frowning. He dumped silica dust out of the truck's filters and knocked off deep caked-on gunk from the inside compartment. A week without cleaning here was like a year on other parts of the planet. Christoph, of course, sat in the front of the cab with Kruger. Now that he wasn't driving, he spent his time whispering quiet prayers and signing on his chest. It was time that should have never... Oh, hi, Tor! How you doing, brother? How you doing? Hey, speaking of off-road lorries, we're reading my book. Hey, you know what? Now that we got more of the regulars, chat. I'm gonna read through what we've got already, so you guys can see where we are and what we've got done so far. It's not super much, but it's something.
Chapter 1. Pull it together. Kruger hit the dashboard hard. Bad enough it nearly knocked him out cold. He held his head in both hands as he pushed himself back up to a proper position. Blood dripped down his forehead and into his eyes, made it hard to think, harder to see. From the old tinny speakers of the truck, some old man sang about Constantinople. It was a low and somber tune. He thought hard about turning it off, but it proved good for morale. Well, the morale of the entire group that wasn't him. He leaned back, unzipping his IFAK as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. He took out a bandage from inside. Slowly he tended to his own wounds the best way he could, pulling gray hairs out of the way. As his eyes slowly adjusted back to the world around him, he took in his surroundings, working a mental checklist. Rolling hills of white silica stand, stretched wide in all directions, tinted by the red dwarf sun up above. Darkening twilight skies shimmered a mix of brilliant blue and orange where the sun never set. There was a thin mist that covered everything, making for a miserable, wet heat. Yet somehow this place still managed to feel bone dry at the same time. The water only collected for a moment before drying right back off. They rolled down the Bundesautobahn. That lonesome road was cracked and worn, faded to a bone white and full of potholes that kept kicking the cab every which way. It was hard to keep himself steady, even with the armbar nearby. Their only companion was a small white dove floating overhead as it had been since the attack. No matter how many times they'd held a cold, the damn things always came back. If only everyone could. Kruger had to hand it to whoever brought the things to Trappist. They made good eating and they were easy hunting. In the distance, it looked like another silica storm was brewing. Their convoy was throwing a cloud of the stuff high into the sky behind them as they rolled along. It stuck to everything, building a thick layer over the mirrored chrome of their anti-air lorry. The dust on the distance would at least make their own stand out a bit less. The lorry's turbine gave a steady hum. It barely drowned the music as it rattled. Another flash of green light came from further up the road. Christoph! We should be at the edge of the clear zone. Get comms online and pull off on the shoulder once we're clear. A soft pat on the driver's shoulder and a snapping motion from Kruger. Christoph was a wiry man with a shiny bald head and an orthodox icon of some dead saint hanging around his neck. The man's mustache looked about ready to eat the rest of his badly burnt face, and he looked sour as ever with those dark blue eyes. Kruger groaned, letting his hand rest down on the cracked gray leather of the truck's bench seating with a thud. His khaki uniform stuck hard to his skin. His old campaign hat ready to fall apart at the seams from the constant cycle of drying and soaking. The soft acoustic guitar kept playing and playing. Even if he couldn't make out the lyrics from the speaker, he knew the anthem by heart. There were few who didn't. He looked off into the distance in silence. You can always go back to your memories, Sarnt, Christoph spoke in a low voice, holding that icon to his lips for a kiss. But there's no one waiting for you there. His eyes were locked onto the far distant road. 70 years is a long time to beat yourself up. Kruger tried to force the idea out of his head. He reached to the dashboard, grabbing a hold of the handheld receiver and clicked it to life, watching that dove fly away. Causeway, causeway, this is Verkrag, Exlam 1. Kruger's voice sounded haggard and worn. His words barely tumbled out before he took a sip from his canteen. He looked down at his fingers, realizing he hadn't even hit the button. Causeway, causeway. This is Verkrag, Epsilon 1. The second attempt and the words came through just fine. He could feel himself starting to see double as he lurched about the cab, another pothole in the road sending him slamming into the window. Keep her steady, Corporal! Hands on the wheel! We've lost enough men already without you throwing us into a ditch. He looked towards Christoph, who pulled his hands off the icon of St. George and back to the metal wheel. They finally leveled out from the truck's rocking, beginning to slow. Solid work, Priest. Make a chauffeur out of you yet. To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked almost like glass. It had been melted and twisted into a pile. Atop it rested a giant metal crab, sat clinging for life to a broadcasting mast that still blinked out Morse code. They were lucky the thing looked long dead. Sarnt, there's the broadcast tower, but... Christoph pulled them into the shadow of a 12-meter-tall chrome knight. It loomed high overhead, its torso blown clean out from some sort of explosion. The heat was still radiating from its decimated core. The mech's face was frozen, with its eyes locked open in terror. It dipped deep into the uncanny valley. Place ain't on the map, Sarnt. Ain't it queer there's already troubleshooters about? Christoph's words hugged thick in the air. To the south stood a wall of similar suits to the one that dwarfed them. It stretched on for miles off into the distance, well beyond the horizon. There was movement out there, but it seemed to just be the old Soviet drones, buzzing around, chopping down the overgrowth. Massive mangrove trees loomed on all sides of it and even through its center. Kruger called out over the comms before finally answering Christoph.
Corporal, just because we don't have records on a place doesn't stop it existing. I can't have you chasing ghosts out there. I need everyone in top shape.
Kruger narrowed his eyes at his own reflection in the chrome of the suit, realizing for the first time how well he managed to get somewhere along the line.
We secure this area for the causeway, and we can start salvage ops by week's end.
Those massive metal war machines littered the ground in their hundreds, Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits alike, ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall. They dwarfed everything else. Two of the Prussian ITs stood a full 70 meters of ebony and gold, still visible even so far away through the haze.
EP1, this is Causeway, send...
Came a response crackling through the radio. It proved clearer than it had been a few moments prior, but they weren't quite in range yet.
Tell me you have good news.
Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome tune. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. Nearly lost in the static, his voice came through just enough to be legible. It almost felt good to hear him.
Pull us further in, Corporal. Keep sightline on episode 2. On EP2. I don't plan on losing sight of Sheath or Wesson. They're trouble when they're off leash, and Kaiser already gives them too much free rein.
They rolled along a bit further, settling in the core of a second troubleshooter. This mech was the exact same state as the first, with a different man's face. Its rifle blocked off the highway's off-ramp, and it crushed the maglev rail.
Causeway, Epsilon 1. We're closing on fix approximately 500 meters from target grid. Be advised we've taken a hit. EP3 had a spike core breach, 3 clicks back.
His face hardened as the words left his lips. A light twinge of pain crossing him. The warm rubber of the transceiver crumbled against his hand as he forced himself to speak.
All hands, Epsilon 3 down. Believed KIA. EP2 has split into 2 pair. 1 rear checking for survivors, 1 front scouting ahead on foot.
Kruger closed his eyes tightly, the knot building in the pit of his stomach again like it had before the blast.
Negative visual confirmation on TERS. We suspect an improvised explosive is the cause. Requesting immediate CAS evac and air support on standby.
Dead silence from the other end. Kruger looked back to the bed, making sure the other 2 were still back there. Private First Class Vinzen Sr. hung out over the side of the truck halfway from the bed. He was a big old brick of wall of flesh, with bloodshot eyes and a mass of strawberry hair. The man didn't even try to talk to anyone else as he looked off for miles towards the hills. The wind caught and carried off his tears.
Vinzen's! Back in the bed! Could be snipers out there, and you? You are one very large target!
Kruger called back. Vin slowly slumped back into the bed of the truck. The gentle giant's body spasmed slightly.
Kruger added, breathe through it! Medbay's got blockers waiting.
Specialist Sigmund, as always, lay right next to Vin's in the bed of the technical. His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in grease, illuminated in the neon glow of the exposed engines. He kept his head down, digging into the platform, ripping out parts. Didn't look professional, but he was the expert. Sig sang along with the radio in a quiet tone, occasionally looking over at Vin's ends and frowning. He dumped silica dust out of the truck's filters and knocked off deep, caked-on gunk from inside the compartment. A week without cleaning here was like a year on other parts of the planet. Christoph, of course, sat in the front of the cab with Kruger. Now that he wasn't driving, he spent his time whispering quiet prayers and signing on his chest. It was time that should have been spent prepping for an ambush, but after all they'd been through, Kruger let the man have his faith. The silence took its time, bleeding ahead 1 minute to the next, leaving the wind to brush up against his skin, harsh crystals that cut against him. The whistling of the hills echoed out in all directions, a light fog starting to roll in as the sandstorm still loomed in the distance. Kruger looked at that call button ready to hit again. As he took a deep breath, the radio chirped to life once more, causing him to chuckle.
EP1, Causeway, clear copy. Confirm EP3 out of action. Confirm grid for incident.
The chipper joy was gone from him. Horse sounded somber. His silky voice turned stern and professional. If Kruger didn't know any better, he accused command of having a heart. The wind kept rolling, and the massive road kept winding. It was as if everything stayed the same as it had been prior. The only difference was 4 less men under Kruger's command, and 4 more corpses.
Pause twice for every comma.
Watching that dove fly away is a beautiful line. Is that an ironic usage of the idiom? Negative connotation instead of positive?
Which idiom? Which idiom are we talking about? Sorry, I was reading it because I was enjoying my own story. I'm sorry. I like writing this and I like reading it. I got into it. Which idiom are we talking here? Serpent. What were we looking at? Doves flying away is a peace positive thing. It is a call forward to something that happens later. The doves are a recurring motif. The doves show up in not every chapter, but as it keeps going forward, you'll start to notice something about the doves. I use a number of symbols in the story to call to certain things that are about to happen, right? There are certain things that are happening that I'm not going to spell outright in the story itself, but as you start picking up on them, you'll start realizing and it'll start sort of clicking. Because I like use it, sort of like how, if you ever watch Godfather, right? You notice how every time the color orange shows up, somebody's about to die? Every single time. I like to have different symbols repeatedly show up throughout the story that can give you rough ideas of what's going to happen in the immediate vicinity of a section, right? Stands out in the chapter. Well, thank you. Thank you. So, like, the doves are mass bred in this setting. They're considered a pest animal by a lot of people. People hunt them, they eat them, and they just keep coming back. They're an invasive species that just keeps showing up no matter what anybody does. Which is, in itself, kind of a metaphor. You know what I mean? Because no matter how much you suppress peace, you've been knocking out revisions at a breakneck pace. I know! I'm on another revision right now. I want to make this a good story. This is what I've been doing instead of, the only thing missing is some heavy fantasy sci-fi elements. Where the spellcasters and clones. Believe it or not, they're in here. This is actually in the same setting as a fantasy novel I made, which is in the same setting as an alt history Civil War novel I wrote. Which is also in the same setting as a frozen Day the Earth Stood Still. Day After Tomorrow. I made a knockoff Day After Tomorrow, and all of this is the same setting as all of those books. Because I like writing books in the same world. So this setting has, I want to say, like 20 books that I've written for me. And this is the culmination of all that. And most of them are just sitting in a closet in my house. In boxes. Because I write these books, I read them for myself, I enjoy them, I occasionally break them out, and they go in the box. I print them out physically, and I put them in a box. Some of them I've had bound. There are leather-bound copies of some of these books that I've made for me, and they go in the box. They go in the box. Nope, they're not for purchase. They're for me. And they're in the box. They are in the box. They are... What? Eccentric! That's just... What, you don't ever do something for you? Like, again, this is why I do stuff like... I did the woodworking for me. I did the metalworking for me. I did glassworking for me. I do things for me. That's why I sleep so little, because I'm doing stuff. I like to do things. I've tried painting, I've tried sculpting, I've tried glass blowing, I've tried metalworking, I've tried woodworking. I made Fabergé eggs for a bit. I actually did a lot of painting. I used to paint like buildings. I like painting buildings. I made Fabergé eggs for a bit. I made like dioramas for a long while there. I used to do miniatures. Fabergé eggs. You don't know what a Fabergé egg is? Hold on, let me get you a picture of a Fabergé egg. Nothing wrong with little odd hobbies. Okay, let me show you what a Fabergé egg is. Look at this shit. Here is a Fabergé egg. Where are you? Come on, I'm trying to get something that's not AI generated. Okay, here's a good example. Alright, here is a good fucking example. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright. So the egg is a container for a diorama, right? The egg is a container for a diorama. And usually... Well, actually, I could just grab one of the ones that I've actually got. Save image. Sure. Go. Hold on. Excuse me, chat. Yes, it's true. Hold on. Excuse me. Oh, hey, look at that! Chat, I could have been doing this the whole time. We could have been reading it along with me. Has a snazzy mustache. Had to go up painting. German bloodline. If you weren't my friend, I'd be worried. You should probably still be worried. Oh, hold on. Let me see here. Hold on. Okay, so Fabergé egg. These are a pair of Fabergé eggs. So you open these eggs and they have a diorama inside of them, right? You can have ones that are like standard open. You can have ones that are more like majestic. I've done like little clockwork bits inside of them. I've done like little dioramas in them. They are usually, right? Sure, we'll show this one because this is a pretty good example too. Excuse me here. Yeah, here's more of them. I think this one might be an AI-generated image. I'm not sure. But yeah, you see what I'm getting at here? You have like a little image inside of the egg. And it's usually like a little diorama thing that you carve out by hand, and you use different eggs, and you put little decorations on them like jewels or gemstones. And they usually have like an outer layer that's really fucking cool, and then you have an inner layer, and I've been fascinated with them, and I used to make them. I used to make these. Like, these are not ones that I made, right? Mine are much less fancy. But like, I did this for a bit. I did this kind of stuff for a bit. And I used to do like lampshades using glass blowing, and I did like stained glass windows for a while. It's just, you have hobbies, you know what I mean? Like, a man needs hobbies. A man needs hobbies. You know what I mean? A man needs to have hobbies. And I dance between hobbies a lot. Honestly, VTubing is the first time I've stuck with something for a while, right? VTubing is the first time I've really stuck with a hobby for a long time. Because normally I'm like dancing between stuff. A very fragile hobby? Oh yeah, no, you have no idea how many of these I've broken over the years. Holy shit. Yeah. Actually, chat, do you guys want to be able to see the book as I'm reading, or do you guys just want to... Do you guys want to see the book as I'm reading it, or do you want to, like, see my face? I understand if you don't want to see my ugly mug. I like seeing it? Alright, alright. We will go to... I've seen one response, we will go to here. Alright. I've also got it, like, recolored on here, so you guys don't have as much to worry about. Either way is good. Hell yeah. I read twice as slow as you speak. Ah! So as you can see here, we've got the text on the screen so you guys can see what's up here. You can see the font I use, too. This is a font that I use so that I can read it easier. You guys like my font choice? This is how I usually write my books, and this is one of my favorite fonts. It makes me happy. It's a good font. It also kind of inspires my writing style, Which is part of why I write it so... No way, I've seen those exteriors before. I never knew they were supposed to have tiny dioramas inside. Yeah. They'll usually have, like, little mechanical bits inside, or little dioramas, or little, like, scenes and figures. It is not a font you can access. This is a font that was given out by the H.P. Lovecraft Society, which I was a member of. They shipped this out on CD back in the day. You're not gonna find this font. I got a font package because I used to donate to the H.P. Lovecraft Society. It's called Old Style. I love it. But it is very much just a font that was given out by the Lovecraft Society for those who were donating. Actually, you might be able to still get it from their website. Check the Lovecraft Society. They might still have it. They might have posted it up there. Because I got a physical CD with this stuff on it, right? And I backed it up. I use it on all of my operating systems. I use it on everything. I love this font. It's amazing. There's also black letter. There's also, like, headline font. It's really great for making props. It's really, really good for making props. But you can see how my general formatting on this goes, right? You can see about the size I like to keep for my paragraphs. And some of these I don't like how big they are. I prefer small, concise paragraphs. You see how these are? Like, a lot of these are really nice and small. If it gets too big, I don't like it. They sell it in a pack for $50. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Rock on. Nice, nice. Genuinely, I'm very much a big fan of the Lovecraft Society. Well, I used to be. I'm not sure if they're still the same group. So many of these groups have been, less than kind over the years. They've kind of fallen apart, a lot of them. But yeah, no, this makes it a lot easier to read, and it helps you get into a better headspace for writing. Believe it or not, font does affect you. So you can see how we're doing here. Let's see. So yeah, Sheath and Wesson are in Epsilon 2. So Epsilon 2 is Sword and Sheath, who are a brother and sister. That is a reference to something. If you catch the reference, thank you, I appreciate it. I see you also played Halo if you catch that reference. There's Sword and Sheath. There's Kaiser. And there is Wesson. That's Team Epsilon 2. Team Epsilon 1 is Christoph, Kruger, Vinzen Sr., and Sigismund. Epsilon 3, I have names for all of them, but the names of most of them are spoilers. So I don't mention them in the book at the time, and instead bring them up as I use them, right? Because I like to tease it. Some sentences just hit so hard when they're physically read. Oh yeah, oh yeah. One of the best feedback bits I have gotten on this ever is this first fucking paragraph. This first paragraph is the one that the most people actually just really love, right? That bit, so good. You can see how I label the chapters. Each of the chapters is a sentence from somewhere in the actual chapter in at least one of the revisions. Because, sometimes I put a chapter title made with text that I cut out of the script for that chapter, and then I just left it as the title. So, at one of the revisions, in one revision, every one of these titles was actually in the chapter. I don't know if they still are. Oh, man. Good night, Fake Nicks. I'm so glad you dropped in. I am so very glad you dropped in, my dude. It's a natural dopamine hit, if they're still there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know they're still there in some of these. Let's see. But yeah, no, Epsilon 3, the one thing I will say is that Epsilon 3 was a troubleshooter squad. Each one of them was supposed to be controlling an IT unit. Troubleshooters are ace pilots. In order to be a troubleshooter, you need to have 5 confirmed kills on a mech suit. Aces are only crafted. Troubleshooters are only crafted from aces. A regular IT squad is just called an IT squad, right? So when he says there's troubleshooters here, that means there were ace pilots here already, that the squad didn't know they were here, and now they're dead. Something killed the ace pilots. No, that's not stated plainly to you, but once you understand later on in the book what a troubleshooter squad is, you need like 2 times more commas. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm very bad at commas. I'm very, very, very bad at commas, okay? I am so bad at commas. I've never claimed to be a good writer. I just write a lot. You know what I mean? I'm not good at it. I just do a lot of it. And I figure the more of it I do, the faster I can be bad. I'm not going to get smarter. I'm going to get dumb faster. Better than a lot I've seen. Oh, thank you. You produce enough. Yeah, I mean, like, this is just a couple weeks worth of work. Yeah, this is just a couple weeks worth of work. And I've done 34 revisions so far. So, you know. What, we've got 21,000 words in a couple weeks here. So, I mean, that's something, right? While I'm also managing to keep doing streaming for like, 5 to 10 hours, depending. I'd say that's pretty good progress. But yeah, so Vinzen's Senior. Would you guys like to know why he's Vinzen's Senior in this? Why that's important that I notate that the private first class is Vinzen's Senior, and he is broken down sobbing over the edge of the truck, even though it's a risk that he will probably get shot in the fucking head? And he's just fucking despairing completely. Chat, first one who says it gets a cookie, a digital cookie. Imagine my surprise I finally take time to look at the chapters of Revision 25 and you send me 34. He's a father, isn't he? He was! Major Vinzenz Jr. was the lead of Epsilon 3. Major Vinzenz Jr. What's the difference between your reading out loud style versus your lecture streams? Like Super Villain? Well, that's because I'm playing a character. I'm an actor. I've been doing voice acting since 2008. Well, 2009, more like. No, I've been doing the streaming. I've been doing the streaming since the summer of 2008. During the YouTube Live stuff, I started doing streaming on my own website. I started doing acting after that. That would have been 2012, 2010? Your characters are very good. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. How did his son surpass him in rank? Okay. Pilots have in order to be a pilot at all, you have to be an officer. Vinzenz is a gunner. That's how. Vinzenz is a gunner. And remember, this is right after a war. Vinzen Sr. got drafted. Vinzen's Jr. joined up on his own. Vinzen Sr.'s never been to officer school. Vinzen's Jr. immediately went to officer school because he wanted to be a pilot. Vinzen's Jr. is a major because elite pilots, again, to be a pilot at all, you have to be an officer. You cannot be enlisted and be a pilot for a jet fighter, and you can't be enlisted and be a pilot for a mech suit. Yeah. What's the big story, big picture of the story? It is the story of the planet itself, and we're seeing it through the perspective of these people. Each chapter has a different, limited third-person perspective. You are going through being slowly introduced to the bigger and bigger picture. At its core, 1E was one of the first planets to be colonized by humanity out of humanity's solar system. It was colonized by the Prussian Empire years ago, right? Majors are not 01. Lieutenant is 01. So he's still gotten up there, right? Vinzen's is an E2. Major is E4? Where's Major on the listing? Hold on. I forget my... Major... What rank is Major? I keep fucking forgetting it. Hold on. I'm gonna get so much flack for forgetting that. I'm gonna fucking get so much flack for that. Hold on. That is that is O... Sorry, 04. 04. Yeah, he's an 04. Right below Lieutenant Colonel. Captain is the first rank that you can pilot a jet at. You have to be a captain. You have to be a captain before you can pilot a jet at all. So technically, both of them have had one promotion. Right? Major would be the head of the flight team. I believe, if I remember right. No, Major is like your elite. Ah, fuck. I'm fucking up ranks. I'm fucking up ranks. Ah. Thrown into a bunch of chaos with no idea what's going on, half the jargon being unknown. It's supposed to feel chaotic until you slowly see more and more of the world. You get more and more of the setting. You're building yourself more and more in. The chaos is supposed to help you in the long term come to grips with the setting, right? The chaos is part of the idea, right? It's like, holy shit, what's going on? What's going on? Because if you're feeling lost, congratulations, so are they. They are just as lost as you are. They are lost, dazed, and confused. Sigmund, as always, lay right next to Vince in the bed of the Technical. His coveralls and silk black hair were covered in grease, illuminated in the neon glow of the exposed engine. He kept his head down, digging into the platform, ripping out parts. Didn't look professional, but he was the expert. Sig sang along with the radio in a quiet tone. The radio in a quiet tone. Occasionally looking over at Vincent's, calm, and frowning. He dumped silica dust out of the truck's filters and knocked off deep, caked-on gunk. Deep, caked on gunk. Caked on. And knocked off deep, caked-on gunk. Inside. Comma, from inside the compartment. A week without cleaning here was like a year or two. Like a year in parts of the life. Christoph, of course, sat in the front of the cab with Kruger. Now that he wasn't driving, he spent his time whispering quiet prayers and signing on his chest. It was time that should have been spent prepping for an ambush. But after all they'd been through, Kruger let the man have his faith. The silence took his time, bleeding ahead 1 minute to the next, leaving the wind to brush up against the skin, harsh crystals that cut against him. The whistling of the hills echoed out in all directions, and light fog started to roll in close, the sandstorm still looming in the distance. Kruger looked at that call button, ready to hit again. As he took a breath, the radio chirped to life once more, causing a chuckle. EP1 Causeway, clear copy. Confirm EP3 out of action. Confirm grid for incident.
The chipper joy was gone from him. Morse sounded somber. His silky voice turned stern and professional. If Kruger didn't know better, he accused command of having a heart. The wind kept rolling, and the massive road kept winding. It was as if everything stayed the same as it had been prior. The only difference was 4 less men under Kruger's command, 4 more corpses. They were all at the foot of that topless mountain. The signal booster stuck high into the sky, blinking out in red and green. The sign at the base of the mountain was entirely in Cyrillic. The only word, Katorga. Down the side of the tower hung a massive rusted metal crab. Its claw grasped firmly onto the superstructure and rusted into place. It looked a bit different than the ITs Kruger had seen during the war. Cheaper, yet better armed. The rust was a bit of a comfort. It meant whatever had gone down here had long finished. The radio was finally clear as day here. The planet's natural interference cut clean through. Something about this place had Kristoff's face white as a sheet as he looked around the sky. At the graveyard. I don't know how that one flows. I don't like that one.
How do you feel about semicolons? I still don't understand them. They scare me. Semicolons scare me. Save me from the semicolons. I don't know how to use them. People keep explaining, and I keep looking at them, and I'm like, maybe. Maybe. I'm scared. They're like magic. Yeah, dark magic. Burn the witch. Burn the witch.
When you want to connect 2 unconnected thoughts.
Well, what do I want to do? What if I want to connect 2 connected thoughts?
The radio was finally clear as day here. The planet's natural interference cut clean through. Something about this place had Kristoff's face white as a sheet as he looked around at the sky. White as a sheet. He looked around at the sky at the graveyard. Holy Michael Archangel, defend us in this day of battle. He began clinging tightly to his G-Weapon. Be our safeguard against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. Kruger reached out towards him for a moment before shaking his head, letting the man continue. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of Heavenly Hosts, by the power of God, thrust down to hell Satan, and all wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. Amen. It's a separator for 2 sentences you want to combine into one. Why else would you use one?
You did it. I did it. I did it. Hooray! Now I just have to do it a few hundred more times. We're gonna figure it out eventually. But yeah, chat. Kristoff is freaking the fuck out and starts praying to Holy Michael Archangel. For some reason. But he's not the main character, so we don't get to see what he's thinking. You see how I do this stuff, right? Because there is a reason why Kristoff is freaking out so fucking hard now that they've got a pure signal. But Kruger doesn't know why, so we don't know why, right? Once we get to Kristoff's perspective eventually, at a later chapter, then we'll learn why. But right now, Kruger doesn't know, so we don't know. And so it's a bit confusing, and we're about as lost as Kruger is, right? And anything that happens that Kruger doesn't see, we don't see. If it's described in this chapter, Kruger knows it happened. And he noticed it. And moving forward through the later chapters, I try to keep that in mind. The only things people mention are things they've noticed. And if someone talks and just says, the person said X, instead of actually having the discussion or the dialogue of the person saying it, it is because the person who is listening isn't. It's because they're tuning it out. So anytime a dialogue's written, it's because it's heard. That's what I'm trying to get anyway, and I don't always do it right.
The way Kristoff prayed, one could be forgiven for thinking they were walking into the gaping maw of hell. Those Kruger looked up at that massive... hell. Oh. Those Kruger looked up at the massive 70-meter-tall scorpion. No. I need to rework this. This is not right. This does not feel right. Kruger looked up at the massive 70-meter-tall Soviet scorpion and had its torso rolled through to allow the rolling of the Tokusatsu. He couldn't help but think the young priest may have been important. I don't know. Because they're looking... Okay, so this is a 10-lane highway. And the 10-lane highway is running through the dead center of a 70-meter-tall mech that was just blown in half. And is just left there. And instead of removing it, they put another hole in it and just put the highway right through. Which tells you the scorpion was there before the graveyard. Because the graveyard, if the graveyard had been there when the Prussian Empire made the highway, they would have marked it on the map. But the scorpion was there, which tells you the scorpion is older than the crab. Because the scorpions were what the Soviets used before they came up with the crab design. And that is world building that I don't mention, I don't describe. The older mechs are bigger. Now you may ask Himawari, why is it the older mechs are larger and the newer mechs are smaller? Because the older mechs were made before you had to worry about massive missiles. Basically, they used to make really, really big mechs. Then they realized that you can kind of just destroy a single mech that's that big with a big bomb. And so they weren't really practical. So people use them for a time, but you've got like maybe 20 of them on the planet that are those massive old style mechs. And usually if you're seeing them, it is a literal 70-meter tall torso in the middle of the highway that they blew a hole through to build a road because they didn't want to go around it and they didn't want to harvest it. It is a scorpion-type mech. It has a massive, like, tail that would have, like, a laser in the back of it, right? And again, they don't make the 70-meter tall mechs anymore. They're keeping them to, like, the tallest you will see a mech that is a newly made mech is about 20 meters, right? Most mechs are 10 meters, right? Because you want them to be short enough that they can hide. So that long-range missiles aren't going to hit them and destroy them, right? Big mechs sound really cool, right? Big mechs sound amazing. And when the computers were larger, they needed bigger mechs, right? Because computer tech has been slowly catching up. They had the ability to put their brains in machines before they had the computers to make it work properly. So the old school 70-meter tall mechs are 70 meters tall because there is a massive complex of supercomputer inside the mech, right? And you need that for it to function. But it's a massive fuck-off target that you can take out with a few missiles.
So there was a very short period of time where they were used. They're massive, they're cool looking, there's cities made inside of them. They're amazing. But they're not practical. And again, they were only practical because the Prussian Empire and the Soviets, they thought that resources were infinite, and they just keep finding planets that they could harvest. So if you think your resources are infinite, you're gonna make ridiculous shit, right? They're like, oh, well, hey, we keep finding planets with all these resources. We're just gonna make this stuff, and we're gonna make it the biggest and the coolest and everything else. And then they're like, wait, we keep making these. They take forever to make. They're getting destroyed fast. Shit. Huh. Huh. And you'll also note that by Kruger's comment, right? He comments up that it's different than the ITs that Kruger had seen during the war. Cheaper yet better armed. So you can see the Soviets go from these massive, beautiful, extreme, crazy, hyper over-the-top suits early in the war, during the war, and then post-war, they're making them cheaper. They're making them as low cost as they can. They're making them small. They're making them low cost. They're making them simpler, right? And they're dumping all of that extra money into the mechs. Is this somewhere we can read the whole chat? No. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm gonna release it eventually, right? The eventual release structure is going to be one chapter per week posted to a light novel site. I'm gonna post one of these a week after I'm done writing it. But we're gonna review it now. You know what I mean? I don't like posting it because I know I'm gonna revise it a lot. This is very different from the versions that I initially sent out, right? Very, very different. I'm modifying it as we go. I'm rewriting stuff. There's entire chapters have been like completely rewritten and reorganized as I go because I'm trying to make sure everything fits together in the best way it can. The way Christoph prayed, one could be forgiven for thinking they were walking into the gaping maw of hell. Kruger looked up at the massive 70-meter tall Soviet Scorpion that had its torso blown through to allow the rolling of the Autobahn. Looking at it, looking through it, he couldn't. Looking through it, comma. Oh, looking through it, question mark? Yeah. Looking through it, he couldn't help but think the young priest man had a point. There we go. The way Christoph prayed, one would be forgiven for thinking they were walking into the gaping maw of hell. Kruger looked up at the massive 70-meter tall Soviet Scorpion that had its torso blown. Ah, there we go. I'm just gonna get rid of the word Soviet. I'm going to get rid of the word Soviet so it can flow a little bit better. So people can think it's either Soviet or that it's Prussian. Because the Prussian ones are, you know, the massive 70-meter tall Scorpion that had its torso blown through to allow rolling of the moves on. Looking through it, he couldn't help but think the young priest may have had a point. Christoph, pull it together. Eyes steady for the Soviets. Need you to pull evasive if we get eyes on any enemy IT or TERS. Grabs could be anywhere with all these suits about. Vins, I need you. Christoph, pull it together. Christoph, pull it together. Pull it together, private. No, he's Lance Corporal. Christoph, pull it together, Corporal. Yeah. So he's just like reminding him that he's Corporal. Christoph, pull it together, Corporal. Eyes ready for Soviets. Need you to pull evasive if we get eyes on any enemy IT or TERS. Need you to pull evasive if we get any eyes on enemy IT. Enemy IT or TERS. Grabs could be anywhere with all these suits about. Vins, I need you. Kruger raised his voice louder. Private Vincents! There wasn't a response from behind. Kruger's eyes shifted back, leaning against the spiderweb back panel of the truck. Spiderweb panel. There we go. The spiderwebbed. Yeah, I don't like doing dashes. You know what? I'll do it. There wasn't a response from behind. Kruger's eyes shifted back against the spiderweb panel of the truck. Specialist Sigismund! Get Vin's combat ready, damn it. We're naked out here without that gun. A light pause. I don't care how it's done, just get it done yesterday. I'd buy a surplus one for my house. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Vins, I need you. Kruger bases with his ladder. Private Vincent! I'm gonna put an exclamation point there. There wasn't a response. There was no response. There was no response from behind. Kruger's eyes shifted back, leaning against the spiderweb panel. Low sigh. Specialist Sigismund. Get Vin's combat ready, damn it. Now I'm gonna cut that. Specialist Sigismund, get Vin's combat ready. We're naked out here without that gun. Light pause. I don't care how it's done. Just get it done yesterday. Light pause, almost letting Sig get in a word. Light pause, almost letting Sig get in a word. Kruger cut him off. There we go, hold on. There we go! Look! See? I can use semicolons when I'm drug across them. A light pause, almost letting Sig get in a word. Kruger cut him off. I don't care how it's done, just get it done yesterday. Sigmund grabbed hold of Vincenz by the shoulder, dragging the PFC to his feet before dusting off his shoulders. Even if it took it. Even if it took him yeah, okay. Nope, hold on. There we go. Hold on, boys! We're bringing out the semicolon! We're doing it twice! Sigmund grabbed hold of Vin's by the shoulder, dragging the PFC to his feet before dusting off his shoulders. By the arm. Yeah, by the arm. We're gonna say by the arm. That way it's not saying shoulder twice. Sigmund grabbed hold of Vin's by the arm. I'm gonna get Vin's, because it reads better. Sigmund grabbed hold of Vin's by the arm, dragging the PFC to his feet before dusting off his shoulders. Even took him standing on his toes to manage him. Go on, Buck. Your girlie wouldn't want you dead too. And neither would your pa, eh? Eyes on the wedding. Pa? Yeah, pa. So, for reference, Vin's, despite having an adult son and being ready to get married, still lives with his dad. This is a subtle little bit. The man's in the military. He's got a fully grown kid. He's getting married, and he still lives with his dad. That's all that says. Yeah, Vincenz is still living with his folks. And he's also getting ready. He's getting ready to get married. He's got a kid, which tells you that he's either been widowed before, or he never got married for the first kid, and he's now getting married. He's got a son who's old enough to be in the military. Vincenz looked off in the distance, dead silent, not moving, just looking. A loud slap echoed out after a few moments as Sigmund struck him. Snap out of it already, big man! And maybe we'll live yet, eh?
Vincenz held his own hand inside his face, pulling it away and looking at it in fair state of shock. He blinked several times. See, look, I'm adding more of these. Pulling it away in fair state of shock. He blinked several times. His eyes were still looking miles off through his hand, through the trunk. The silent giant lumbered back to a stand before hopping into the yard. He pulled the cigarette out from his ear where it had been smoldering away and tossed it back to the corner of his mouth. The first words out of Vince's mouth were somber. Words out of Vince. Did you apostrophe the word "and" for his weird dialect? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Okay. Sigmund's an Afrikaner. Sigmund is an Afrikaner. So that's why he's got this weird dialect. Sigmund is an Afrikaner. Vince is a Prussian. Christoph is English. Wesson's American. You haven't met him yet. They're wearing the uniforms for the local forces because they're assigned with the local forces, but not all of them are local forces, right? Well, okay, so all of Epsilon 1 are actively members of the planet's military, right? All the members of Epsilon 2 are mercenaries. All the members of Epsilon 3 were pilots. Let's see what we got here. There we go. Snap out of it already, big man, and maybe we'll live yet, eh? Vincenz held his hand to the side of his face, pulling it away and looking at it in a fair state of shock. He blinked several times. His eyes were still looking miles off through his hand, through the trunk, through the planet. I feel like there's another sentence that ends there. I feel like we need something else. At least he wasn't sobbing. There we go. Yeah, I know! It's great, right? Luckily, it's a small crowd. And here's the thing. I like having my work critiqued because it means I can fix it. And I want to get better. Actually, I want to be bad fast, so I can be better longer. The silent giant lumbered back to his stand before hopping up on his knee. He pulled the cigarette from his ear, and smoldering, and tossed it back into his mouth. The first words out of his mouth were somber. His voice deep as a valley, slow and steady. His eyes half closed as he rolled the helmet out slowly onto his head. And onto a spark as he plugged it. Sigmund was already flicking the switches ready for the power of the elements. As long as we're alive, got nothing to apologize for, bro. He ran through the checklist as fast as his little fingers could manage. On the side. You know what? Wormed. There we go. Wormed! 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 Best keep that way, though. Unless I get really mad. Slapped you for. Next, I'm clipping the spritzer. Clipping is stealing. A spritzer
is a water bottle that's got a little spray bottle nozzle on it. Kruger turned back to the bed of the truck, a tired smirk crossing his face. They might have been idiots, but they were his idiots. Here's proud every single one. Causeway, Epsilon 1, grid is Romeo Tango 9 or 8, tree by 041. Wreckage off track south side. Negative movement observed. Holding position, deploying sticks to secure area. Signals active ahead, but we're eyes for ambushes. Eyes on for ambushes. We've got eyes on abandoned IT ordnance. We'll mark for retrieval. Good night, Kerman. Good night. 28-meter tall husk of humanoid body. No, not 28. It's supposed to be 18. It's supposed to be 18, not 28. Provided perfect shade and color. Boom. A moment of cool respite. That's the right way to use that, right? Ah, dang it.
Ah! Ah! I'm dropping things.
Yeah! Hand, comma, the man. Hand the man. Hand the man, hand the man. Ah, there it is. Hand, comma. The man's smile faltering for just a second. The 18-meter tall husk of humanoid metal provided perfect shade and comfort. Respite. The frame was half sticking out of the white sand. There you go. The arm of the suit sticking high. The arm of the suit sticking high into the open air. Still clinging. Stuck. I'm not using present tense and past tense together. The arm of the suit stuck high into the open air, still clinging to life. It looked desperate. As if a machine could be. Its massive rifle blocked the side of the road next to it. That's another one doing the exact same thing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Get rid of that. Its massive frame. There we go. It looked desperate as if a machine could be. Hold on. I'm gonna use parentheticals. Chat? See that? We got parentheticals now! I'm using more things! It looked desperate, parenthetical, as a machine could be. Yeah, you like that? You like that? Yeah. I'm not sure if that's how you use those. I think that's how you use those. Is that how you use those? I don't know. Its massive frame blocked the side of the road next to it. Locked. Its massive frame blocked the side road behind it. Blocked the side road behind it. It broke off into the IT graveyard. Broke off into the Broke off into the graveyard. Broke off into the graveyard. Crossed beneath massive gate. Said road crossed beneath a massive brick gate. The if got lost. Thank you. As if a machine could be.
Massive frame blocked the side of the road next to it and broke off in the way. Said road crossed beneath a massive road. Oh wait, we'll stack this. Words across. Words across the stop. Made in long since rusty. You guys know what this is? Chat? You know what this is? This is a phrase that was used in Soviet concentration camps. It's basically the phrase that was later attributed to German concentration camps. As it turns out, who knows? But the phrase was originally used in Soviet concentration camps. Small flakes of gold remained that once had coated the sun. Yeah, small flakes of gold remained that once had coated the sign's surface, much blown off by the force of the sands, carried by storms like the one that had been approaching in the distance. By the force of by the sandblast. Yeah, you know what? Blown off by sandblast. I say, there we go. Said road crossed beneath a massive brick gate. German brain rot. Yeah, it's there. No, Soviets used the phrase for a time period before phasing it out. Yeah. They used it on their prison labor camps and their prison concentration camps. Germans had concentration camps as well, but the Soviet ones were the originator of the phrase that the Germans then later took inspiration from. But yeah. As you can see, it was in gold lettering. Isn't that great? Hooray! Hooray! As a reminder, that's blocking off the mass graveyard loaded with mech suits. Logical question arising. Why is that on a storage facility for downed mechs? And that's exactly what I want the reader questioning. Because any reader who knows the Russian will know what it was used for, or at the very least what it means. Anyone who knows what it means will be familiar, if not with the Russian version of the thing, they'll be familiar with the German version. But there's no prison there. And katorga is also a term for prison. A katorga is a Russian prison. So the graveyard with all those suits is a prison. But there's no jail cells. Just a bunch of mech suits. Yep. Yep. Draw your own conclusions as you will. I wonder what kind of chow hall you can fit in a mech. Ha! Yeah. Yeah. You think the proportional suits actually do anything for the fit shock? Sig called out from the back, looking at the suit. Its face that of the operator, which had once pioneered. Part of where the user had sit had been blown clean out. I'm kind of repeating the earlier bit. Small flakes remained, comma, once coating the signed surface. Oh! I can see that. Once coating the signed surface. Yeah.
Yeah. Blown off by sandblasts, carried by storms like the one that is approaching from a distance. Like the one that is approaching. By the one approaching. No. By the one approaching in the distance. There we go. We're not going for a maximum word count. We're going for good flow. You think the proportional suits actually do anything for fit shot? It's cold out from the back. Its face that of the Its face was that. Yeah, its face was that. It was that of the operator which the heart of the user would sit had been blown out. Just like the others. Hey, Chili, we're going over a book! We're doing reviews of my own novel that I'm writing. And you guys get to help judge me. It's great. This metal mangled out. This metal mangled outward as if something had dug its way from the heart, and in the process turned the silica to glass around it. That's what the manual says. Christoph spoke as he threw the parking brake, before locking his eyes on those. He stared at their own reflections in those dead, lifeless eyes, not even looking at Kruger. He finally voiced his distaste for the whole thing. Permission to speak freely, Sergeant. Because he uses the more professional, because he's getting ready to do this. I don't read books, so you're doing good.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, Victor, thank you.
Granted, Corporal. Within reason. Kruger barked back. Taking a quick check over the truck's dials. Water storage, 30%. 5,000 rounds, 492 by 34mm caseless munitions, 400 rounds of the 300 Magnum, and 2 AT rockets for their Panzer Faust. They were all but spent. There we go. I don't like this one bit, son. I don't like this one bit, son. We're headed into a trap. There's no way that IED was just a one-time landmine. We're both aware of that face. We're both aware of that face. That is not what that was supposed to say. And we're both aware of that face. That's not even supposed to be there. Hold on. I don't like this one bit, son. We're headed into a trap. There's no way that IED was just a one-time landmine. Standard operations procedure clearly states that this isn't your operation. Ah! This isn't your operation. The word said Christoph dead silent. Noted, Corporal. SOP says we secure the LZ for a Casevac. We move, we hold, we survive. Eyes up. Just hold stiff. You can take over when I'm dead. Kruger patted the young corporal on the shoulder, a bit of a firm grasp. If you're patient, won't even have to wait that long. Yeah. Yeah. You like that? Christoph narrowed his eyes for just a fraction of a minute. The right side of his mouth twitching. His hands fell. Back to his icon of St. George. Back to his icon. That's what's got me worried, Sarn. Far behind in the rearview mirror, Kruger could see Epsilon 2 laying around. He watched the two as his eyes drifted, waiting for a sponsor, Kaiser or Sword. He hoped they were at least taking this a little bit better. Taking this a bit better. He hoped they were at least taking this a little bit better.
taking this a little better. There we go. There we go! How you doing, Chili? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Excuse me for a second as I get some drink here. Get me some drink down my gullet. Hydrate! Far behind in the rearview mirror, Kruger could see Epsilon and 2 laying a perimeter. He watched those two as his eyes drifted, waiting for a response. He watched them. He watched them. As his eyes drifted, waiting for a response from Kaiser or Sword. Yep, they're at least taking this a little better. The white light shone out, catching Kruger's attention. There was a signal from Kaiser and his mercs at Epsilon 2. He flicked the switch on the cabs. Attention. Aha! Semicolon! Yes! I've been okay, man. I'm on the wrong side of my mid-30s now. I'm feeling old. Well, stop that! Well, stop that! You're not old, brother. You're not old. You're getting old, but you're not yet. You got at least until you're 40 before you're old. Maybe 50. Don't think about why I'm moving the goalposts like that. It's all right. Don't consider it. It's fine. The white light shone out, catching Kruger's attention. It was a signal from Kaiser and his mercs in Epsilon 2. He flicked the switch on the cab's hood, standing up on the seat so he could look out. The hatch. He flashed back a green and white from his signal mount. The body language of the overly muscular man on the hill shifting to a more relaxed. Before a green flash returned. It'll be 60 in no time. Exactly! Exactly. And we're just gonna keep pushing that title old keeps moving on. Keeps moving on, man. Keep. It's okay. Don't worry why I'm so keen to just push that away. That's going away. Very far away. The white light shone out, catching Kruger's attention. It was a signal from Kaiser and his mercs in Epsilon 2. He flicked the switch on the cab hood, stood up. Standing up. Hood, comma, standing up from the seat. Standing up on the seat, comma. So we could take a look, so we could look out the hatch. So we could look out the hatch. I feel like that needs to go there. I feel like that can get broke there. You know what I mean? He flashed back a green and a white from his signal mount. The body language on the overly muscular man on the hill shifting, more relaxed before the green flash returned. Kaiser's eyes drifted back to the smoke from Epsilon 3. It stank of burning bologna, soaked in kerosene. The smell permeating everything, even this far off. Permeated. Yeah, there we go. Kerosene. The smell permeated everything, even this far off. He wasn't sure he still smelled it, or the memory. Cab's hood? Oh! Yeah, cause it's the cab owns the hood, right? Ah! I'm learning, chat! Kruger's eyes drifted back to the smoke from Epsilon 3. It stank of burning bologna, soaked in kerosene. The smell permeated everything, even this far off. He wasn't even sure if he still smelled it. There we go. He wasn't even sure. He wasn't even sure if he still smelled it. Comma, or the memory. The sight sent a chill down his spine. He shook it off. Yeah, let's try shook it off. Epsilon 1 confirmed. Gasovac is spinning up with troubleshooters attached. ETA 15 mics. Ridgeback Transit on standby at Honda Hook.
Maintain POS. Report contact. Confirm strength of remaining element.
Sigmund nodded his head before speaking up.
That's right, Leckerhaven.
They're sending the department this way. A light jab to the big man's midsection. Get you back for your wedding yet? And in one piece of your girlie doesn't cut my head off. Christoph narrowed his eyes further. A light twitch in his left eye as he checked the readouts of the radio trailer hooked to the back of the truck. He rested his hand across his mouth, double-checking the map once more, softly muttering to himself. Got 2 sticks ready. Fit for a fight. Weapons comms intact. IT troubleshooters were with Epsilon 3 during core breach. Presume lost a current. We're still in 2. We're setting a defensive, and we'll wreck your signal when you go. Advise ROE.
Oh, sorry. I didn't actually put in what he muttered. Because that's Kruger. And that's a problem, right? Because Christoph's muttering to himself. It's supposed to be that Kruger just doesn't care what Christoph's muttering. But there's got to be a better way to put that, right? Because again, anytime Christoph doesn't care, because he's the narrator in this section, in this chapter, it's not there. And Kruger's, kind of not happy with Christoph at that point. Kruger carried on anyway. We got 2 sticks ready, 8 men in all, fit for a fight. Weapons, comms intact. Our troubleshooters were with Epsilon 3. During core breach. Presumed lost at current, but we're still waiting on a report from EP2. Set a defensive, and we'll wreck you to your signal on your go. Advise ROE.
Kruger let his finger back off the radio button,
Comma!
trying to take his eyes off the team.
Comma!
Green.
Comma!
Plume of smoke.
Right? Right? Right?
Might not have eyes on 3 anymore, but he didn't need it for his imagination.
But he didn't need it.
Comma. For his imagination to do it. His face soured looking at the smoke as it rose. He could still remember the first time he'd seen it. He remembered the crackle, the sickening pops. It was only for the briefest moment, but he found himself back in that place. Constantinople. The night of the counter blitz. And the Soviets nuked it.
Would that be that? There we go. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know if that one doesn't feel like it's good. The night the Soviets hit it. Just put it destroyed it.
He bit a little kid looking up to the sky as Soviet flyers blotted it out completely.
There we go. Soviet flyers and artillery. There we go.
He bit a little kid looking up in the sky as Soviet flyers and artillery blotted out completely.
Dash the. Oh. Yeah, because that's right. You can do like the... I keep forgetting you can do that. Oh, yeah. Because you can use that as a continuation of the thing. Minus the. Oh. I thought you were talking about the, It's better for us to cut the extra words so we can have a little bit more punchy, right? Kruger's punchy. Kruger's punchy.
You remember the crackling and sickening pops. It was only for the briefest moment, but he found himself back in that place. Constantinople. The night of the counterfeits. The Soviets destroyed it.
I don't know if that one's right. That doesn't feel right, but it might be right.
He'd been a little kid looking up at the sky as Soviet flyers and artillery blotted out completely. Kruger tried to pull his sister free the best he could, grabbing hold of her arm. She screamed for him to leave her, tears rolling down her face. He wasn't going to let her go. He could never let her go.
She needed him. There we go.
Kristoff's hand on his shoulder ripped him back to reality, the corporal looking at him with genuine concern. The voice of Horst interrupted whatever it was Kristoff had started to say.
Epsilon 1 Causeway, you are clear to engage on site. You are clear to engage on site, but keep tight. Avoid civvies, push signal, identify source, and report. Gasovac needs a secure LZ. Ridgeback will loiter after dropping troubleshooters in case things get hairy. Stay sharp, Sergeant Kruger. Causeway out.
Kruger cleared his throat, responding as professionally as he could, finally tearing away his dull gray eyes from the smoke.
Affirmative. Moving to contact. We'll update on source. Epsilon out. And that's chapter 1. In 4 hours, we made it through chapter 1. In 4 fucking hours! We made it through chapter 1! Fuck! No! 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 I thought I'd read this whole thing in 4 hours! Oh, jeez. Alright. Let's read the whole fucking chapter. Like a contraction removal from military dialogue? Yeah. We shouldn't be using contractions in there unless it's, important there. So you can see that Kruger is shortening and contracting. I want to make it so that Horst does not. Although, I might just make it so that neither one does. I'm not sure. It's all simple stuff, just need an editor to tear it up a bit. I do. Alright, I'm going to read the entire chapter. Top to end of chapter, one more time. Are you guys ready? We're getting an actual chapter read now after 4 fucking hours of the entire thing.
Chapter 1, pull it together. Kruger hit the dashboard hard, bad enough it nearly knocked him out cold. He held his head in both hands as he pushed himself back up to a proper position. Blood dripped down his forehead and into his eyes, made it hard to think, harder to see. From the old tinny speakers of the truck, some old man sang about Constantinople. It was a low and somber tune. He thought hard about turning it off, but it proved good for morale. Well, the morale of the entire group that wasn't him. He leaned back, unzipping his IFAC as the truck bounded, throwing him about like a rag doll. Throwing him about, like a rag doll, right? No, we're not doing that. We're not stopping. We're going. He took out a bandage from inside, slowly tended to his welling wounds the best way he could, pulling gray hairs out of the way. As his eyes slowly adjusted back to the world around him, he took in his surroundings, working them after checklist. Rolling hills of white, silica, sand, stretched wide in all directions, tinted by the red dwarf sun up above. Darkening twilight skies shimmered a mix of brilliant blue and orange where the sun never set. There was a thin mist that covered everything, making for a miserable, wet heat. Yet somehow this place still managed to feel bone dry at the same time. The water only collected for a moment, before drying right back off. As it left, he felt drier. But when it was there. Yeah. They rolled down the Bundesautobahn. That lonesome road was cracked and worn, faded to the bone white, full of potholes that kept kicking the crab every which way. It was hard to keep himself steady, even with the arm bump nearby. Their only companion was a small white dove floating overhead as it had been since the attack. No matter how many times they'd held the call, the damn things always came back. There we go. Kruger had to hand it to whoever brought the things to Trappist. They made good eating and were easy hunting. In the distance, it looked like another silica storm was brewing. Their convoy was throwing a cloud of the stuff high into the sky behind as they rolled along. They stuck to everything, building a thick layer over the mirrored chrome of the anti-air lorry. The dust on the distance would at least make their own stand out a bit less. The lorry's turbine gave a steady hum. It barely drowned the music as it rattled. Another flash of green light came from further up the road.
Christoph! We should be at the edge of the clear zone. Get comms online and pull off on the shoulder once we're clear.
A soft pat on the driver's shoulder and a snapping motion from Kruger. Christoph was a wiry man. With a shiny bald head and orthodox icon of some dead saint hanging around his neck. The man's mustache looked about ready to eat the rest of his badly burnt face, and he looked sour as ever with those dark blue eyes. Dantic as fuck. Doesn't wet and miserable sound better than miserable and wet?
Short than long? Fine, we can stop the read so I can go back and fix it. Fine, I'm going back. We're going back up. I was gonna do a cool, read through, and then we're like, wait a second. We fucked it up still. Hold on. Piece of shit. No, I genuinely appreciate it. Wet, miserable heat. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm just giving you shit, brother. I'm just giving you shit. I genuinely appreciate it. Okay, where were we? Okay.
The lorry's turbine gave a steady hum. It barely drowned out the music as it rattled. Another flash of green light came from further up the road.
Christoph! Should be at the edge of the clear zone. Get comms online. Pull off the shoulder once we're clear.
A soft pat on the driver's shoulder and a snapping motion from Kruger. Christoph was a wiry man. There we go. Christoph was a wiry man with a shiny bald head and an orthodox icon of some dead saint hanging around his neck. The man's mustache looked about ready to eat the rest of his badly burned face, and he looked sour as ever with those dark blue eyes. Kruger groaned, letting his hand rest down on the cracked gray leather of the truck's bench seating with a thud. His khaki uniform stuck hard to his skin. His old campaign hat ready to fall apart at the seams from the constant cycle of drying and soaking. That soft acoustic guitar kept on playing. Even if he couldn't make out the lyrics from the speaker, he knew. The anthem by heart.
They're playing, period. New statement.
Even if he couldn't make out the lyrics from the speaker, he knew the anthem by heart. There were few again.
Aha!
He looked off into the distance in silence. You can always go back to your memories, Sarn. Christoph spoke in a low voice, holding that icon to his lips for a kiss. But there's no one waiting for you there. His eyes were locked to the far distant road. 70 years is a long time to beat yourself up. He tried to force the idea out of his head. He reached the dashboard, grabbing hold of the handheld receiver and clicked it to life, watching that little dove fly away.
Causeway, this is Verkrag Epsilon 1.
Kruger's voice sounded haggard and worn. His words barely tumbled out before he took a sip from his canteen. He looked down at his fingers, realizing he hadn't been able. Causeway. This is Verkrag Epsilon 1. Oh, hold on.
There we go. There we go.
The second attempt and the words came through just fine. He could feel himself starting to see double as he lurched about the cab. Another plot hole in the road sent him slamming into the window.
Ha! Keep her steady, Corporal. Hands on the wheel. We lost enough men already without you throwing us in a ditch.
He looked towards Christoph and pulled his hand off his icon of St. George. Back to the road. They finally leveled out from the truck's rocking and began to slow.
Solid work, Priest. Make a chauffeur out of you yet. By the way, you'll note the first time around, Kruger calls it some dead saint. The second time around, he mentions it's St. George, showing that he knew who the saint was, but he was pissed off, and he's calming down, which is showing that you're getting further away from the initial fight.
To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked like glass. It had been melted and twisted into a pile. Atop it rested a giant metal crab, sat clinging for life to a broadcasting mast that still blinked out Morse code. They were lucky the thing looked long dead.
How do you feel yourself seeing double? You know what? That's actually a really good point. How do you? Actually thinking about it, how did you just would see double? Oh, I remember. There's a sentence that was cut, and I didn't fully cut it. It was, he could feel himself passing out. He was starting to see double. That was a bigger sentence originally, but I didn't want it to be a run-on sentence. That was it. That was it. Hold on. Where was that? Hold on. Where was that? Hold on. Down, down, down. Okay, down, not up. Down. I'm gonna try putting that back, and we'll see what we got. You can feel himself starting to pass out. Starting to pass out. Starting to pass out. See double. Is that how you use that? Wait, am I using that right? Is that right? Or would it be on both sides? Right? Because it's in a side, right? No. Yes? No. Yes? No. I'm not a native English speaker. I'm not either! I know people forget that. This is hard. I'm doing better than you'd expect, at least. Pass out, comma, seeing double, comma. Okay. So starting to pass out, comma, seeing double. You're doing amazing. I know, right?
He could feel himself starting to pass out, seeing double as he lurched about the cab. Another pothole in the road sent him slamming into the window.
Keep her steady, Corporal. Hands on the wheel. We lost enough men already without you throwing us in a ditch.
He looked towards Kristoff, who pulled his hand off his icon of St. George and back to the middle of the aisle. They finally leveled out, the trucks rocking, beginning to slow.
Solid work, Priest. Make a chauffeur out of you yet.
The north stood a large, bright red mountain, what looked like glass. It had been melted and twisted into a pile, and atop it, rested a giant metal crab.
Wait, hold on.
To the north stood a large, bright red mountain of what looked like glass. It had been melted and twisted into a pile. Atop it rested a giant metal crab sat clinging for life to a broadcasting mast that still blinked out Morse code.
What if we just said still blinked Morse code? We don't really need out, right? We can cut that word to make it more sharp.
They were lucky. They were lucky the thing looked long dead.
They were lucky, comma, the thing looked long dead. There you go. Sorry, there's a broadcast tower, but...
Kristoff pulled them into the shadow of a 12-meter-tall chrome knight. It loomed high overhead, its torso blown clean from some sort of explosion. The heat was still radiating from its decimated core.
If you want to be a writer, you must have two things above all others. Read a lot and write a lot. No around those two things that I'm aware of. No shortcut. Where's the meth come into it? Oh, sorry, it's Stephen King, so cocaine. Where's the cocaine come into it? Mr. King! Mr. King! Where does the cocaine come into it? Oh, cocaine. I want to know where that fits in. Do you know a good supplier, Mr. King? It's between lines like a lot of cocaine. Cocaine. Sorry, there's the broadcast tower, but Christoph pulled them into the shadow of a 12-meter-tall chrome knight. It loomed high overhead, its torso blown clean out from some sort of explosion. The heat was still radiating from its decimated core. The mech's face was frozen, its eyes locked open in terror. It dipped deep into the canyon valley. Place ain't on the maps, aren't. Ain't it queer there's already a troubleshooters about? Christoph's words hung thick in the air. To the south stood a wall of similar suits to the one that dwarfed them. Similar suits to the one that dwarfed them. Yeah. It stretched on for miles far off in the distance, well beyond the horizon. There was movement up there. It seemed to just be old Soviet drones, buzzing around, chopping down the overgrowth. Massive bedrock trees that loomed on every side of it and even through its center. Kruger called out over comm. Called it out over comm. Called movement out. Called the movement. Called the movement out over comms before finally answering Christoph. Eyes locked, open in terror. Ah! Where are you? I literally just read it. Eyes locked, open in terror. Boom! There we go. To the south stood a wall of similar suits to the one that had dwarfed them. It stretched on for miles far in the distance, well beyond the horizon. There was movement there, but it seemed to just be the old Soviet drones, buzzing around, chopping down. Massive mangrove trees loomed on all sides of it, and even through its center. Kruger called the movement before finally answering Christoph. Just ate the most delicious chicken dinner.
Ooh, thank you for sharing. I like chicken.
Did you bring enough for the class? Chapter's going good. We're reading through. We're doing another read-through. We finished one chapter, full read-through. Now we're going the read-through right now. So settle in. You're in for some ASMR type time. Except it's not ASMR, because I've been told that that requires a silent audience perspective by an expert. Ruger called the movement out of her comms before finally answering Christoph. Corporal, just because we don't have records on a place doesn't stop it from existing. I can't have you chasing ghosts out here. I need everyone in top shape. Ruger narrowed his eyes at his own reflection in the suit. Realizing for the first time how old he managed to get somewhere. We secure this area for Causeway, and we can start salvage ops by the week's end. Those massive metal war machines littered the ground in their hundreds. Soviet Crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized units. Soviet Crab and Soviet Crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits. Right? No. They dwarfed everything else. Two of the Prussian ITs stood a full 70 meters of ebony and gold, still visible even so far away through the haze. One in the middle. One in the middle of the road. There we go. There we go. Sure, I'll shift it. Why not? I'll shift it. Shh, don't tell anyone. Ep1, that Causeway, set. Came the response crackling through the radio. It proved clearer than it had been a moment. Now, it proved clearer that it... That's hard to read. Ep1, this Causeway, sent. Came the response crackling through the radio. It proved clearer than it had been a few moments prior, but it wasn't range yet. Now me have good news. Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome too. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. Nearly lost in the static, his voice came through just enough to be legible.
It felt almost good to hear. How about remove those from the paragraph beginning? Yeah. It doesn't really add anything, does it? It doesn't really add anything. Massive metal war machines littered the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits alike, ranging from 30... Ranging from 30 meters tall. Wait. Yeah. Ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall. They dwarfed everything else. Wait, hold on. Like, period. Space. Ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall, comma, they dwarfed everything else. Yeah. Two of the Prussian IT stood a full 70 meters of ebony and gold. Still visible. Still visible even so far away. Through the haze. One stood in the middle of the road. Through the haze, one stood. One stood in the middle of the road. There we go. Massive metal war machine. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits. Mechanized suits ranging from 10... Hold on. Mechanized suits, comma, ranging from 10 to 10 meters tall. Period. They dwarfed everything else. Wait. Like that. Right? Massive metal war machines littered the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall. Wait, dwarfed everything else, right? Hold on. Massive metal war machines littered the ground in their hundreds. Soviet crab and NATO ironclad troopy mechanized suits ranging from 10 to 30 meters tall dwarfed everything else. Oh, by the 100. Oh, that works even better. Yeah. Dwarfing? Dwarfing everything else. Two of the Prussian ITs stood a full 70 meters of ebony, still visible even so far away through the haze. Period. Wait, hold on. One stood in the middle of the road. There we go! Yeah! Yay! Science! Chat, I'm growing faster at realizing when I'm stupid! Hooray! Epsilon 1, this is Causeway. Send. Came the response, cracking through the radio. It proved clearer than it had been a few moments prior, but they weren't in range yet. Tell me you have good news. Hoarse voice over the radio proved a welcome tune. He sounded chipper, upbeat like always. At least someone was. Nearly lost in the static, his voice came through just enough to be legible. It almost felt good to hear him. If I misread something a certain way twice in a row, I'm gonna fix it to be the way I misread it. Bulls further in, Corporal, but keep tight sight line on episode 2. Episode 2. Epsilon. Nope. That's just... my brain's gonna autocorrect that. There we go. Bulls further in, Corporal, but keep sight line on Epsilon 2. You know what? It's always gonna be episode. Fucking hell. Bulls further in, Corporal, but keep sight line on Epsilon 2. I don't plan on losing sight of Sheetho or Wesson. Trouble when they're off leash, and guys are already gives them too much free rein. We'll go along a bit further. settling in the core of a second troubleshooter. This mech was in the exact same state as the first, with a different man's face. Its rifle blocked off the highway's on-ramp. And off-ramp. Now let's go on-ramp, sure. It crushed the maglev rail. Causeway Epsilon 1, we are closing in on fix. Approximately 500 meters from target grid. Be advised, we've taken a hit. Epsilon 3 had a spike core breach 3 clicks back. His face hardened as the words left his lips, a light twinge of pain crossing him. The warm rubber of the transceiver crumbled against his hand as he forced himself to speak. All hands, Epsilon 3 down. Believed KIA. The thing about live is I can see from Twitch if YouTube goes wrong. It's alright now, by the way. And hey, I like how the pod's heading. All hands, Epsilon 3 down. Believe KIA. Epsilon 2 is split into 2 pair. One rear checking for survivors, one front scouting ahead on foot. Kruger closed his eyes tightly. That knot hit his stomach again, like it had before the blast. Negative visual confirmation on TOS. We suspect improvised explosives as the cause. Requesting immediate CASEVAC and air support standby. Dead silence from the other end. Kruger looked back to the bed, making sure the other two were still back there. Private Vincent Sr. hung out over the side of the truck, halfway under the bed. He was a big old brick wall of flesh, bloodshot eyes, and a mess of strawberry hair. Man didn't even try to talk to anyone else as he looked off for miles towards the hills. The wind caught and carried on his tears. Private Vincennes, back on the bed. Could be snipers out there, and you? You are one very large target. Kruger called back. Vin slowly sunk back in the bed of the truck. The Gentle Giant's body spasmed. Kruger added, breathe through it. Medbay's got blockers waiting. Specialist Sigmund, as always. The wind caught and carried off his tears. Did I get that wrong? What an amazing statement. Oh! Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. That one's, I'm actually kind of proud of that one. I thought you were like, oh, you need to change that one a bit. I'm like, yeah, no. I'm rather proud of that one. Specialist Sigmund, as always, lay right next to Vince in the bed of the tank. His coveralls and slick back hair. Oh, wait, it was slick black hair. That's right. It wasn't silk, it was slick. Thank you, dyslexia. His coveralls and slick black hair were covered in grease, illuminated in the neon glow of the exposed engine. He kept his head down, digging into the platform and about parts. It didn't look professional. He was the expert. There we go. Six sang along with the radio in a quiet tone, occasionally looking over at Vincent's in front of him. He dumped silica dust out of the truck's filters and knocked off deep, caked-on gum. Inside the compartment. A week without cleaning here was like a year on other parts of the planet. Christoph, of course, sat in front of the cab with Kruger. Now that he wasn't driving, he spent his time whispering quiet prayers and signing on his chest. It was time that should have been spent prepping for an ambush, but after all they'd been through, Kruger let the man have his faith. The silence took its time, bleeding ahead 1 minute to the next, leaving the wind to brush up against his skin, harsh crystals that cut against him. Yoink! The whistling of the hills echoed out in all directions, a light fog starting to roll in the distance. Starting to roll in close as the sandstorm still loomed afar. Still loomed afar. Let's go with that. Yeah, still loomed afar. Kruger looked at that call button, ready to hit again. As he took a breath, the radio chirped to life once more, causing him to chuckle.
Epsilon 1, Causeway clear copy. Confirm Epsilon 3 out of action. Confirm grid for incident.
The chipper joy was gone. More sounded somber. His silky voice turned stern and professional. If Kruger didn't know better, he accused Command of having a heart. The wind kept rolling in the mass, and the massive road kept winding. It was as if everything stayed the same as it had been prior. The only difference was 4 less men under Kruger's command, 4 more corpses. They were at the foot of that topless mountain now. The signal booster stuck high up into the sky, blinking out in red and green. The sign at the base of the mountain was entirely ceramic.
Katorga.
Down the side of the tower hung that massive, stupid. Its claw grasped firmly over the structure. Its claw grasped firmly over the structure and stood in place, crumpling down. Crumpling in the middle from its grasp. It looked a bit different than the ITs Kruger had seen in the war. It looked a bit different than the ITs Kruger had seen in the war.
You know what? Sure.
That feels better. Cheaper, yet better armed. The rust was a bit of a comfort. Down. Long finished. He doubted it could ever get moving. Again. He doubted it could ever get moving again. Just another statue.
There we go.
The radio was finally clear as day. The planet's natural interference cut clean through. Something about this place had Kristoff's face, light as a sheet. He looked around at the sky, at the graveyard. Looked around at the sky and the graveyard. Wind kept rolling, massive road kept winding. No changes, just really like the alliteration.
Oh, thank you. How about this one?
The radio was finally clear as day here, though the planet's natural interference cut clean through. Something about this place had Kristoff's face white as a sheet. He looked around at the sky, at the graveyard, at the sign, mountain's base. He looked around at the sky, at the graveyard, at the sign of the mountain's base. After looking up at the gate at the side of the road, he began to pray.
Because that gives you all the context you need to what he's thinking without it telling you what he's thinking. Because Kristoff knows exactly what this place is now. Because Kristoff has first-hand experience. Not that he would tell anybody. And that is why he is so fervently, viscerally praying. Because he's finally got a chance to not be looking at the road, and everything just clicked. I think this is a good way to handle that. Oh, you're thinking a period after that? Sheet, then graveyard. A few sentences. He looked around at the sky, at the graveyard, at the sign in the mountains, at the sign at the mountain's base. White as a sheet, period. He looked around at the mountain, looked around at the sky, at the graveyard, at the sign in the mountain's base. Sky, graveyard, sign at the mountain's base. After a look up at the gate, to the side of the road, he began to pray. Holy Michael
Archangel defends the Ouch. Clinging tight to his cheek. Be our safeguard against the wickedness of the snares of the devil. Ruger let out, reached out towards him for a moment, before shaking his head, letting him out of time. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray, and do thou, Prince of Heaven, and do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust down to hell Satan, and all wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. Amen. I kind of want to add... Hold on, I kind of want to add something here. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust down to hell Satan.
No, that's a little bit too on the nose, right? We've already got it.
By the power of God, thrust down to hell Satan and all the wicked spirits who wander through the world for their souls. Amen. It's okay when you find something you can say that's a powerful sentence.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly.
So much of the editing is also stylistic, so lots of choices.
I mean, I'd be happy if, like, one of my books had one of those instances, right? The fact that we've had, like, 2 or 3 makes me really happy.
The way Kristoff prayed, I think, will only be forgiven for thinking they were walking into the gaping maw of hell. Ruger looked up at the massive 70-meter tall scorpion. Looked up at the massive 70-meter tall scorpion that had its torso blown through to allow the rolling of the Autobahn.
Something about that feels wrong, right?
Ruger looked up at the massive 70-meter tall scorpion that had its torso blown through.
Oh, thank you.
Looking through. He couldn't help but think for a moment.
Kristoff, pull it together.
Corporal, I study for Soviets. I need you to pull evasive if we get any eyes on enemy IT or TERS. Grabs could be anywhere with all these suits about. Vins, I need you.
Private Vinzenz!
There was no response. Ruger's eyes shifted back. Leaning against the spiderweb panel of the truck. A low sigh left his lips.
Specialist Sigismund, get Vin's combat ready. We're naked out here without that gun.
A light pause, almost letting Sig get in a word. Ruger cut him off.
I don't care how it's done. Just get it done yesterday.
Sigmund grabbed hold of Vince by the arm, dragging the PFC to his feet before dusting off his shoulders, even if it took him standing on his toes to manage it. Come on, Boat. Your girlie wouldn't want you playing dead too. Neither would your pie. Eyes on that wedding. Vinzenz looked off in the distance, dead so. Just watching. A loud slap echoed out after a few moments as Sigmund struck him.
Snap out of it already, big man.
Maybe we'll live yet, eh? Vinzenz held his own hand at the side of his face. Pulling it away and looking at it in a fair state of shock. He blinked several times. His eyes were still looking through. No, that's not several times. His eyes were still looking miles off. Through his hand, through the trunk, through the room. At least he wasn't sobbing.
fair state of shock is weird. I was trying to word it a lot. Some of this is supposed to be just Krugerisms, right? You know what I mean? I was trying to get it like Kruger's perspective, but I'm not fantastic at Kruger. That's kind of why I didn't go back to him for the later chapters yet. I'm trying to get it like to feel like something he wrote. I'm not always great at that. That's also, again, I keep cycling through characters through the later chapters just so I can kind of avoid some of these things that I'm like, Silent Giant lumbered back to a stand with a hopping on the gun. Hopping on the gun. He pulled the cigarette from his ear, burning the smoke, and tossed it back into his mouth. The first words out of Vince's mouth. The first words out of Vince were somber. Looking in a fair state of shock. Yeah. Looking at a fair state of shock. There we go. There we go. His voice deep as a mountain, slow and steady, rumbling through. His eyes half closed as he lowered the helmet mount slowly onto his head. An audible spark as it plugged in. An audible spark as it plugged into the base of his neck. Sigmund was already flicking switches ready for more power on the optics. As long as we're alive, got nothing to apologize for, brother. Roar? Roar. I can't remember the slang. Slang? Can't remember it. I remember how to write it, I don't remember how to say it. Roar, because it's short for brother, right? Because it's supposed to be short for brother, it's a short form. But most of the time, people spell it Broer. Because Afrikaans and Rhodesian slang is a mixture of... That sentence, I want to change it somehow. Which one, the German or the Afrikaner? Because Afrikaner is usually like a mix of Dutch and German. Deep like a valley, slow and steady like a something. I think I know what you're talking about. His voice deep as a valley, slow and steady. Slow and steady as a stream. You know what? Sure. There you go. As a babbling brook. Because the babbling brook is not rushing. It's taking its time. It's slow. It's steady. It's a constant. Slow and steady like a knife. Oh, slow and steady like a stream? Slow and steady like a knife. Stream, knife. Yeah. Slow and steady as a stream. Ah! Yeah, there we go. Rumbling with purpose. His eyes half closed, he lowered his helmet. He lowered the helmet mount slowly on his head. An almost spark as it plugged into the base of his neck. By the way, hi, Dead Mac, how you doing? We're reviewing my story that I'm writing. It's a sci-fi war novel. We have spent 4.5 hours on chapter 1. There's 9 more chapters. This may take a while. My outline has 50 chapters. My outline for the entire book has 50 chapters. This may be like a series of streams. This may be just a series of streams. Best keep that way, though, lest I really get mad, slap you forward. Next, I'm klepping the spritzer. He made a little motion with his hand.
Man's smile fading for just a second. Man's smile faltered for just a second. He made a little motion with his hand, mimicking a spray bottle. There we go! Mimicking a spray bottle. Man's smile faltering for just a second. Burger turned back from the bed of the truck. A tired smirk crossing his face. They might have been idiots, but they were his idiots. He was proud of every single one. Causeway, Epsilon 1. Grid is Romeo Tango, 9 or 8, tree by 041. Wreckage off track, south side. Negative movement observed. Holding position and deploying sticks to secure area. Signals active ahead, but we're eyes on for ambushes. We got eyes on abandoned IT ordnance. We'll mark for retrieval. The 18-meter-tall husk of a humanoid man gave a purple shade. A momentary whisper. The frame was half out of the white sand. The arm of the suit stuck high into the open air, still clinging to life. It looked desperate, as if a machine could be. Its massive frame blocked the side road next to it, and broke off from the road. Said road cast across beneath the massive window. Kristoff, still, half looking at him. Kristoff was still half looking at him. The words across the tail remained since rusted iron. Small flakes of gold. Small flakes of gold remain. Once coating the side surface, blown off by sandblast carried by the storms. Approaching the distance. You think the proportional suits actually do anything for fit shot? Sig called out from that. Looking up at the suit. Drawing. Drawing Krieger's attention away. Its face was that of the operator which had been piloting, but the heart where the user would sit had been blown out just like all the others. Twisted metal mangled outwards of something that dug its way from the heart and the process turned the silk of glass around. Thank you. That's what the manual says. Kristoff spoke. As he threw it apart. They were locking eyes on the He stared at their own reflections. Those dead, lifeless eyes. Not even looking at Krieger, he finally closed his escapes. Permission to speak freely, Sergeant. Granted, Corporal, within reason. Krieger barked back, taking a quick check of the truck's dials. Water storage 30%. 5,000 rounds and 2 by 34 cases munitions. 400 rounds of 3 back. 2 AT rockets with panels released. They were all but spent. By the way, you know why I put that dash? Do you know what the implication there is? Kristoff started speaking, and Kruger was looking at the manifest. That's why the manifest is there. Kristoff is like pouring his heart out, explaining exactly why he's nervous about this whole thing. And Kruger was just kind of, oh, look, we have water storage, 5,000 rounds of ammo, 400 rounds of 300 Magnum, only 2 AT rockets for the Panzerfaust. They're all but spent. And then it's just like, oh yeah, he's still talking. Poor Kristoff's just getting the short end of the fucking stick. He listens for like just long enough for one sentence. Then he's just, this isn't your operation. Oh, poor Kristoff gets no respect. I don't like this one bit, son.
We're headed into a trap. There's no way that IED was just a one-time landmine. Standard operations procedure clearly states that this isn't your operation. Word said Christoph dead silent. Noted, Corporal. SOP says we secure the LZ for Casavat. We move, we hold, we survive. Eyes up. Just hold stiff. You take over when I'm dead. Berger patted the young corporal on the shoulder. A bit of a firm grasp. If you're patient, we won't even have to wait that long. Christoph narrowed his eyes for just a fraction of a moment. The right side of his mouth twitching. His hand fell back to his eye. That's what's got me worried, Sergeant. Far behind in the rearview mirror, Kruger could see Epsilon 2 waiting. He watched them as his eyes drifted, waiting for a response. Kaiser or Sword. He hoped they were at least taking this a little better. The white light shone out, catching Kruger's attention. It was a signal from Kaiser and his mercs in Epsilon 2. He flipped the switch on the cat's hood, standing up on the seat, so he could look out the hatch. He flashed back a green and a white from his signal mount. His body language of the overly muscular man on the hill shifted more or less before the flash returned. Kruger's eyes drifted back to the smoke from Epsilon 3. It stank of burning blood, soaked in kerosene. The smell permeated everything, from this far off. He wasn't even sure if he still smelled it. The sight sent a chill down his spine. He shook it off. Epsilon 1 confirmed. Casavat is spinning up with troubleshooters attached. ETA 15 mics. Ridgeback Transit on standby at Honda Hook. Maintain POS. Report contacts. Confirm strength of remaining element. Sigmund nodded his head before speaking up. That's right, Lecker, David. We're sending the partner this way. The light jam sent the building into the section. Get you back for your wedding yet? And in one piece, so it really doesn't come ahead of. Christoph narrowed his eyes further. The light twitched in his left eye as he checked the details from the radio back control. He rested his hand across his mouth, double-checking the map once more, softly murmuring himself. He started to speak. Kruger carried on anyway. Poor man! Poor man! Poor man! We got 2 sticks ready, 8 men in all. 8 men in all fit for a fight. Weapons, comms intact. Our troubleshooters with Epsilon 3 during core breaks presumed lost at current. But we're still waiting on report from Ep2. We're setting defensive and we'll recce to your signal on go. Advise ROE. Kruger let his finger back off the radio button, trying to take his eyes off the deep pool of smoke. Why not have eyes on 3? His imagination. There we go. His face soured looking at the smoke. He can still remember the first time he'd seen it. First time he smelled it. You remember the crackling and sickening noise. It was only for the briefest moment he found himself back in the place. Constantinople. The night became minutes. The Soviets destroyed it. I don't know the king. The Soviets destroyed it. That? No, right? No. Maybe? I don't know. The Soviets destroyed it. Looking up to the sky as Soviet flyers and artillery. You ever tried to pull his sister free, best he could? She screamed grimly. Tears rolling down her face. He wasn't going to let her go. He could never let her go. She needed him. Christoph's hand on his shoulder lifted back to reality. The corporal looking at him with genuine concern. The voice of horse and horse interrupted whatever it was Christoph had started to say. Epsilon 1, Causeway. You are clear to engage on site, but keep tight. Avoid civvies. Push signal, identify source, and report. Gasovac needs secure LZ. Ridgeback will loiter after dropping troubleshooters in case things get hairy. Stay sharp, Sergeant Kruger. Causeway out. Sickening pops works if you pause them. It's like an internal dialogue cadence. Well, that's what a lot of this is narration, but it's also internal dialogue. So, yeah. Crackling. Wait, hold on. What about that? Isn't that a different pause when you're reading it out loud than a comma? You know what I mean? Or no? Would that not work? Or would you do a period? The crackling, period, the sickening pops. I don't know. No, you're not. You're helping. Fucking hell. Why do you think I'm streaming this? If I didn't want people to judge me completely. We have the backseating tag on for a reason. You guys are free to backseat right in the book. You guys are free to backseat. Like, all of my gaming, right? I'm like, very clearly, backseating is okay.
Clear his throat, responding professionals. Finally tearing away his dull green eyes from the smoke. Affirmative. Moving to contact. We'll update on source. Epsilon out.
Hey, chat! Did you know there's a chapter 2? 'Cause we're moving on to that now. I'm done with chapter 1 for now. Wait! No, I'm not! There's one change we have to make. Hold on. I have to get this sentence in there. 'Cause I realized we got rid of it. We have to find a spot for that sentence. Chapter 2, yeah! Aww. Don't worry, this is fine. Hold on. Oh shit, wait, hold on. That is chapter. Hold on. I went way too far down. It's such an important sentence, I want it to be good. Every title sentence needs to have impact. You know what I mean? One day. Okay, listen. We're gonna make it right here, okay? I remember where it used to be. It used to be here. It used to be right here. But that had no importance, right? And I still didn't put it anywhere else. The very last sentence. Hold on, I've got an idea. Hold on. Yes. You know what? Hold on. There we go. What do you think about that? Right before the last. Hold on. I'm gonna give one more bit of info. Because that tells you Kruger's first name. Huh? Pull it together, Gideon. She wouldn't want. Because that shows you that Kristoff is making a major move by breaking formality to use Kruger's first name. So it shows character growth. And it shows camaraderie. He's breaking standard operating procedure. He's breaking chain of command to talk to Kruger not as his superior, but as his brother in arms. Eh? 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 And he still gets cut off. Disconnecting that sort of feeling, disconnecting that moment of peace as things go back. Yeah. Also, we got chapter 2. So, as we get through these, I've done less revisions of these. So, some of them are going to be much more work than others. Briggs's chapter here, I did not really do a great job of using his voice in the description of things. Well, there's revisions where I do a better job, and there's revisions where I do a worse job. I kind of been, like, coming back and forth on this one a lot. This chapter has been completely rewritten, like, 7 fucking times. We're gonna go through, we're gonna read it, and then we're gonna try to get Briggs's voice out there to get him more into the text, alright? So it's not just Kruger again. For reference, Briggs is Kaiser. Nope. That is gonna be the next time we see Gideon. Right? The next time we see Gideon's viewpoint is going to be in town about chapter, I want to say 11, because the first story arc is them going to the base of the mountain. It is them dealing with what they find there. It is a big fight scene. A return to civilization, a realization of the horrors of war, and then how each of the characters handles that, right? The first, I want to say, like, 8 chapters are introduction, violence, crescendo, build-up, tragedy, payoff. Then you have an arc that comes after that that is a lot of the aftermath and a lot of the actual, like, shit we set up in the first chapter being paid off. Is it gonna work? I don't think it does now, but I think it can. You know what I mean? I definitely think it can. One of the things I try to set up with a lot of this is trying to make it so, again, you are not seeing one person's perspective for very long at any given time, right? Because the main character of this story is not Kruger, is not Briggs, is not the squad. The main character is the planet, and everyone on the planet is suffering the planet. That's my main goal behind all this, right? It is how the planet reacts. It is how the people react to the planet. Because the planet is the main character. The world is the character. And I really don't know if I can pull that off. At all. My goodness, am I trying a lot of stuff that I have no idea how I'm going to pull it off, right? genuinely scared. Briggs lay flat on his stomach, the hot silica scraping hard against his body as he pressed himself low against the table. His gray jacket didn't do much to keep the silica from cutting him. Not it did enough. His body was more than a bit sunburned. Between being burned, cut, he'd take burn. Take burn any day. Briggs refused to work. Sheath and Wesson were his responsibility. His near-new WA-2000 felt heavy in his hands. The massive computerized scope causing it to sink into the sands, weighing on his back. He couldn't help but wonder if by the time they made it back to base, he'd have to recoat her with fresh paint. Watching from we'll read this as is, then we'll go back, then we'll edit. This time I will do a clean read, no edits, through the cringe. Chapter 2, just glad I can call you. Briggs lay flat on his stomach, the hot silica scraping hard against his body with a firm grip as he pressed himself low against the dune. His gray jacket didn't do much to keep the silica from cutting him up, but it did enough for now. His body was more than a bit sunburned, but between being burned or cut, he'd take burn. Briggs refused to work. Sheath and Wesson were his responsibility. His near-new WA-2000 felt heavy in his hands, the massive computerized scope causing it to sink into the ground, sink into the sands, and weighing down his back. He couldn't help but wonder if by the time they made it back to base, he'd have to recoat her with a fresh paint. Watching from so far away made him feel nervous. The two scrambled from what he realized. They were ducking off and just out of the scope's view. At least they were following protocol and putting carrying in the skyline. It was easy to see what they were doing. You could tell Wesson was having a bad go. He still clutched to that old wound from yesterday's firefight. He was a strong kid. Good kid. Briggs would have preferred to see him on the gridiron instead of the sticks, but he wanted to play mercenary, so let him. Briggs snapped his vision towards a bit of movement between the rusted hooks that lifted up. Something moving ever so slightly in the dirt. The scope's sensors weren't picking anything up. Epsilon 1, Epsilon 2, we've got a potential movement south side. He leaned his head against the radio on his shoulder, but the harsh static told him he was out of range. They weren't quite far enough into the clear zone to break through to the comms truck. Letting out a low grumble as the sun continued to bake his neck, he panned the scope across the field. It proved more a little strange how, as the IT seemed to follow his gaze. God, it was a trick. It had to be. He shuddered deep as he locked eyes with one of the suits. It seemed to be breathing through the distortions of the heat. He spotted the old harvester drone collecting wood from the mangroves in the IT graveyard. There's my movement, he muttered to himself. It didn't exactly put him at ease knowing there were automated systems in play out here. He knew what automated really meant to the Soviets. The graveyard stretched for miles, and all the mirrored chrome made it impossible to even get a clear sight line to Sheath and Wesson. The whole place was a house of mirrors, broken up by the occasional mangrove tree. It was the Soviet IT rusting. The wind blew over the dunes, carrying the stench of burning meat and kerosene fire and filled his nose yet again, even through his gas mask. In the distance beyond the graveyard, it looked like a dust storm was closing in, thunder echoing from inside it. Briggs could hear Sword right on by, dragging another body out of the pit, crackling in the fire. He wasn't going to look away until he knew Sheath and Wesson had secured the area, until he knew the two were safe. Pavel, can you turn that damn music down? Briggs snapped, about throwing down his rifle, as he must have heard that damnable song 1,000 times by now. Turds could walk right up behind us, shoot your lazy ass in the head, and I wouldn't hear a damn thing. Hey, Captain Killjoy. Aye, aye, Captain Killjoy. Pavel called back before clambering out of the pit to shut off the music. Please allow your humble servant forgiveness for his heinous crimes of trying to lighten the mood a little. Everything returned quiet. Finally, he could be alone with his thoughts. Focus on making sure everyone could make it back. The problem now happened to be that it was quiet. Far too quiet. Definitely silent in all directions save for the wind blowing. The soft blowing of the wind. Don't like this, Pavel. Every other time the turds hit us, we've had at least a couple flyers. Maybe an IT or two. His body tensed. Something's off. We're not being shot. Oh, do not cry now, Kaiser. If it makes you feel better, I can shoot you if you're feeling snubbed. Pavel made little gun sounds with his mouth, letting out a low chuckle down the bottom of the tube. He'd
is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Only if I get to shoot you back, you ginger fuck! Came Briggs' retort, failing to suppress a slight smile. Finally came the green light flash from Sheath and Wesson. Briggs was still tense as he jumped up from his flat position to one knee, throwing the spike core pack back onto his shoulders. He spun his focus over towards the 10-lane highway through the scope, adjusting his sight onto the back of the two, and the half-ton air truck Sergeant Kruger was on, noticing a body hanging off the side. His heart sank down to his stomach, his face going pale as his blue eyes recognized the broken form of Vinzen's senior. Dad, the senior back there was missing. Give me a second. Give me a second. It was a moment of sadness, quickly replaced by relief, mixed with anger. He saw the hulking brute move back on the truck. About to wish you were dead when I get my hands on you, Vince, he said to himself, watching Cutter's truck roll through the heat haze and the mist, finally lowered his scope. Stupid bastard.
Are we having your fun up there, Kaiser?
Babel's voice chimed in, muffled by his mask. He was a well-built man, with bright, almost unnaturally red hair, down past his ears, and unmistakable purple eyes, hard to miss even through his mask. The badge on his chest read sword.
He's feeling good, yes? Being able to load over us peasants doing all the work while you get to play with your fancy toys.
He let out a boisterous laugh before setting the body down on the top. Oh, hold on. I need to make sure I add a little hint here. This would be around here. Better than digging graves, came the quick reply as he looked down the hill at the top of the White Russian. His body language softening further. For those of you who are not aware, White Russian doesn't mean his skin's white. There are White Russians and Red Russians. Red Russians are commies. White Russians are czarists.
Briggs pulled up his binoculars from around his neck, rapidly scanning the horizon, catching a glimpse of the crab mech hanging off the booster tower. His eyes slowly scanned the horizon and drifted back to the truck. Turret on Sergeant's truck's still down. Looks like we're not getting any anti-air for a while. Take a miracle to get that thing running again.
The drink is named after the people. White Russian is named after the people, in honor of them. Because most of them are dead. Actually, almost all of them got slaughtered. There's a mass purging and a genocide.
Turret on Sergeant's truck's still down. Looks like we're not getting any anti-air for a while. Take a miracle to get the thing running again. Stealing his gaze back over to the radio, and everything about it seemed tailored to make it impossible to see through. There could have been an entire army out there, and he just wouldn't really know. It was just his own reflection distorted 1,000 times. Towering giants stuck out of the fog. Some with trees starting to grow in the midsection, only to be chopped down by a passing drone. So much grew faster in this place. A few weeds had already, in just a few hours, began to grow up around the base of Epsilon 3's IT units. Some of the planters were moving their joints. You could see movement, sure, but it was also hard to tell what was more harvesters and what was potential enemy action. It didn't help the amount of trash that had just been left from the drifters in the area. Then it is a good thing that Epsilon won. That Epsilon won are with Sigmund, yes? He is half as good at mechanics as I am with men. I know he will get it working. Babel sounded almost out of breath, having to speak through the mask as he collected the little bodies from Epsilon 3's four-man stick. He snapped his gloves against his wrist as if to say, Sword, I don't even want to think about what you do with men. Briggs chuckled as his statement made Pavel start cursing him out in Russian, using a rather creative bevy of slurs. Briggs sent out a white flash and a green wave of force points. He thought for the briefest moment he caught another glimpse of movement in the graveyard, which just seemed to be the shifting of sands. Still, he could hear the soft, slow creaking. You know, not in charge of this operation, I will kick your ass. I may still yet be doing that, if I am given the opportunity.
He's the medic. Serpent, he's the squad's medic. So, Pavel, who doesn't speak English well, is saying, he's as good of an engineer as I am a medic. And Briggs thinks that he's talking about having sex with men. Yeah, no. Sword is the medic. Sorry, Pavel's the medic. Yeah, Sword. Pavel/Sword is the medic. I appreciate the nuance there. Yeah.
You know, if you were not in charge of this operation, I would kick your ass. I may still be do that if I am given the opportunity.
Huffing. Hauled another body over the mask. It spanned 7 lanes.
Your food in prisons is not too bad. Food in prisons is not so bad.
He muttered under his breath. Briggs' whole body relaxed completely for the first time in days. That green sign back was warm in the desert. Air rushed back out of his lungs as he enjoyed this for the first time. He slid down the side of the hill, kicking up silica in all directions. The heavy-duty backpack hiked high on his shoulders, about sent him into a tumble near the bottom. But he slid safe to a jump, instead managing to fly pretty high before hitting a soft landing.
Got the green from Kruger. Looks like we made contact with Causeway. Briggs popped the cap on his canteen, dropping his back. Hard to the ground. By the edge of the crate. Caused Pavel to give a bit of a shot. Briggs took it to his lips for a sip, then dumped the contents all over his head. Water evaporating shortly after it had hit, but his skin didn't feel as dry anymore. Not gonna miss one-y a bit once I'm back in orbit. Oh, what is the matter, Kaiser? I thought you nobility types loved nature. Pavel spoke with a joking yet mocking tone as he looked up from the body in front of him. Be true to me, Your Highness. Is it the heat? The humidity? Local hospitality, perhaps? Pavel's breathing was out straight. Briggs could hear him head back to his location. There was nothing out here. Kaiser was here. His heart raced and sweat ran through his brow. It was only the last few minutes as he had to stop breathing and press down through his core reach. Briggs slowly clambered up his hill. Briggs slowly clambered his way back up the hill. As if the sands could somehow change between him and his last exit. He shook his head trying to clear off that bad gut feeling. Another look at Sheath and Wesson showing nothing changed from his last look a few seconds prior. He looked back down the dunes again, trying to get quick and usual. 3 of the bodies were all away. Single tops. Ready for computer boxes from the trip home for its cast back. Maybe you're just tired of being stuck with us great frontiers.
Pavel knelt down and looked up at Briggs, nodding his head towards the small dove not too far.
This place likes us better.
He reached his hand out, offering a small corner of his ration to her.
We treat it better.
Don't play all folksy with me, Romanov. You're just as blue as me. Briggs responded as he let out a low laugh, standing in the burnt bit of debris, watching the Russian bird from the reef. Letting that gut feeling in his brain.
Oh, come now, my friend. They gave us code names for a reason. Call me Sword. My last name is dangerous with the Soviets around. How would you feel if I started using your last name, huh?
Without hesitation, Kaiser depressed the trigger, echoing out an ear-splitting bang that sent Sword jumping back to his stand. He
sent a single high explosive round flying directly into the IT's joint. That force was just enough to push the joint wider, causing the arm to slam hard into the ground, off its original course, echoing out in all directions. The arm narrowly missed Pavel by less than a meter, instead crushing the bird which had been inching closer for a light snack. Pavel jumped high and hard in the air, grabbing hold of himself, patting his chest randomly while saying soft prayers. Well, just glad I can call you anything other than corpse, Pavel. Its feathers twitched from under the force of the suit before stopping completely. The blood managed to coat Pavel's uniform, and some managed to even get on Briggs's gloves. He could barely smell the blood, or the other stench that permeated everything about this place. That green smog from the ruined IT suit seemed to have bled into the soil itself. This is gruesome, but at least they were able to keep high spirits, even if neither of the two would ever voice their appreciation for the other. Having chosen his words, Briggs finally went to speak up. But seeing another flicker of movement from the radio, he reached for his radio. It looked like a kid. She didn't look armed. Movement! 400 meters southeast. Negative confirmation on source. He let his finger off the transmitter before remembering the daily interference that blocked the two squads' communications. Alright. If I had to pick just one thing about this place, one thing I actually like, he paused and thought again, as if he hadn't been thinking about it this whole time. I'd be getting my head blown off over some backwater. Most civilized folk wouldn't be able to point on a star chart. Briggs slid back down again, and this time slid a fresh bottle of water right into his hand to refill his canteen. Getting better with your slides, eh? Sword simply smirked. If I had my way... Hey, chat! You like the name of the Empire? Here's the name of the Prussian Empire. You will not find anybody else calling the Prussian Empire its full name. Everybody else either calls it the Prussians, Himmelsreich, PHG. It is the Prussians, Himmelsreich, PSG, or Iron Sky. Nobody but Kaiser actually uses the full name. It is used by Kaiser, and it is used in official documentation from the Prussian Empire. It is of the Prussian Heaven's Glorious Kingdom. It is the Prussian Heaven's Glorious Kingdom. That's all it is. Its literal English name, or as close as you can get, because Himmelsglorreich does not really have an English translation, right? But the closest is the Prussian Heavenly Glorious Reich, or Glorious Empire. And you can kind of see that by looking at it, right? It can also be translated as the short form, because there is a shortening you can do of this name that would basically make it called Iron Sky. Yeah. Most of the people in it call it Iron Sky. The only people who call it by its full name are members of the royal family. That is one of my subtle ways of saying that Briggs is actually not his last name. Briggs is his first name,
And he is directly in line for the Prussian throne. Yes, that is the German version, yes. Well, Prussia is not Russia. Prussia is with a P. Prussia and Russia are two different countries. The Prussian Empire is different than a Russian Empire. I know it's confusing, but there's timeline stuff. Basically, that's the German Empire. Prussia is basically Germany, right? Don't worry too much. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. That is a name of all time. You're damn right it is. We'd pull out the second they said this place was independent. This place doesn't even have a proper name. Briggs carried on as if Pavel hadn't even spoken. If I were in charge, I'd name this place Catch! Quick wind-up and another bottle of water was tossed into the pit after Pavel at full force. I say we let the locals do their own thing. Trappist system hasn't signed on for NATO yet, so they shouldn't be our problem. He heard it make contact and smirked. Aim higher next time you want... Aim higher next time if you're wanting to hit me head. I think that one was landing in my hands by mistake. Pavel's words echoed out from the pit, along with a bit of grim laughter. The green smoke coming from the wreckage made him almost impossible to get a good look at. There was only a rough silhouette of him as he waved his bottle of water over his head. The Russian went completely silent, his shadow ducking down into the mist. Briggs took a swig of water through his mask without really strong. What you got, Sword? He called out of the mist, trying to get a better look. We're only missing one more body to prep for Casavac. That is the problem. Pavel's voice had come back. He's not a body. Nothing alive. Looks like the Major. Bullshit! People don't just survive a core breach. Briggs' voice low and slow as he caught a glimpse of something out in that graveyard. And again, there's something else. Pull him out, Pavel. Confirm status and stabilize him if you can. If the kid's alive, I know Vince will be over the moon. Briggs quickly made his way back up to his sniper's position. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel this whole thing moving in on itself, as if he got right back where it started. He dumped silica from his computer pack, knocking more of it off the actual processor and battery. The scope still turned on, so he should have been fine. I'm staying back up at the dune. I got a bad feeling about this op. One last glance over his shoulder was given to the face of the IT suit. It looked exactly like Vin's, only younger. There's chapter 2. Now we get to pour over this one for 4 fucking hours. We get to pour over this one for 4 fucking hours. Alright, let's fucking go. You guys ready to pour over this one for 4 hours, or you want to skip to the next one? You know, we could just read through all of this, right? Okay. Briggs lay flat on his stomach, the hot silica scraping against his body. Comma. With a firm grit. With a sharp grit? Instead of firm, what about sharp? No, it's not nearly as complex. Well, the first chapter had to introduce the entire setting, so I'm not surprised, right? This one's a lot more straightforward. And again, part of that is because this is from somebody else's perspective. Kruger's had more time. Kruger's more of a poet. Kruger is much more of a poet. Whereas Briggs is more of a, I'm a kill. Briggs lay flat on his stomach, the hot silica scraping hard against his body, with a sharp grit. Scraping against his body with a sharp grit should be one thing. Comma, as he pressed himself low against the dune. His gray jacket didn't do much to keep the silica from cutting him up. Comma, but it did enough for now. It's establishing the world, it's establishing the setting, it's building things out. His body was more than a bit sunburned. But between
being burnt or cut. You take cut. You take burnt. Between being burnt or cut. Comma. You take burnt any day. This one just needs touch-ups. Yeah. His undershirt was going to give you some bad tan. Briggs refused to blame. Sheath and Wesson were his responsibility. Or would that be... Would that be that? Right? His near-new WA-2000 felt heavy in his hands. A massive computerized scope caused him to sink into the ground. The sands. Comma, it's backpack. It's battery pack. It's battery pack. Wait, that's battery. And honestly, your semicolon inclusions were like 80% correct. Not bad. Oh, thank you! He couldn't help but wonder if by the time they made it back to base, he had to be coated with a fresh coat. It's not paint! It's not paint. I can't... I know it's... There's Cerakote. You know what? I'm just gonna say recoater. Because it's not a paint. It is not a paint. I just can't remember the word. He couldn't help but wonder if by the time they made it back to base... Hello, Clanker. Hello. We've spent 5 hours discussing this. And so far, we got through chapter 1. You couldn't help but wonder by the time they made it back to base. Maybe you can put it on. Watching from so far away made him feel helpless. The two scrambled made him feel helpless, comma, as the two scrambled from one hill to the next. They were ducking off and just out of the scopes. At least they were following protocol. And avoiding creating the sky. Oh, wait, hold on. They were following protocol. Avoiding creating a skyline. Or wait, hold on. That one should be... Yes. That one should be that, right? Right? It wasn't easy to tell what they were doing. But... it's how Wesson was having back. Boy still clutched. Boy still clutched hard. Still clutched to that old Christmas fire. Here's a straw. No, no, not that way. Not that way. They're falling protocol. It's like that. Or just a comma. Comma, avoiding creating a skyline. That feels like a slightly better flow. So for reference, with Briggs, right? Briggs is... Okay, so Briggs, as a character, let me tell you about this guy. He is direct lineage for the throne, right? He is not next in line, but he is next after next in line, right? Which is why he's able to serve at all as a mercenary. He's not able to serve as a soldier, but he's going on his own against the wishes of his family to serve as the leader of a mercenary group, using his family's money to pay for the group to exist, right? His family are the imperial family. If
his grandpa dies, and his dad dies, he will be the emperor of the entirety of the Prussian Empire, or Iron Sky, whichever you want to call it. And yet he is gallivanting around, running his own mercenary company, playing soldier. Scopes view. He was raised for leadership in terms of like leading a nation. He's got that formal training and whatnot, and he's rejecting it. He is very, very, very fancily trained, and I want to try to get across that fact that he is doing everything he can to actively reject it, but he keeps falling into it. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to be a blue blood, and that is why Pavel is specifically targeting that, because Briggs feels guilty about the fact that he is in line for the throne, and he thinks he has to earn that position. So everything he's doing is from that position of guilt, right? It's from that position of desperately wanting to earn his place, which is why what happens to him is going to be a lot more impactful to him than what it's going to seem at the time. But it's not going to be more impactful to the reader. You know what I mean, right? Because when what happens to him happens, it's not from his perspective. Yeah. Yeah. He's trying to be down to earth. He's trying to be folksy. Romanov does it naturally, because he doesn't have a kingdom to really run anymore. And Briggs and Romanov both have that sort of camaraderie. But Romanov can tell Briggs is not suited for what he's trying to do, right? All of that folksy, down-to-earth stuff that Briggs is trying to, it's not quite working the way he wants it to. And I'm trying to get that kind of across. He's folksy but also annoyed. Yeah. And so, Briggs / Kaiser, Pavel / Sword, right? Briggs is in charge of the mercenary company, and he's out there in person, and that's also part of why he's pissed off, right? Because he's like, my contract is to protect NATO assets. My contract is not to be here. This is not like anything that's a NATO asset anymore. Why the fuck are we still here? Let's leave. And his opinions of let's leave is shared by the royal family. Well, it's shared by his grandfather who took over. I will put it that way. Because part of why Trappist was let loose was the fact that his grandfather ascended to the throne and is kind of has done anything he can to end the war at the expense of his own people. I want to try to get some of this stuff into it. Well, real life is, right? That's the thing. I want the background to be complicated and the actual story itself, as presented, to be simple, so you can have those, because in real life, right? Things are fucking complicated. Life fucking sucks. You know what I mean? Life is complicated, life sucks, there's a whole bunch of shit going on that the average peasant, the average person, doesn't know, right? I want to get that across with this, right? I genuinely want there to be this complication But even without it, you can still get the ideas across, right? I, as the writer, need to remember this shit. Oh, I thought you were. Oh, I thought you were complaining. I'm like, I, as the writer, need to remember this. And ideally, I can let the reader peek into that world without getting drowned in it. Because I never want the reader to ever be drowned in this stuff, right? I want the reader to feel sometimes confused, sometimes lost, but never so lost that they're like, oh, fuck this.
It wasn't easy to see what they were doing, but you could tell Wes was having back control. The boys still clutched that old wound from yesterday's, to that wound.
We don't have to call it old.
To that wound from yesterday's firefight, but he was a strong kid. Good kid. Briggs would have preferred to see him on the gridirons and sticks, but he wanted to play mercenary, so let him.
Wesson, by the way, is a footballer. Wesson is a pro football player with the... I believe I actually did have him NFL. Yeah, Wesson is an NFL footballer. The confusion and lostness is great as a reader as long as there's dopamine. Yeah, exactly, and I hope I can get those, right? I hope I can. So Wesson is an NFL player. He played college foot. He's college. He's college. That's right. He was getting ready to go NFL. He's college football. He's got good potential. But he's going through the... He went through the, oh, what's it called? He went through, like, military service to try and get his college stuff paid for. When that failed out, Briggs bailed him out. So Briggs is connected to Pavel, and Briggs is connected to Wesson, and Sheath is Pavel's sister. So all of this team are very closely connected mercenaries who are working for cash. They're not here for honor. They're not here for duty. They are here because there's money, right? There is fucking money to be made. Which is why it's funny that they've got 3 members of nobility and a footballer. They got 3 members of nobility and a fucking footballer. Yeah. Yeah.
But he was a strong kid, a good kid. Briggs would have preferred to see him on the gridiron instead of the sticks, but he wanted to play mercenary, so let him.
Hold on, I got an idea. Five managers for 1 employee. Typical. Yep. Yep. That bit of information will be very helpful later on.
It wasn't easy to see what they were doing, but you could tell Wesson was having a bad go for it. Bad go.
I got too drunk, I'm useless. No! Ah, well, it's fine. Shit.
Wound from yesterday's firefight, but he was a strong kid, a good kid. Briggs would have preferred to see him on the gridiron instead of the sticks, but instead of in the sticks. But he wanted to play mercenary. And Sheath vouched for him, so Briggs let him. Briggs would have preferred to, but
I have an idea.
you want to play mercenary?
He wanted to play mercenary. Sheath vouched for him. And so Briggs was gonna let him. How's that one? That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. Yeah! Briggs would have preferred to see him on the gridiron instead of the sticks, but he wanted to play mercenary. Sheath vouched for him, and so Briggs was gonna let him. That's that kind of just like, this is not my fault. You got this. Fuck off. It's your problem, not mine. This is your problem. I'm washing my hands. Wait, hold on. However, I have an idea. We use names. Wesson wanted to play mercenary. Sheath vouched for him. And so Briggs was gonna let him. Whatever happened wasn't on him. There you go. He's just like washing his hands completely. Just like, you know what? You want it? She vouched for you? Not my problem. Oh, I love that. Hold on. Oh, I love that so much. Briggs snapped his vision towards a bit of movement. Yeah, it shows kind of what kind of person Briggs is. These are mercenaries. They are not good people. They are not good people. They are here for money, 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 and money. You know what? I'm going to say whatever came next. Whatever came next wasn't going to be on him. There we go. However, hey, I can split that into its own paragraph. They're human. Exactly. Everybody in this is. I don't have a single character in this that is not human. Every single character that you are going to see is human. Every single one of them. And I want to keep that going for the entire story. There are villains. There are character arcs. There are bad guys who will do horrifying, inexcusable crimes against humanity. There are some things that I may not be able to even write into the story unless I tread very fucking carefully, right? Very, very, very fucking carefully. Very. But even the people who do that are still human. And I want to stress that. Even the worst fucking monsters in this story, and there are a few of them, I'm going to tell you now. Vinzen's son is one of them. The Major is a fucking monster. He's probably one of the worst ones in the fucking book. Yeah. If Warhammer 40k can run its plots, that's true. But the context is the important thing. Warhammer 40k is supposed to be super grimdark, right? This is not. This has more hope, which I think is going to make the dark parts hurt more. You know what I mean, right? Because context is everything. 40k kind of glosses over a lot of it. It does these horrifying, grimdark things, but it kind of honestly is a bit irreverent with it, right? Because this one has some hopeful bits, that might make this less acceptable. You know what I mean? So I'm just gonna say right now, the Major surviving may be a bad thing for the universe of this setting, right? The Major surviving and being found by Pavel, the entire planet may have been better if Pavel just fucking left him there. We're also on the front line with the grunts, so it all matters. Yeah. Yeah. Griggs snapped his vision towards a bit of movement between the rusted ones. Bet Kruger dies in Chapter 9. Griggs snapped his vision towards a bit of movement between the rusted hooks. Slittered. Something moving ever so slightly. Something moving ever so slightly. Scope sensors. Epsilon 1, Epsilon 2. We've got potential movement south side. Then his head against his radio. His head against the radio with the shoulder. Expected. Static, told him it was out of range. That meant he was out of range for Sheath and Wesson too. Which two? Two? Gideon Kruger is not the main character. The planet is the main character. The planet is the main character. Oh, wait, did I say... Yeah. The planet is the main character. Anybody else can get killed off, right? I'm not gonna pull a Game of Thrones and, like, uselessly sacrifice people, right? But it's the story of the planet. It's the story of how people react to it. How people... The planet has the agency, right? At the end of the day, the planet has the agency. The rest of these people are kind of subject to its whims. Letting out a low grumble as the sun continued to make his neck and arms. His neck and arms. As the sun continued to make his neck and arms. He panned his scope. He panned the scope across the room. He panned his scope. Fuck it, it's not the scope, it's his scope. He panned his scope across the graveyard. He panned his scope across the graveyard.
small cable connected back instead. Power pack. Got all the info you need. Take any shot. There we go. Smoke a little strange. Or that. What? If you meant to send something... Oh, wait! I'm seeing top chat, not live chat. Oh, that's my bad, guys. I've been seeing top chat. I have not been seeing live chat. Holy shit. Fixed it. So basically, the computers aren't small, right? The computers are big. The computers are heavy. There's the power pack, and there's a massive fuck-off backpack on his back that has the computer, right? And he can plug his head into the rifle, into the scope, so he can get all that extra data. All that extra data. Delicious, delicious data. It unnerved him. It was unnerving. No, I'm gonna say it unnerved him. Ghostbusters status. It unnerved him under the eyes of those demons following his gaze. He shuddered deep as he locked eyes with the suits. So he could breathe with the distortions of heat. You could swear its chest was lifting up and down. It's about an old harvester. Old harvester. Collecting wood from old harvester. Come. Collecting wood from mangroves that eats. It's my movement. Spotted an old harvester. Collecting wood from mangroves. No, we're not doing that one, because that wouldn't be that. That would be the other area. Brain. Okay.
There we go.
He spotted an old harvester truck collecting wood from the bank of the river. It was done up in dull green with red star on the surface. Paint popping on top.
There's my movement.
He muttered to himself, reassured. His scope gave him a full readout of the specs. Thermals showed the human brain when it's gone.
Thermals wouldn't do that. No. No. Thermals wouldn't do that. It would just show the heat on the thing. Damn it. Hey, I'm tired too. Chat. It's 6 in the morning. I'm tired too. I'm tired too. By the way, yes, all of the drones in this setting have humans or other animals hooked into them. So, yeah. The Soviets, for their technology, so in order for a human brain to properly interface into tech, as in diving into the tech, it should be as close to human as possible, right? You can still interface with the tech without it, right? But if you dive into the tech and it is not human, it gives you fit shock. If you dive into it and it is mostly human, then it'll still give you fit shock, but you have more time. Basically, the closer to being human something is, the closer to your exact body something is, the more time you have that you can dive your brain into it without losing yourself. And that'll be relevant with why the Major is a problem. That'll be relevant with why something else is a problem. That is relevant as to why Vince Sr. is having his issues. He's having, like, shakes. He's having fit shock because he is intentionally choosing to dive into his gun platform instead of just firing it normally. Which means his brain is basically slowly fucking frying. The Soviets, they clone people in vats and force them into drones. They take their prisoners and forcibly place them into suits and drones where they are constantly tortured with memories of their loved ones that are used to manipulate them, to force them to do what the Soviet Union wants them to do. The Soviet Union doesn't have gulags anymore. They don't have prisons of any kind. All prison sentences are carried out by you being fucking entombed into drones or suits or tanks or just about anything else. They just seal you in it and you don't get to leave. You don't get to unplug. You are there forever. And guess what happens when you die? You're still there. Forever. I've had some people who read my little work here, and they're like, oh, the Soviets don't seem so bad. That's fine, right? There's a guy who gets introduced later, Galay. Oh, Galay, he's a great guy. You know, he wants to work with the Soviets and whatnot. It's like, no. No. Actually, just no. He's not, but he's got good intentions. It's 6 a.m. where I am. It's like 7:54 p.m. where you are. By the way, I think you're doing great on this chapter. Thank you. I'm enjoying writing it. There's my movement. Himself reassured. His scope gave him a full readout of the drone spec. Special. Nothing special. It didn't exactly put him at ease knowing there were automated systems in play out here. He knew what automated really meant to the Soviets. It didn't exactly put him at ease knowing there were automated systems in play out here. He knew what automated really meant to the Soviets. Finding out still kept him. Maybe a semicolon. Yeah. Graveyard stretched on for miles. Oh, no, we're not saying that again. All that mirrored chrome made it impossible to even try to get a clear sight to sheep and listen. The place was a house of years broken up with an occasional mangrove tree. Or rusted Soviet place. At least the Soviet IT rusted. Bothered him. Their being, so... I can't. I have it over now. I don't have like a little sheet where I can copy these from, right? I have the. Oh yeah. Also, Chapter 3 is titled "War's Already Over." I don't know if you guys saw that earlier. Let's see. Can I? That's one chapter title. Oh yes. Oh yes it is. That one's actually a really nice sort of like change in perspective. Because that one's no longer following the NATO forces. That one's actually, we get to interact with the Soviets. So many native suits here. Wind blew over the dudes, carrying the stench of burning kerosene. I'm gonna get rid of that just because that was that's Kruger's That's Kruger's one. It is accurate. Stench of burning meat. You know what? What would I call it? What would somebody else think of that as? For Kruger, it was bologna and kerosene. For Briggs, it would definitely not be bologna because he's probably never had bologna, right? He's not going to say that. He might say burning meat. You know what? I'm just going to say the stench.
Wind blew over the dunes, carrying the stench to fill his nose yet again, even through his gas mask. Even through his gas mask. All that mirror chrome made it clear. Go. Let me see here. The wind blew over the dunes, carrying the stench to his nose yet again, through his gas mask. The distance beyond the rain, beyond the suits. Beyond the suits, it looked like a storm. It looked like a dust storm was closing. Thunder echoing out from inside. Breaks in here soar right? So, here soar. Your sword dragging the other body out of the pit. Crackling the fire. Crackling the fire, mixing. Mixing with the sands. He wasn't gonna look. Crackling the fire, mixing with the sands. He wasn't gonna look away until he knew she's invisible. That secured the air. Babel, can you turn that damn music down? Great snapped, about throwing down his rifle as he must have heard that damn song. Tries to walk up right behind us, shoot your lazy ass in the head, and I wouldn't hear a damn thing. Great snapped. Barely stopping himself, throwing down his rifle. We've had that song on loop since. You've had that song on loop since before the crash. If he calls it a crash, it's not really gonna. I think that's enough writing for tonight. We've done this for 6 hours. Oh, we've done this for 6 hours, chat. Holy crap. I've been working on this for 6 hours. Alright. Well, we'll probably you know what? I might do this on Wednesdays. Writing Wednesdays? You know what? I'll build a thumbnail for this. We'll do, like, 6 hours live is a long live. It doesn't feel that long. Just a short rough draft stream. We got to chapter 2. You know what? Before I go to bed, chat, I'm just gonna read you the rest of this, alright? I'm gonna read you the rest of this, just as is. It's gonna be changed, probably even between now and the next time we do this, alright? I'm gonna read through the rest, alright? We're not gonna edit anything, we're just gonna read it through. Chapter 3. War's already over. It wasn't possible to even tell what was real anymore. All the walls were reflective. An interwoven mesh maze of hulking IT units rusting rapidly away in the high humidity of the graveyard. Each body held its own story. many having detonated their cores, and left, simply abandoned for scrap once the war was over. Strangely, far more, it was like there was nothing wrong with the suits at all. They just seemed to lay there. Blood stained the ground, dripping from the walls. Dense roots and vines covered the silica sands, slowing them to a crawl. The red sun was a constant, barely providing much more than the She could hear the hums of the IT's turbines. They were soft, distant. She knew the suits were dead. There was no way for them to survive so long, and yet it still felt as if they might just be sleeping. They'd lost 9 men to exhaustion already, and for a moment, Nino thought she saw their faces in a reflection. The woman who looked back at Nino was caked in dirt, black hair frazzled and knotted up. Her clothes were ragged and hanging loose on her anorexic frame. The woman in the chrome reflection wasn't even burning. Purple eyes sunken, mouth locked into a grimace, no effort to lift. The duffel bag of medical supplies weighed her down a lot more than she ever thought it would. Ounces turned to pounds. With every step, the bag felt heavier. She wondered if she'd brought enough medical supplies, or maybe too many. The wind stung on her sunburned skin. It was easy to let happen on the way since the sun never finished. Condensation coated everything, threatening to trip her at any moment. Yet somehow the ground was still a mesh of sand, refusing to quite solidify. She couldn't decide which was worse, the endless silica dunes, the dense techno jungle. Goulet was up ahead, leading the charge with confidence. His blue-striped white tank top soaked almost clear against his chest. He was easy to follow the mists, and hard to miss at the best of times. Her brother was 7 foot of Soviet muscle with an RPD bounding between his shoulders that looked almost toy-like on him. His sunken eyes carried thick bags, and his presence filled the survivors with hope. Filled her with hope. He'd been clearly growing out his beard. Worry not, my brothers! Goulet's Dutch still needed work, but the folks could understand at least. As he shouted to the rest of the group, people began to walk a bit taller. Davai! If we hit the booster, we're safe. In the Kamchatka! His hand pointed through a hole in the canopy directly to the massive Soviet crab IT. All the firepower of an army, and enough power for a city! His eyes lit up like they did when the two were young. For a moment, it was like they were a family again. We can rebuild our homeland for our people! Nino and the rest could see. They could all see the Katorga Kamacha. Of course, a giant crab. Metal crab. It was hard to miss. Yet her eyes drifted instead to the signal booster was holding on to. For the first time in a while, she was able to make that smile. Big smile. Up ahead, the mountain stood on a beacon, closer by the second. Maybe they'd be able to call for supplies or transport back to the city. Maybe they wouldn't have to build from scratch, or if they did, at least have a bit of help. She pushed her hand, head back down, following at the center of the group, handing out bottles of water to the people. She needed all of them to make it. Not one more man left behind. One of the farmers collapsed, tripping over a gnarled mangrove, poking out from a Soviet flyer that had crashed into the ground years prior. She moved over to bring him back to a stand, but Goulet was already scooping the elk and his guitar up onto his shoulder with very little effort. Do not fall behind, comrade. We know what they do to prisoners. Then his face shifted, purple eyes twitching lightly with thought. She shoved the idea out of her head just as quick, trying to keep up. The ground was unstable, trees and weeds taking root in the sand, dripping far beyond what they could see. The further they got into the graveyard, the less dirt and the more of that strange white silica sand they found. As she walked, she could see the vines crawling up the side of each bottle, starting to pull it back into the earth. Hello, Amanda. We're doing a read-through of a book I'm writing. It's still in rough draft stage. As soon as I read through this, we're going to be calling it an evening. Trees reclaimed Soviet and NATO IT, dragging them down bit by bit. Even with it only being a few short years, the growth had consumed almost everything. The dense canopy of the trees blocked out the red heat of the sun. It kept away the potential of flyers catching sight of them, with harvester drones still occasionally leveling a tree not too far from the group. Around her, other haggard men and women were also moving fast as the legs could carry. All were dressed in ragged blue and civilian clothing, which had been worn to rags by the war. Some had faded NATO uniforms, others square. Very few of them had anything at all. A few rifles, old farmers' guitar playing on some forgotten war, and a little girl with her pet dove she clung to her chest. Gallet walked with a proud sense of confidence. His steps not making a single sound as he practically walked across the brush. His uniform jacket was wrapped around his head like a bandana, keeping the sweat from his eyes and that special forces patch dead center on his forehead. He slung the RPD back around his shoulder, into his hand, one-handed reloading the gun. With his strength, he looked ready to fire from the hip. I know couldn't help but feel just as captured as the rest of the survivors by the confidence Rose showed. A slow and somber guitar melody, that old song about the destruction of Constantinople. The guitarist's withered voice rasped. Doberish, see the wild, sing! Have an old tune to keep our hearts. So the raps build into a mournful tone. It was a song they all knew about, so the children began to sing along. Then El caught a glimpse of Goulet's reaction. It was about what she'd come to expect, but perhaps a bit more reserved. She'd half expected him to snap the guitar over his knee. Their folks would have been proud of her. She sat down beside the group for a moment, brushing the young girl's hair. Trying to listen. The song would always prove good to her. Maybe now people would be able to actually relax to something. She doubted anyone would attack her group just playing the music. War may be cruel, but we're still fundamentally good. She offered firmly, half reassuring herself as she smiled at the giggling girl. It looked like they would actually be able to make it to the town. Maybe this would all be worth it. For the first time all day, they were finally able to rest. They sung and told stories while Gallet shouted his orders. A few words that they had. When we get to the city, do you think they'll let me build a house for my bird? The little girl was asked, looking back upwards to his night. She didn't even pause for a second. Wiping a bit of the dirt from her face, the lieutenant nodded. Of course I do, Hinaya. Hinayana. You can raise as many doves as you want once we get there. Fine, I'll turn down the volume a little bit. Since you specifically asked, there you go. Of course, Hinayana. You can raise as many doves as you want once we get there. Couldn't help but chuckle. She couldn't help but chuckle. Her heart. No, you play with the others. I've got to see about tending to the room. Nino stood back up, pushing her away. The little girl came right back, clinging to her leg. She let out a low sigh before ruffling her hair, allowing her to follow her around. Nino moved from one group to the next, tending to the wounded, handing out water. There were 4 others like her, also former medical personnel before their homes had been leveled. They moved on their own, making sure they would be ready for the rest of the trek. For the briefest moment, Nino thought she heard a voice over there. She followed it, the sound taking her eyes right back to the top of the mountain. Towards that crab hanging from the tower. It was in looking up at the tower that she noticed something a little strange. A dark green pillar of smoke. She motioned over to it and called out for her brother. Gallet! She brought him over from the guard who was reprimanding. Motioned through the clearing. Gallet, what is that? The smoke. Is it another convoy? She turned towards him. If they're hurt, we should help them. Yes and no, Nina. Not another convoy. Gallet chuckled darkly. I'm going to place lightly in front of him. There we go. Taking in a deep breath of the air to carry the faint smell of death. The most beautiful sight in the world. He brushed her hair aside with the back of his hand, placing an arm on each of her shoulders. One less call. His fingers snapped to a point. His RPD hung from its sling. She tried to look away from the pillar and ignore the sound, hoping somehow the people had managed to make it to safety. Her heart sank and her countenance failed once more.
They're still people! Her face lit up with disgust. They've got families, homes, parents. The last word stung her the most to say. Goulet's expression hardened. His eyes grew distant through the trees. He took his hands off her and turned his face away. His fist was clenched up into a ball in her words, but he let out a low sigh. He was cold, calculating. In this moment, an aura of malice about him. Debate, sister. He let out a reassuring breath. You could see his eyes from where their own reflection should have been. It was a killer one. She'd seen a lot of that lately. Finally he spoke up with a dismissive tone, making an attempt to sound joyful. Those costly don't deserve your tears. Do not waste them on those who mourn not for you. But the way his hand shook with rage, the way his voice almost cracked, discomforted her. Never forget what they have taken from us. He said it the first time barely above a whisper. There was a fire starting inside those cold eyes. Never forget what those Vragi took from us, he said again louder. Took from all of us! Goulet addressed the entire group, stepping up onto a rock. Do not forget how they destroyed our homes! Never forget how they dashed our children upon the rocks! He was getting louder, throwing his hands up. The men stood tall. Many of them who had looked on the brink of death just seconds prior seemed to find themselves a second wind. Had their way with our women, slaughtered our brothers as cattle! He slammed his hand down to one side, finding a second wind from somewhere deep inside of his very soul. We have not simply a chance at vengeance, but a duty! We have a responsibility to fight! We have a responsibility to honor our dead! We have a responsibility to win this war, no matter the cost! A cheer erupted from the crowd, men hoisting their rifles with pride. They began to chant his name with what little energy they had. It was as if some spirit had descended upon them in that moment, yet they were all half dead. She could see it in the eyes of the other men and women. She took a long moment in silence, letting the people cheer, firing themselves up for some grand crusade. She thought and steeled herself with fear. Finally, she called out, Goulet! We're not soldiers! The crowd fell dead silent. All that energy, all that fire, all that hatred paused in an instant. They were all looking at her in dead silence. Some of them, whom she'd personally tended to, even the other medics looking as if they were ready to tear her apart. The only sound was that soft guitar the jaded farmer refusing to stop his playing. None of us are, Goulet. She threw her arm down to one side. Walking through the crowd, in spite of their glares, and a few quiet urges for her to sit down. We can't keep up with this pace. Can't you see you're killing us out here? She made her way to the rock, climbing up to be at his eye level. We're not winning any grand war. Tears filled her vision as she tried to reach out to him, his back turned. Please, Goulet. See a reason. We're already fighting so hard just to stay alive, without getting involved in some vendetta led by a deserter. Goulet turned with his PSM in hand out of force of habit, his finger on the trigger. Everything was silent again. He leveled that gun right between his own sister's eyes. His face had turned to a partial snarl. She looked him dead on. In the eyes. Almost crying, but kept her expression as best she could. The tears barely held back. Do it, she finally said, closing her eyes. His shoulders slumped. A low breath rolled out from his gritted teeth. Lay holstered the gun with an audible click. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Flowed the words from his cracked lips. No one else said a single word. The guitar quietly echoed out. He looked older. Older in that moment than she'd ever seen him, that first smile. Brushing away her tears with the back of his hand, he started to speak. He closed his mouth hard, his purple eyes looking away from hers before he slowly climbed off the rock and back down the hill. We can't afford to stall for very long.
He addressed the entire group, motioning for 9L to get with the work patch close up. Get ready to start moving again. He ducked his head down low to avoid a swooping harvester's cut branches off a nearby tree. He paused for a long moment, trying to bring out the words. If my explosives are gone, it means NATO is near. The world was dead silent for a long moment. Suddenly he jerked to one side and a silent challenge towards one of the nearby soldiers snapped back into attention. It was strange. He let out a low sigh. We are going to need to be ready for the fight. Smith, Hansen, I need you two to take your squads. Establish a solid perimeter as we prep to get moving. There was a sad undertone to his professionalism as he spoke. The group's gear was unsuitable at best and unusable at worst. Much of it well over 100 years old, and some of them still holding the Mazins cracked with stocks. Still holding Mazins with cracked stocks stolen from the local museum. If they made direct contact with the enemy, they were going to get slaughtered. It didn't really matter if it was NATO or the Soviets. 9Ho got to work, doing what she did best. What she'd always done best. Tending to the movement. She worked on autopilot, moving from one column to the next, tending their injuries for some time. Your explosives. Your explosives. The words tumbled out of her mouth as soon as they hit her. She barely recognized that she'd said it. Galay certainly didn't hear it. It filled her with sorrow and anger. She paused for a long, silent moment, looking at her brother's reflections as he stood 1 foot atop a rock, looking out over their ragtag group of civilians trying to regain face. She rose to a stand. She looked down at her hand, repeating her own question. Your explosives! She walked over to him, her face turning red with a seething rage and anger. How about with a seething righteous fury? There we go. She sent a sudden fist directly to the middle of his spine, expecting it to buckle him over, but instead it hurt her hand. Felt like smacking a brick wall. A small clatter echoed as the girl's wooden blur box hit the ground. She tried to collect her dove, but it flew out from her hands. No, I'm not reading his full name! Look at it! Look at it! By the way, that is a real Russian name. Oh, look at that name, chat. More like smashing a brick wall. Galay Chrysanthema Christo Raz Eros Destvenskaya. It's a name that's given to orphans. This is literally one of the names they gave orphans, right? This is a name that the Soviets gave their orphans. He's Galay. You said you were done with this war. Said we were done killing. She motioned around herself to death and destruction. As she became more emotional, the world around them grew warmer. For a moment, it looked like one of the nearby mechs had lit up. But it was a dull flickering more than a full mood sequence. She stood, dwarfed by his frame, glaring up at him. He may have been stronger, but she wasn't going to back down. We're supposed to be helping people, not your damn personal vendetta against the Germans. She motioned to the folks around her. How do I get it through that thick skull of yours? We aren't soldiers! The rest of the group was silent, tending to their injuries, trying to pull themselves together. Some took time to rest, others to slowly sip from the condensation collected on the metal surfaces of the IT. Galay looked in silent rage. Silent seething rage. He watched a young woman adjusting the straps on his prosthetic leg, and sorrow filled his eyes. Killing them helps everyone. The veins on Galay's neck were more visible, his own purple eyes looking down at hers as he came back to a stand. Monsters do not deserve to live. We need both sides to leave if we ever want to be free. His voice was calm, as if he were speaking to a small child. We need to be free if we ever want to return to how things always supposed to be. Freedom? Check it out his own words back. Do you hear yourself, Galay? She's as taller than before, emboldened by her recent success at getting through them. Your little war's already over! We are independent! Iron Sky pulled out months ago! She motioned over her shoulder at the graveyard. You heard the broadcasts! We all heard the broadcasts! She carried on, growing more and more confident as her brother stepped back. People were lamenting in the streets because no one, not one person, other than you, wants the freedom to die alone in space! Nina was horrified. We could be rebuilding and recovering, not destroying each other! She tried to reach up to his face to remind him of his humanity, but he just grabbed her wrist and moved it aside. He let out a low sigh of disappointment. I don't expect the civilian to understand. From his own duffel, he began passing out supplies. You, eat, now. He spoke to the small boy who had been watching the two argue, shoving an MRE into his hand. He knelt down low at eye level before rubbing the boy's hair. His free hand drifted down the chrome of his own cybernetic replacement. See, kid, you are just like me. Bench. The boy smiled up at him with wide eyes. He didn't even look at 9L as he responded to it. You have never had to deal with fighting or anything in that fancy preparatory school. Well, the men, like me, are busy dying. The women like you think you have got it all figured out. Oh, I understand just fine. I know ducking out of the way of a harvester almost knocked her. Ducking her way out of a harvester which almost knocked her over. I understand that you lied when you promised our mother you were done fighting. That you looked your own mother in the eye and lied to her about why you deserted the army. She had a disappointed tone in her brow. I don't want to think what she'd say about this thing you've become. You're a monster, Galay! Well, maybe if those Kozley didn't put a round through her head, we could ask her. Galay snapped at her bitterly yet softly. He closed his eyes. The man looked like he expected her to shout back, for them to fight. Just like the old days. Instead, Nina went dead silent. She quietly walked away, turning her back entirely on him. She took to handing out supplies, giving a fresh drink to the old man with the guitar, who now sat atop a man poster, playing for a group of the kids. He took the drink, nodding softly, and said, "Давай, товарищ, sing to a Ben. It's the little ones, huh?" Galay's expression dropped. "We're not done here!" He stood back up, looking down his own face at her. "Don't you walk away from me, 9L!" He raised his voice a little louder. "Don't you dare walk away from me!" Galay went to grab her arm, only to be blocked by a couple of farmers with their own rifles. Instead, he fell short, letting out a low sigh. "That's not... I didn't mean..." His voice unstable, he trudged back to the center of the outcropping.
fuck.
I'm going to go scout ahead. His voice was loud and angry as he unslung his machine gun. Going off angry into the forest. Going off into the forest. Nino watched him go, right the same direction as the two scouts. Did you ever get alone? The guitarist offered slowly, keeping the tune going on his beat of acoustic. A smile crossed his face. As the group took in the smell of the slowly roasted capybara, resting atop their simplistic fire. A small fire. Still do. I just need to show my big brother he's an idiot. She let out a low chuckle, sighing into her hands before running through her hair. Just need to figure out the right way to get through that thick skull of his. She motioned for Himawari to come closer, trying to clean the young girl's tears from her face, offering her one of the few sweets they had left to stop the tears. We've got plenty of time to figure it out. She smiled softly, looking over the rest of the group, trying to reassure them. I've known him my entire life, and I know he'll come back around. They sat and sang, and ate, and relaxed for a while. Seconds rolled to minutes. Every few notes, she'd look back at the path leading off from the camp. Eventually she let out a low sigh, and moved Himawari off her lap. A single hand touched the ring. I'm gonna go get him before he does something stupid. Standing up, she took one last swig of the bottle. Not that there's much trouble he can get into. After all, war's already over. As long as he doesn't start another one. Chapter 4. Hold fire. Confirm target. The gun platform's core hummed, its sickly green glow lighting up a triangle of wires. Tangle of wires. Just like the mess of blaring warning lights. For a brief moment, he thought he could hear the whispers coming from the cores. They were coming from somewhere. Sigmund coughed, the fumes from Epsilon 3's wreckage still hanging in the air, mixing with the silica dust that stuck to his coveralls. It was just enough to be miserable, but not enough to need a gas mask quite yet. Come on, old girl, he muttered to himself, clipping a wire as he pushed the sounds of his mind. Just tired, that's all. Still got boys counting on us to keep those flyers at bay. His ear twitched. There's a faint whine cutting through the mist, through the whispers. It was too mechanical to be the wind. It was difficult to hear through Kuringer's updates to command, and the whirring of their own truck's turbine, but it was out there somewhere. Somewhere nearby. The mountain loomed high overhead, casting a long shadow. He looked all over its surface, trying to place the sound. Oh, I am missing text here. Hold on. He looked all over its surface, trying to place the sound. His eyes flicked to the graveyard, where you could swear shadows shifted above the rusted roofs. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. I remember what's gonna be there. Hold on, chat. I remember what's gonna be there. It looked all over its surface, trying to place the sound. His eyes lifted up, locking firmly. Locking firmly on a rusted out crab. Tim's eye flipped to the IT graveyard where he could swear shadows shifted along the rusted hooks. He narrowed his eyes. Just harvesters. He assured himself, glancing at Vincennes. Fins. The gun platform systems were a dazzling display of flashing red and yellow warnings. 1,000 different things he didn't look happy about. The glowing sigils of the core looked like they were shifting. He looked closely at them, examining each to make certain they were still contained. They glowed with a deep orange shade. Even a glance made his head start to hurt as they bored into his mind. But you're gonna explode on me, Reboot. He chided it, as if the core could somehow hear him. It was a dangling, tied-up mess of wires, and Sig had been digging through it since the moment the gun stopped singing. The old rig barely worked on a good day, but he wasn't too happy to let the team down here. But he wasn't about to let the team down here. Not to mention, if he'd done things wrong, he'd probably fry poor Sig's synapses. Poor Vin's. Ah, got it messed up. If you got it wrong, he'd probably fry poor Vin's synapses. Sand's getting into my gears. You know what really grinds my gears? It wasn't rocket science. It was brain surgery and a bit of rocket science. That one's one of my favorite lines. This wasn't rocket science. It was brain surgery and a bit of rocket science. There's something about that one I like, and it makes me happy, right? Ever wonder why everyone's so somber on Independence? Sig's small hands danced across the wires, clipping and adjusting, plugging and rerouting, as he tried to push the sound from his head. Plenty of planets would kill to be free, but this place... Oh, is there Landestroppen? Yeah, I can't pronounce the German words anymore. Holds their governor hostage, trying to stay apart. Iron Sky. Vince didn't respond, but Siggs hadn't expected him to. He talked for hours without a response, and that was fine. Vince was never talking. He blamed the thick shot for that mostly. Siggs slapped shut the hatch and stood back up, wiping the gun from his face to a pink handkerchief. If he thought hard enough, it still smelled like home. All right, big man. Any of those flyers come in, they're in for a nasty one. He spun on the ball of his heel, ready to turn his revolver. There was a low sigh from the gun platform. A strange sound it wasn't supposed to make, but not one that sounded particularly bad. More like it wanted his attention. Well, rocket science is purely math and physics. Brain surgery needs one mean int dex perception build. Now combo that with rocket science. That quick turnaround was stopped for a moment, turning back to Vin's. Vincent. He stopped himself. For once, last names wouldn't cut it. Coos. Words weren't exactly coming to him as Vince lifted his helmet slightly, his eyes looking miles off in the radio. Your boy was a legend, bro. The word was proven. The word was the hardest one to have. I'd be proud for my son to be half him. Not a lot of us who could make major at his age, eh? The greased-up mechanic leaned against the side of the truck, feeling the heat on his back as he took the wheel slowly. That's... gotta be for something, eh? It's gotta be for something, yeah? His lips twitched lightly, breaking his smile for just a moment. We'll get through this. You, me, the gang. It was like talking to a brick wall. When we do, how's about we raise us a glass or 20? Damn. Vince nodded once. A firm nod. His deep voice rumbled a single word. Yeah. His hand tightened down the fireman's window. For the briefest moment, Sig thought he could see the gentle giant smile. If it wasn't a real pain. Sigmund flicked the wrench around his wrist, knocking back on the glass panel of the truck's cab, putting back that smile and optimism like an old pair of pants. It suited him much better. Tears. She's lekker, son. Called down the Kruger. A slight thumbs up. Close enough, anyhow. Yeah, no, there's better. Good. We're still 5 mics from Kasavac. Christoph, hands off the icon. Christoph, hands off the icon and on your rifle.
Sigmund, go with him. You're providing cover for Sheath and Weston's approach.
Standard Ops says we should hold, Sarn. Kristoff's voice was stern and serious, as he did exactly as ordered, hopping out and leaving the truck rumbling. Sigmund shouldered his G11, giving it the once-over. For even a second, thinking that maybe there would be any hostilities. Maybe this operation would just go right for him. There's a first time for everything.
And he had a good feeling about this.
The rest of the team looked sour on the whole thing. He could understand why, of course, but still did his best to keep spirits high. Sig looked up towards the signal booster for the second time since they got home, as he gave one last pat to Vince's shoulder, hopping up the side of the bed. She's right, Ghost, but I bet you that old Soviet could still tell stories. Maybe we'll still get the chance. As he said it, something stung in the back of his mind. Something that made his stomach drop. He couldn't place why. Maybe it was the whispers. Probably the whispers. Dropping right next to Kristoff, Sig took one look at the man's badly burned face before calling back. Hey, you keep tight, bro. When this is done, we're off for drinks, eh? You really think I'd drink to this mess of a situation? Kristoff's glance back was a grim look at Sig. All right, bro. We'll toast to get out alive. Getting out alive? Gotta believe in something, or what's the point? A firm clasp of his hand on Kristoff's shoulder. Sigmund, I'll be happy to toast to life. We're certain it's God's will we're following, not just our own survival. Yeah, but even the good Lord turned water into wine, eh? Surely. Surely a wink at us just this once, Machina. Kristoff snorted, but didn't argue. His grip on the G11 loosening slightly. He almost let out a proper laugh. It meant Sig was doing his job as self-appointed morale officer. It meant he was doing his job as self-appointed morale officer, and doing it well. You mind if I pray before we head out? Kristoff's request was earnest and heartfelt. Sig blinked a few times before motioning. It took just a moment, Kristoff making a sign on his chest, kissing the icon, and giving a brief parallel direction of slowing through. That's the kind of thing Sigmund had seen him do at a distance, but it was interesting to witness up close. Sig gave a brief wave over the direction of Briggs, wondering what the sniper would think of the whole situation. Well, Corporal, let's head out then. Sigmund's boots crunched on silica as he and Kristoff bounded towards Sheath and Weston, their rifles at the ready. They moved low and slow, using every centimeter of cover they could find. In a place like this, slow was smooth, and smooth was fast. As they came up to the central point, the local radio chirped back to life, and Sigmund could hear on a honeyed voice of Sheath. From moment one, he was in trouble. Say, Siggy, you managed not to blow yourself up. Her tone was cocksure as she kept her subgun at a low ready, ducked behind the head of a NATO IT for cover. That's a real shame. Means I just lost out on 10, right? Yeah. Means I just lost out on 10 gold marks. She was a tiny thing, bright red hair and purple eyes. Her MP5 SD was held at a low ready. It shook ever so slightly. Her mischief-laden voice faltering. Ain't the betting type. I bet on you any day, Sigs. Weston spoke with a bit of a glint in his eye, visible through his mask. He had that linebacker's build down pat. Looked like he could body Vince with enough of a run-up. Maybe even without a run-up. It was strange to see Sheath paired up with him instead of her brother's sword. They had been spending a lot of time together lately. When Weston spoke, it was with a thick accent that made him hard for Sig to understand. Come on, let's roll back. This place has me fit to be tied. His grip dropping low on his carbine, the Panzerfaust III on his back, tied so loose it looked ready to fall off, and his gray uniform was left half unbuttoned. I'm done tripping over myself, ready to hit the showers. The two sections met in the middle, at the foot of the mountain, at the foot of an old metal sign. Zig couldn't really read much Russian, but something about the once gold leaf sign made him shudder. Soviets aren't known for treating their prisoners well. Christoph chimed, motioning towards the Soviet mechs. Chimed in, motioning towards the Soviet mechs, to Sig's confusion. The statement seemed to come from nowhere. The atmosphere as they knew each other was thick, pungent with tension. It was thick, pungent with tension. The dust storm was on them, making it hard to see. They all started pulling down their goggles to keep the sound from their eyes. Visibility was reaching an all-time low. A low creak cut through the silence. All four of them suddenly snapped to the activity. "Stay sharp, bros," Sigmund whispered, eyes scanning the overgrowth of the IT graveyard. Sheath's hand signals flashed. Movement, front. The squad snapped into action, moving into their well-practiced positions. Rapidly putting cover between them and a potential enemy contact was number one priority. They were on high alert and had themselves in a secured position by the wrecks of a few cars. A smoke grenade came to, flying from the dense jungle of the IT wrecks into the center of their midst, to try and smoke them out. Two teams pulled their masks up over their faces and prepared for chemical warfare. In the dense jungle of the IT wrecks, Galay knelt behind a Soviet flyer's crumpled wing, his MG ready. Position. He hissed to his group, pulling a smoke grenade from his belt. With a precise toss, it arced into the open, hissing gray clouds across the highway. There was movement in the vines, sounds of a woman shouting in Russian. Her voice was angry, to say the least. A figure moved out into the open, clatter of wood against the road. Visibility was non-existent as the dust storm moved its way in, carrying the green smoke along with it. A second figure moved towards the first, shouting again in Russian. On her back, a large device that was hard to make out in the chaos. On the dune, Briggs' scope tracked the smoke, his rifle steady despite his racing pulse. The silica was gumming up his computer, and he'd lost computer assistance entirely. He smacked the side of his pack, trying to get his IFF back online, but it was fried. Condensation had gotten where it shouldn't have. At the worst possible time. Things were going south fast, and he was confident they weren't going to lose even one more person today. Even one more man today. That'll have more punch. He manually adjusted the windage, ripping out the scope's plug so it would clear. ROE echoed in his mind. Engage on sight, avoid civvies. He saw that small... Wait, he wouldn't have the ROE. Hold on. He saw that small figure moving through the smoke, with its bulky back. Next to a taller shadow, armed. He knew from earlier IFF there was at least one Soviet in the region. He let out his breath, slowly, trying to get visual ID on target. Looked like the big man was about to start shooting. The scope zeroed in on the larger figure. He exhaled, focusing hard to try and take out the gun. Then they put the bomb. Depressing the trigger, a single time, sent his bullet down range. The crack split the air, and Briggs caught the spent brass it launched. Just another shot. 4 more rounds of 300 bullets. The round went through Blade's shoulder, right through Blade's heart. She collapsed, blood pooling, the duffel spilling bandages on the floor. Blade's roar shook the graveyard. 9L! It curdled the man's blood to the bone. He screamed and screamed at the top of his lungs and held her close. Tears were rolling down his face as he screamed louder and louder, clutching her lifeless body. His blood rolling down his shattered shoulder blade mixing with hers. Sigmund froze. His G11 half raised. Fuck, was that us? Christoph's hand whipped his icon, eyes darting. Kruger's voice crackled out over the short-range radio. Contact front! Hold fire! Confirm target! Repeat! Hold fire! Confirm target! The smoke thickened as Blade's screams echoed louder and louder, his voice crackling from the strain. He gripped her tight to his chest, sobbing openly. The rusted husk atop the tower began to glow a faint shade of red, the lights beginning to flicker back on one after another. A low screech echoed across all their radios, practically deafening them.
Priority override. Alpha 1. Secure assets.
Kruger's hand froze in the transceiver. He couldn't quite believe it. The old Soviet crab was moving. Its claw unlatched from the tower slowly, as rust dumped all over its sides. It let out an inhuman scream, echoing in perfect time with Galay's. Christoph whispered as he signed the cross across his chest, holding his icon closer than he ever had before. Jesus Mary, as the mountain cracked behind him, split down the middle. Chapter 5. I'm so cold. Vincent snapped his attention the moment the smoke had slammed in the midst of the room. His mind was on the one with the gun. His mind was one with the gun, submerged deep into him. He couldn't handle this for long. No one could handle submersion in something like this for long without fiction. He was already feeling disconnected from his own body, a part of the anti-air truck. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a lot of info. Ammo capacity, vitals, the rest of Epsilon 1, hologram. A little timer counting down until the recommended jack out. The clock was only a few minutes, but for every second in the real world, life felt like minutes in here anyway. His brain was processing fast as the machine would let it. Processing fast, the machine would let it. Something was off, though. In the corner of his display was binary rattling off. Another systems error? Vince wasn't exactly sure what it meant, but it was repeating over and over again, like a whisper from the machine. He wasn't looking from his eyes, nor the fancy full helmet on his dome, but out the barrel of the heavy platform, scanning from one figure to the other as he spun about, trying to match for positive ID on the figures that were coming out of the graveyard following the smoke that had been thrown. Vince saw the whole thing unfold. A Rusky with an active Soviet IFF pinging from him, with an RPD shouting something in Russian. A woman running to grab him carrying a medical satchel only to get shot. And as that shot rung out, a voice filled his head. Mechanical. Pained. It hurt to hear. You're only human, Papa. Vin spun in the direction of the sound. He could hear clear as day. It was like somebody speaking right next to him. It filled his heart with dread. His sights passed over Galay, falling to the ground and screaming out, and the men with him dropping their guns in panic. He zipped right across the side of Wesson, trying to hold back Sheath from running to their aid, and Kruger screaming into the radio handset. The sound wasn't from any of them. It was coming from somewhere even higher, the crab mech hanging from the signal booster. He thought he was crazy for a long moment, but then he realized it had an IFF now, and was broadcasting on all the channels. It was jamming their signal with an ear-shattering scream that made his brain feel like it was going to explode in his skull. After a moment, the IFF. Trader, 1979-04, broadcast 2 sets of 3 words, perfectly overlaid against each other. In 2 distinct voices.
Bereavement protocol active.
And I'm so cold. The words in Russian chilled Vin's to the bone. Without proper comms, he couldn't tell anyone without unplugging from the dive system, and the dump shock wasn't exactly something he was sure he could stay conscious through. The voice was fading in and out with heavy distortion. The crab powered itself on, screaming even louder, directly into his mind. The sound bounding across his skull, building to crescendo. Vincent started opening fire, sending bleeding hot accelerated rounds towards the hulking behemoth high above them. Magnetically accelerated. Towards the hulking behemoth high above them, the rounds made impact, spiderwebbing across the plating in a flash of light as they just seemed to knock off rust from the old behemoth. Hulking behemoth. The ancient monstrosity. Yeah, the ancient monstrosity. Last thing he heard before his vision flickered was the slow motion words of Kruger. Causeway, need artillery barrage on... The words cut away mid-sentence as he felt himself black out. The world was suddenly a white once more. His soul ripped from its slumber like being torn from one bad nightmare to the next. Readout stormed past his television, his grainy television static. The tubes on his night vision burned out completely from the sun's storms. The words "you're only human" filled his eyes, drowning out everything else for a few moments. The words hurt to look at. His brain felt like it was on fire, ready to explode out of his skull all over the interface. Warning lights blared across his eyes. Empty cooler reserves. Depleted. It's too depleted. Depleted cooler reserves. Complete hydraulics failure. Munitions monitoring shot. Munitions monitoring offline. He screamed out at the pain of the electrical shock that forced him back to reality. But his scream wasn't alone this time. He was joined by another, echoing through his mind. High priority asset detected in grid RT-983X041. Priority override Alpha 1. Secure asset for glory of the Soviet Union. Remember, labor liberates. Cold, mechanical, filling his entire being as it scrolled across his eyes. Bright Cyrillic, clear as day, the words burned into his cell. How about into his soul? Into his soul. There we go. Things came back slowly. The sun hung overhead. The sun hung overhead. Things came back slowly. The sun hung overhead, a deep shade of crimson. You can see each of the solar flares bounding off. The silica sand hills he remembered from so long ago shone out in its light. For the first time he realized there was something in his hand. He unclamped his hand from the radio nest, bringing it back to his side. He could feel his joints echo out with the crumbling crust as he made his way down the side of the tower, his boot cycle working to put it all back on. Even as high-caliber rounds plinked, pinged off his 2 meter thick steel body. Smoke at the bottom of the hill. Shots recently discharged. From initial examinations, 3 assets marked friendly on his HUD and 30 hostiles. 1 asset injured, a second unarmed, and 1 dead. Even without thermals, the onboard computers marked the asset bright as day. It was only a shame it took almost a full second to get done. Precious time in a situation so volatile. His joints were slow and unwieldy, the grace that he'd once had, faltering from far too long spent rusting in silence. Yet a simple rescue like this was nothing too complex. He only had to kill him. Thinking quick, he threw out a ping to the flyer stationed at the nearby airways. But after a full 70 milliseconds, it was clear he was on his own, well and truly. His legs locked down on the sides of the earth as he reached the soil of the tower's base, the tip of the mountain. He flicked open the pods on his carapace for a barrage of short-range missiles, slamming down towards the active combat zone. A rogue SRM sent right through his own leg, blowing it clean from his torso in a shower of rust and sparks. You could feel the pain in his severing. He watched it tumble down to the side, and directly to the bonfire. Part of himself. The wall of missiles blocked out the sun's light as they flew, at a low Mach 6, slamming down to the ground. He saw soldiers flying along with the husks of NATO IT, and that pesky little truck. His vision turned to static for a moment. The dopamine hit injected directly into his brain caused his eyes to dilate fully. What a thrill. There we go. What a thrill. Riding the high, he threw out a barrage of 80mm autocannon fire, tearing hostiles to shreds that lay in wait in the shadows of the IT radio. They didn't have any guns for the most part, but he just didn't care. Frankly, he didn't care. Each target down was another jolt of pure dopamine to the pleasure centers of his brain. It was sun and silica as far as the eye could see, a welcome change from the dark of his own mind, even if it was for such a simple gig. He could feel the wind brushing against his shell as he slid down the side of the mountain, kicking on his afterburners, speeding up to 170 kilometers per hour. The hostiles scattered all directions. Hostiles scattered to all directions save the 6 on the road. He fired wild the whole way down, laughing as loud as he could. It was the most addicting feeling in the world. He knew in this moment, this must be what God felt. The mountain was crumbling behind him under his weight, collapsing to reveal the control building that had been hidden under its surface. His legs made contact with the moon's autobahn, kicking up a plume of sparks as he shredded more of the running hostiles. The smaller targets weren't any harder to hit, he just didn't need to lead them as much. The rounds did all the work. The one's too scared to run. He didn't even have to lead at all. Oh, hold on. Yes. The one surrendering. There we go, chat. The one surrendering. He didn't have to lead at all. His movements were fluid and calculated as he narrowly missed the AA truck in his attempt to swipe it up in his rusted claw. The rust was already falling off, and his systems steadily repairing themselves. Rust flaked with each pivot. In a waterfall. The hum of servos grew smooth. The initial creak yielded to an addicting purr. Yeah, yielded to an addictive purr. You know what? There we go. To an orgasmic purr. There you go. There you go, chat. There you go. The foot soldiers dove for cover like the animals they were, fleeing from his mind. More dopamine hits with every kill. It was enough to bring a chuckle to the old man's heart as he could finally feel again. For the first time in so long, he could feel. He could have. He opened fire into the armed target at the edge. The armed target's the edge of the IT graveyard again, taking out a few more with a hail of 88 mm. The cowards dropping their guns, as if fleeing could save them. He fired to the arm of one of the NATO's broken toy soldiers, dropping it on more of the crew as they fled. In the chaos of the moment, he slid down his claw, scooping the first asset, cradling it in his arms. But as he went to grab the second, the display came back screaming into his mind, burning with immense pain. He screamed out as his vision filled with those words again. "You're only human, Papa." He fell down onto his 5 remaining knees, his claws gasping at the side of his head, grasping. Scraping against the metal, he screamed out in pain as his mind drifting for a brief moment he remembered who he was. Why, God? Why did he need to remember? the soldiers got off a lucky shot, blowing out his target packing on a single rocket. One of the soldiers got off. During his duress, one of the soldiers got off a lucky shot. Rocket blowing out his targeting package completely. It felt like having his eye gouged out. Felt like having his eye gouged out. There you go. Force feedback. Flooding his mind with so much pain. He fell back, sliding from the sight. He fell back, sliding. He fell back, sliding. His vision blurring between the sights of the AA turret and the eyes of the mech suit. His head hurt more and more as he shifted back towards his boy. He had to get his son out of here. He had to get his son out of here. If he had his son, everything would be fine. If he had his son, everything would be fine. Cyrillic mix was German. The red of the crab's vision mixing with the green of the weapon's platform. It hurt. He was cold. How could he be so cold? How could anyone be so cold? It was all child's play, and he was playing to win, but... When he opened his eyes, Vince was looking up at a familiar face. At a familiar face on the floor of the truck. His body was spasming, and he couldn't move himself. His body was spasming worse than before. And he couldn't move himself. He felt like he was going to throw up. Private First Class, did I give you my damn permission to die out here? Stay with me, soldier. We got a war to win. Kruger barked at him, holding out a single badly scarred hand. Those dull gray eyes looking at him with a mix of fury and compassion. Vince turned his head, spasming more as he looked around at the dead and the dying. His face went bone white as the realization hit him. Hit him like a jetliner. You know what? How about... Oh, what do we have here? Hold on, chat. What do we have here? Yeah, sure. The realization hit him like a leopard. A lone acoustic guitar. They busted the street. In from the cab of the truck, he could just barely hear Sword's message. Got a live one. It's the Major. He paused for a long moment, looking instead at that radio. His mouth hung open, and he couldn't move. His heart practically refused to beat. He took a deep breath, and the airflow running back out of his lungs. His heart swelled up into his chest, feeling a mess of guilt and a sudden energy, the realization his baby boy, Junior, was still alive out there. He locked his hand around Kruger's bicep, with a loud clap as Kruger's own hand grabs the floor with his upper arm. His upper arm. He was drugged, in that moment, not just off the ground, but out of his own head. The haze started to leave back out of his mind, and into the harsh reality of the aftermath of his actions in the body of the crowd. The bodies didn't matter anymore. His guilt didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was that his little boy, who was in danger, his little boy who was in danger, and very much alive. He'd have time to process after he knew his baby boy was safe. Chapter 6. One more yard. Wesson hit the ground hard. His broken ribs crinkled against the hot asphalt of Kraut's fancy highway. He screamed out in pain as road rash tore his uniform clean from him. His ribs crinkling from the impact. Sort of cracking. It didn't make any sense. One second they were ready to cuff the giant Russian, and the next he was getting flung across the Prussian's little wonder highway, back first. You know what? I'm gonna say ass first. The only warning was that the double A started to fire. I'm not gonna say triple A. Was it the triple? Yeah, the technical. You know what? No, the technical. The technical started to fire and the sky went dark for a minute. The sky went dark. By the time he'd finished landing, a building-sized robot crab was already skiing down the side of the mountain his way. All their professional cohesion had broken in the time it took for him to blink. Breaths were ragged and haggard. He barely had any time to check his surroundings. His fully automatic tank rounds flew just a few inches above his head, a few feet above his head. In the few seconds since the attack had started, Christoph was already dragging off the Combi Pinko he'd shot, trying to get it moving. Sheath and Sig were trying to pull back the civilians while firing back at the Soviet crab like it would do a damn thing. Like it would do anything. All the rounds just seemed to ping off its surface, as it sped so fast, Wesson could barely even see it. Trying to come back to a stand, Wesson realized for the first time he couldn't feel his legs. Looking at where they used to be, he quickly realized why. His legs were gone. Before anything else, he whipped open his IFAK, dumping out the supplies onto the ground as he ripped forth the blue fabric of the tourniquet. He didn't have much time, tying it into place 5 centimeters above the mangled joints, where his legs used to be. Yeah, let's say an inch. Fucking sure. Yeah, sure. Wait, hold on. What's my, I need to remember my... Okay, 1.9 inches. So about 2 inches. There you go. He didn't have much time tying it into place. 2 inches above the mangled joints where his legs used to be. He spun the windlass, tightening the fabric till the bleeding stopped. As he wound, he saw the giant crab mow down at the civilians, turning them completely to mist as they tried to throw down their guns hoping to be spared. No. He gritted his teeth, applying it quickly as he could, his hands already starting to shake finally. At least he wasn't poured out on the highway anymore. Don't go to shock. Don't go to shock. He muttered over and over again, wiping his own blood off the surface of his watch to check the time. He scribbled a count, 1945, onto his own forehead, almost dropping the pen. With how fast that crab was moving, if he took enough time to patch himself up proper, he was dead. The world was going gray at the edges, and he felt so tired. He took his own mangled body, slowly strapping the windlass into place. Through the haze, he saw it. The launcher was right by his legs, a few yards away from the rest of his body. Just remember the bowl. And the 5 yard. He muttered to himself, the words falling out as he tasted coffee. Tatiana. She's whispering. She's watching from the stands. A smile cracked his blood-soaked face. This one's for you. This one's for you. Wesson didn't hesitate. He flipped himself onto his stomach, exposing his bloody back to the sky. He felt wetness splash across him as another group of nearby farmers that had been firing into the crab with their rusted Mazins just weren't there anymore. There was only mist and their boots left behind. The screams of the wounded and the dying stuck into his mind as he forced himself to start foaming. That burning hot asphalt stuck against his stomach as he pulled along the ground. His eyes closed almost completely, involuntary screams echoing out from his lips as he as each drag drowned out by the chaos. 1 more yard. He kept crawling. If he stopped, he was dead. If he kept going, he might die. He moved right under the shadow of a destroyed IT, its arm dangling loose overhead as he drug his mangled frame along. 1 more yard. His goggles didn't keep out the silica anymore. The stuff started to filter in through the large gash where a chunk of metal had almost made its way through. It stung his eyes bad, making the whole thing worse as he was covered in more of those tiny shards. Bam! The arm of the mech slammed hard into the ground, only about a foot to his side. Crushing one of the farmers, he kept his eyes dead ahead, still crawling and calling out, 1 more yard. On his radio, he could hear Kruger barking orders and Sheath demanding to go. Oh God, did anyone see Wesson? Wesson, what the hell are you doing? It was the longest yard he ever experienced in his life, but he'd be damned before he let this be his last one. The words danced in his brain, mixing with another set of words that were his own. I'm so cold. He ripped off his goggles with his free hand, dumping the sand out from his eyes as the storm took away almost all his visibility. Blood ran down the sides of his mouth as he muttered louder. 1 more yard. His hand sat down on the hot metal of the handle, dragging 30 pounds of metal closer to him. It scraped slowly against the asphalt. The RPG was hot to the touch, the scope shattered completely, and the crab was moving far too fast. It burned to hold the damn thing. His breathing hitched in his mouth. His breath was fast and ragged. He spat more blood by the moment. He lowered the RPG over his shoulder, plugging the cable to the back of his head. He was choking back as much blood as he could. Shaking. He was choking back as much blood as he could. Calm. Shaking uncontrollably. Calm. While hoping the computer's onboard might make up for his state. Crab almost slammed through. Crab almost slammed through the technical. We're just gonna say technical. I was gunning down civilians left and right. Wesson took down a deep, pain breath to steady the launcher. And he screamed. 1 more yard. As the giant mech knelt down, scooping up 2 of the survivors into its metal body, he pressed hard into the trigger. There was a deafening boom, the whoosh of wind kicking up silica behind him as the modified rocket screamed off at Mach 6, bounding. A sonic boom as it zipped through the air. He was the missile, guiding it through the warhead's eyes.
Mini water-boiled dumplings for a night snack.
Ooh, dumplings. I like dumplings.
The ground slammed hard and fast in the sensor package on the central frame. The beast tumbled to its side, dropping one of the figures it had been picking up, tumbling into the ground. The thing was screaming loud. Not just in the real world, but in his head. He screamed right back at it. Touchdown, came a whisper from his lips. His eyes barely opened. Wesson couldn't shoulder his rocket anymore. The launcher rolled out from his grasp, clattering against the ground. The plug still secure. The crab tumbled to the side, breaking off 2 more legs in the process, severely limiting its mobility. The entire thing was now engulfed in flames. The massive crab started to skitter at full speed, a pair of jet engines propelling it far up the road, away from their group, and right towards Briggs' group. There you go. His eyes felt heavy from the blood loss, his brain fuzzy. He couldn't hold himself up anymore. Just as Wesson started to feel himself drifting, there was Sheath from his side yet again. She always did. he said with a smile. He said with a smile towards her white teeth. You've always been my dumbass, she concurred, tears rolling down her face. He smiled up at her still, even as she got to work trying to patch him up. Kristoff coming up soon behind. You'll always be my dumbass, she clarified, locking eyes with him. He could hear Kristoff reading off from that book he kept with him, making more signs with his eye contact. Deep down he knew what that meant. Wesson was feeling tired. Real tired. God damn it, Chris. For Christ's sake, put down your book and help him. You know, Tatiana, look better with a smile. It was about all he could think to say. As he took the last of his strength to wipe her tears with the back of his hand. Too hard on himself. Too hard. Sheath grabbed hold of his hand, holding it firm in her grip. Stay with me, Tommy. Stay with me. Your purple eyes look so beautiful in twilight. You got such a nice laugh, he added. His vision started. Come on, don't sleep, Thomas. She begged him while Sigmund tried to help her patch his wounds. Don't let him cry. Wesson smiled up at her. She tried to smile through the tears. Behind her, the green plume lifted high into the sky, perfectly silhouetting her face over him. She forced herself to smile, the ground shaking. Don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone. She spoke softly, holding Wesson tightly in her chest. The sound of heavy laser fire and rockets sounding so far yet near, backed by 10 heavy thuds and the whir of jet turbines. There you go. You can still smile. He smiled right back at her. Lombardi had it half right. He chuckled, unable to finish his thought as he felt himself drifting off to sleep. His grip on her hand falling loose. The world faded to black. Chapter 7. Damn Unicorn. Pavel crouched in a low squat, his heels flat on the floor at the side of the crater. His deep purple eyes narrowed as he tried to block out the harsh twilight of the massive red sun overhead. To get a better look at the Major. 17 years old, with more confirmed kills than most colonels had deployments. Yet, the pallid, shaking body sprawled down on the poncho in front of him didn't look like much of a hero, whose flight suit was ruined. Jarred at the edges, where flames had licked up from the cockpit, the boy's left arm was the worst, mangled over a slab of titanium alloy that had sheared off mid-crash, crushing the humerus and radius in the bush. Pavel had levered it free with his K-bar, a hydraulic strut from the suit wreckage. The damage was arterial. There was pale fluid oozing from pulses synced with the boy's shallow breaths. It's not that kind of unicorn! Shock had set in fast. Kuz's skin was the color of wet cement. Pulse had a thready 120 incline. A deafening crack of 300 Magnum rounds. 300 Magnum round ripped through the air. The clatter of brass missing as Briggs caught it like always in the gloved hand. But this time Pavel could hear Briggs cursing himself. Civvy's down. Through and through on the soldier. Damn it, not again! Briggs spoke coldly on the short-range radio. There was a deep regret in the back of his voice, a familiar pain just like back in 19. But they didn't have time for that. Pavel didn't look up. Copy. We're keeping them off. Chance they charge. He stripped the tourniquet from his IFAK with gloved hands. The rubber slick with Kuz's blood. Patch on the boy's arm read RH Null. Damn Unicorn flowed past his lips as he dropped the armband back on the boy's body. Rarest in the Empire, 1 in 6 million. No universal donor here. If he needed to push fluids, it'd be saline only. No cross-matching luxury here. He cinched the cat above the elbow, 2 full turns until the radio faded, then secured the windlass. Kuz twitched, guttural wheeze escaping cracked lips. There weren't any screams, just the animal rasp of a body too far into hypovolemia. That's right, into hypovolemia to waste energy on noise. Pavel thumbed the pulse ox on a clean finger. He had to smack the battery pack on his hip several times before it would kick on. Silk hadn't gotten into it. SPO2 at 80%. Drop. He yanked the shears from his vest and sliced open the flight suit from collar to cuff, exposing the torso. Second-degree burns peppered the right pec and shoulder. blister's already weeping clear fluid, but no circumferential involvement. Lungs clear on auscultation. No crepitus. I can't pronounce half of these words. It's necrosis, isn't it? Not crepitus? Ah, well. The crash had to have been a miracle. Kuz had punched out only a second before the core breach. It's not like that took skill. 5 kills earlier that morning alone. Regular legend. He was a regular legend. Pavel couldn't bring himself to give a shit about legends. He cared about the math. He ripped open a trauma dressing, packing the arm's ragged stump with gauze. Pressure firm, but not crushing. Had to control the bleed without turning. Shemek. How you add words you can't say? I've only ever read them. I haven't ever said them. I've read these words. I've never had to say them. And they're Latin. Ishemic. Wait, ishemic. I know that word. Hold on. Ishemic. Wait. Oh, I'm being stupid. Ishemic. Yes. There's a lot of words I've only ever read, not said. Actually, a lot more of them I have read than I have ever said, right? Hang on, Major. Casavax ETA. Hang on, Major. Casavac is... Yeah. Hold on, Major. Hold on, Major. Casavac is ETA 10 mics. He was alive. But the kid's eyes flickered open. Hazy blue slits locking onto Pavel's face. No words, just a nod. The barest clench of a jaw. His eyes didn't look human. They were cold and distant, looking through his soul. Get you back to your old man yet. Get you back to your old man yet. Pavel slid the IV catheter into antecubital fossa. Thank you. Antecubital fossa. Fuck, these are hard words to say. Why did I add these again? An 18 gauge. Clean stick despite the tremors. Clean stick despite the tremors in his own hands. And his bolus. 500 milliliter. Then, titrate. Keep the pressure north of 90. Systolic. Yeah. Words hurt. Holy shit. He hooked the bag into the loop and shoulder blade, elevation 30 degrees to fight hypotension. The entire world shook and shuddered. Pavel looked up in time to see the signal beacon split down the center. Copper cracking open completely. Rocks showered down. Rocks showered down as a hail of missiles clouded the sky. Got hostile on the hill. Soviet crab's gone active. Pick up the pace, sword. You ain't paid by the hour. Looked like no time for blocks. Not with the crush injury threatening compartment syndrome. Compartment syndrome. How are other people supposed to read them? I can read them. I can't read it out loud, okay? I'm stupid. These things happen, Dead Mac. This is me reading the story before we get to, at a later date, fixing the story. We'll fix the words later, all right? As we're getting to the newer chapters, it's been less passes that I've done. I like you reading this story. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry it's not an actual unicorn story though. Unicorn in this sense is slang. That's what they all say. That's what I said just now. Looked like no time for blocks, not with the crush injury threatening compartment syndrome. He jabbed the fentanyl lollipop between Kuz's teeth. Morphine contraindicated. Contraindicated. Yeah, unicorn. Okay, so you know how, like, unicorns are super rare?
because they may or may not exist, and they might have been rhinoceros instead. Or they might have been horses with a growth. Unicorn, in terms of blood, means that it's... In terms of a medical condition, unicorn means that it's a really, really big pain to work with, right? It means it's really, really difficult. So if somebody is a unicorn in a medical sense, all that means is it's not going to be fun treating them. That doesn't mean that they're a jerk. That doesn't mean, like, anything about them as a person. It just means that what they have wrong with them medically, or a horse someone stabbed in the face with a stick. Yeah, it is fairly easy to get the context there, but it's like, they'll use it for almost any medical any medical thing. It's not just that Kuz's blood is a rare thing. It'd be the same thing if he had any rare condition, right? So if a doctor says you're a unicorn, that doesn't mean you have a like weird protrusion on your head. It just means, hey, you're gonna be a pain to work on. Sir, you'll be needing. Sir, you will be needing this. It will help blunt the edge. It will help blunt the edge. Kuz's good hand flexed weakly, fingers brushing Pavel's knee in acknowledgement. As it did, he could hear the grinding of the metal oven. For a moment, Pavel could swear he heard the Major's IT suit move. One of the IT suits moved. Temp check. 95.2 Fahrenheit. Hypothermic. Hypothermic already. Wait, I thought hypothermic was... I thought hypothermic was high. No. Hyperthermic is high. Hypothermic's low. That's right. Brain. That's right. Holy shit. I thought I fucked it up, and then I'm like, wait. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I remember what my terms are. Hyperthermic would be if it was too hot. Hypothermic is if it's too cold. And I'm glad I didn't fuck it up or unfuck it up. He draped the casualty blanket. Yeah, he draped the causality blanket. Thank you, brain. He dropped the casualty blanket over the lower body, tucking it against the wind, blowing their way from the sandstorm that had rolled. Why did I say blowing their way? Blowing its way. Oh! Wait, hold on. Blowing their way does still make sense. Against the wind, blowing their way. Hold on. The wind that was blowing their way. Comma, from the sandstorm. He ran through the checks as quickly as he could. Scalp laceration. Hemostatic powder. Yeah. Scalp laceration? Scalp laceration. Hemostatic powder. Butterfly clover. Ribs intact. No flavor. Abdomen soft. No rebound. Pelvis stable under binder. Legs. Road rash from the tumble. But vascular intact. Not much was left of the arm. Amputation inevitable back at base. But here, it was about bridging to surgery. He inflated the pressure bag on the IV, squeezing another 250 milliliters in, watching the monitor beat down to 85% sats. Oxygen mask from the run. Yeah, I kind of want to figure out a better way to do that. He took the oxygen mask from his rocket, hooked to the portable concentrator. It hissed in a flow of 6 liters, falling in the glass. 7 minutes. Pavel muttered to himself, checking his watch. We got a mass Kaz up the road. Damn thing's slaughtering civvies. We are out of time here, Sword. Tell me you've got the major prep for transport. Another shot of 300 Magnum echoed out from his rifle, kicking silica in all directions. We just lost Weston and the AAA. Pavel closed his eyes for a brief moment.
offering a pleading prayer to God that his little sister Tatiana would still be alive at the end of this. He couldn't take long to think about it. Just getting there. Pavel grunted, tapping down the IV site. Kuz's breaths evened out frantically, fractionally. The fentanyl kicking in, eyelids fluttering shut.
Also, I consulted one of my buddies for this entire chapter. I got a buddy of mine who's doing work with the, what are they called? Corpsman. He's a Navy corpsman. So I consulted with him on this shit. That's also why. That's also why I have never heard these words. Yeah, no. I may not have really known what was being written here. Got help from the experts. Hey, if I don't know something, I will reach out. Shoutouts to my bro. Hell yes. Actually, wait, no, he's not Navy corpsman. He is, he's Coastie? I think he's a Coastie. Yeah, he's a good dude. Lovely kid. Known him for years. Was very glad he was willing to help out. Pavel grunted, tapping down the IV site. Kuz's breaths. Breathing. Evened out fractionally, the fentanyl kicking in, eyelids fluttering shut. Pavel adjusted the tourniquet a half turn looser. Perfusion returning pain to his fingertips. He let out a low sigh, content he'd done the best job he could. And then the silica dune exploded, throwing Briggs violently across the highway into a rolling tumble. A massive, rusted metal crab, bathed in fire, loomed high over the two of them. It listed to one side before letting out a deep digital roar that sent Pavel's eyes wide. He drew his pistol as if it would do something and put himself between the Major and the beast. He didn't even think. He just started shooting, trying to hit something. 10mm rounds pinged uselessly off the surface of the beast. Briggs out cold. Pavel let out a deep guttural war cry, ready to face his maker. And suddenly, the Major's IT suit. Suddenly, the same suit, which had moved moments prior, erupted with one last burst of sound. Dozens of micromissiles streamed out as the Major's body spasmed on the ground in perfect timing with his motions. The suit lumbered to a partial stand. The IT lumbered to a partial stand like a marionette puppeted by invisible strings. Awkward, inhuman, unnatural, it lurched forward with his missing arm, firing off volley after volley. It lurched forward. No, I don't need a missing arm. It lurched forward, firing off volley after volley into the much larger crab. The crab didn't even make an attempt to dodge the shots. It was like it couldn't even see them as they slammed across its surface, stripping rusted metal to reveal reflective chrome underneath. It tumbled backwards, breaking another leg before standing tall as if we were about to strike again, only to be hit with laser fire from the Ridgeback transports overhead. 8 heavy thuds. No, it should be 10. That's right. 10 heavy thuds echoed out as troubleshooters. Troubleshooters dropped from the sky, their visages looking less like mechs and far more like gleaming, glistening knights in full armor. The faces of their pilots looked ready to kill. Crab ran. It ran at full speed. Into the dunes.
Vegeta, is that you? What does it say about his power level?
I don't know, Nappa. I'm just over here getting my ass kicked while plotting about how I'm going to fuck Yamcha's girlfriend. That's not the way you describe that. True and real. Yeah, poor Yamcha got screwed bad.
The ocean of static slowly faded from his vision. 100 little memories, and 3 dozen men blasting together in one cohesive mess. The lights low hung towards Rita's brain. His eyes shot open hard, his heart rate skyrocketing. He looked to either side frantically. One door, window, trees outside, suggesting 3rd floor, potential emergency exit. His pistol still in the holster of his jacket. His gaze slowly drifted back towards the ceiling. He counted the rails and the incandescent bulbs housing. 30 rails, one for each of the bodies left behind on the side of the road. His hands were shaky, the wires pulling out of him. Put him back into the cockpit of the IT. The blinding lights aided his brain. He held his head down into his hands and screamed as loud as he could. Vision shook. His eyes failed to focus. He was still looking through the eyes of the crab, through the eyes of Weston, through the eyes of the entire team. He could hear their minds on loop, but he couldn't hear his own thoughts. He could feel the wires tugging at his soul, threatening to rip him in two as he started to stand, only to have them run taut, pulling him back to his seat, falling off the bed. The springs bound him up and down for a moment before slowing. He could feel the footsteps of the home. It was a clinical place, the walls barely a shade of blue. As he dug nails into the sides of his head, blood ran down the sides of his skull. The sides of his scalp. As he tried to remember something, anything that was from him and not someone else, he screamed out again in pain and agony. But the tube down his throat made it impossible to make a sound other than groaning. He could hear every sound in the room. He could hear every sound the room made, every blip, every bleep. There were readouts crossing over his eyes. His vision was blurred. It was a bright hangover that felt he could never wake up from. The display of his HUD burned into his eyes like an old CRT left on pause. There was a constant blather of machines watching all his vitals and spitting them back out from him. His uniform was folded off to one side. He grabbed for it, slowly putting on his jacket over the wires that streamed from his hands and arms. He ran his hand across the arabesque of his uniform. Those 4 little starbursts reminded him of his rank. His hand drifted down to the pocket of his uniform. Pocket of his jacket. Pulling out a pack of trombers. He smacked the box several times against his hand before popping it in his grasp. It bounded off the tube when he tried to shove it into his mouth, scattering across the floor. He looked down towards it. Vibrant hatred. He slowly grabbed onto. He slowly grabbed onto either side of the tube down his throat and started to pull. It burned, and it scraped, and it tore at his esophagus as he ripped it out with shaking hands before throwing the tube to the ground and letting it thud. The medical stand blared its warnings and coughed spittle down onto himself. He struck the included match on the side of the pack, lighting a green flame coming from the tip of the match. He looked deep into its glow before looking into his face. In the hall, he could hear medical staff panicking. "That's the Major's room. We've got an emergency." As he slowly stumbled to a stand, to a half-stand, bracing himself on the electronics, his legs barely responding as he stumbled towards the window. Stumbled and bumbled. Sure, bumbled. Bumbled for the window. Staggered? Staggered. Yeah, staggered. Staggered. As he staggered to the window to get a look out, to get a look at the outside world, look at the world outside. He ripped the cables off of his board. They clattered against the ground as he took a long drag on his gaspers. The cigarettes tasted of broken memories, the smoke rolling up the light of the car. He drug the IV drip along his side. The light from the window blinding him with a deep shade of red. Blinding him with a deep shade of red from a massive fireball hanging in the sky. Hanging in the air. As he leaned against the stand, he looked out on the long hills, bathed in perpetual twilight. Sprinkles of kimberlite shone out of the dirt beneath row upon row of suburban houses. He ran his fingers across the little brass plaque on his uniform. He knew the words by heart and felt them with the tip of his finger. In heaven's glory, with Prussian steel. They'd have to pry his uniform from his cold, dead hand in order to switch to the NATO replacement. It always hurt to stand. His legs shook even more. It always hurt to stand. It always hurt to stand. His legs shook even more, almost giving way as he watched the Ridgebacks fly in and out through the airways down below. His own reflection showed a young teenager with the eyes of a killer, scarred to the edge of recognition.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm dropping things. Ah!
Eyes of a killer, scarred to the edge of recognition. His hand snapped back over his shoulder as he saw movement, flicking off his safety with a single swift motion. The nurse threw her hands up as she stared down the barrel of the Major's 10mm Megastar pistol. He asked the nurse. She trembled, looking between him and the gun. His grip on the gun tightened harder, his shoulders slouching. A low sigh escaped his lips. He spoke in a perfect English accent. British accent. There we go. Tell me my name. The tray of medical supplies rattled to the ground as he looked through it with cold, uncaring eyes. Taking a few steps towards her, placing his finger onto the trigger. Your Major? Vinzenz Jr. Major Kuz Vinzenz Jr. She stammered, her words going weak. She stammered her words, comma, going weak at the knees, comma, as he took one step closer, looking ready to fall down. You're experiencing fit shock. Please, I need you to calm down and... He screamed at her, lightly depressing the trigger. He narrowed his eyes, one of them twitching halfway shut. He let out a low, deep sigh, shaking his hand before speaking in an overly calm voice. She just looked at him confused once more. He narrowed both his eyes at her. She still didn't seem to understand. He slammed his pistol into the back of her head, sending her to the ground up high as he took the keys from her hand. Yes, Lieutenant. Of course, Lieutenant. Chapter 9. What's wrong with you? Tatiana's voice echoed out hollow as they finished loading the bodies on the Ridgeback. Its jet engines softly hummed as the massive VTOL stood watch. As they loaded bodies. There we go. Softly hummed as the massive VTOL stood watch. The hook points for the IT suits have been ejected off, crushing the nearby van. Lieutenant Horse praise and condolences washed over her under the clatter of metals mixed with the zip of body bags. She wasn't listening to any of the words the bridge was speaking anymore. She wasn't there anymore. She was playing Tom's death on her. Horse had showed up in person, dressed in his officer's combat fatigues, acting like he gave a damn. His body language was commanding, but his large gut made him hard to take seriously. He passed out hazard pay to each of the mercs in Epsilon 2. Very good work, boys. NATO thanks you, and I thank you. And went right back to complimenting Epsilon 1 under Kruger and his noble leadership. Something about a promotion on an arm. All she could do was look at Wesley's body as he was loaded in the back of the craft. The 18-meter tall mech suit surrounding them, holding position as mech scrambled. She was in their shadows, with each of the nightly figures scanning the horizon as they held their rifles against their shoulders. It was like looking at a larger version of her own squad. She could hear the dying, the injured. Their screams felt miles away. Men and women thrashing in stretchers from birds and mountains. The Medicorps running around with clockwork precision. A second Ridgeback circled overhead like a vulture, watching them closely. The massive ball turrets that hung off from its underbelly spun around, adjusting position as they scanned the horizon. Christoph was reading last rites of the dying, He moved from one body to the next, praying with them, comforting them with his words. It was hard to take him seriously, but his passion made him hard to ignore. Vincent Sr. was clutching the junior's, major's body, sobbing with joy as the medics hooked into an IV and loaded him into the back. Man didn't say a word, but the rest of them seemed real uplifted by the whole thing. Sig was Sig. He tried to comfort her, talk to her, rambling on about friendship and how much Tom meant to him. She locked eyes with him for a brief moment, and Sig's smile dropped before he backed away. Briggs was sitting in silence on the edge of the open door of the Vtuber. He collected the Magnum case from the ground and shot 9 and was putting it on a chain around his neck. His words were muffled. Her numbness as she gave a series of generic responses. She couldn't bring herself to feel anything about any of this. None of this mattered anymore. Nothing mattered anymore. At least Pavel wasn't trying to talk to her. He just looked at her in silence as he slowly loaded the unconscious form of a young Russian girl with a dove resting at her side in the back of the back. Made things easier if he wasn't following. She hopped silently into the back of the craft, looking out the window, as the medics gathered the bodies and the injured. Pavel rested a single hand on her shoulder, but she ripped herself away from the brother's touch. The chariot took them to the skies, leaving the dead and the dying well behind. The rest of the crew babbled on as Silica Sands gave way slowly over rolling minutes to blue rolling hills and dense kimberlite, with thick patches of brilliant green grass. It was a 15-minute flight at top speed, across endless nothing. It was all just endless expanse of the Prussians' famous Bundesautobahn, their famous 10-way highway to nowhere. You know, Tapion, PHB spent over $500 million gold bucks. I believe they will finish the last 100 kilometers. Pavel offered as his first words to her, spoken in Russian. Imagine if we had Victor. Huh? What would you spend it on, huh? Still going, yes. His voice was procedural, a clear attempt to be comforting again. She refused to speak. In the distance stood Sethallsburg, like an oasis. Row after row of suburban homes sprawled out with little ponds and gardens in their backyards. The air base on the hill. Patrol was supposed to take me away from this place. She spoke up. You never really leave home. Pavel offered back to her, placing his hand on her shoulder one more time, landing it in place. This time, she didn't shake it off.
Hi! We're reading the book I'm writing! Hope you don't mind. It's a rough draft.
A group of citizens gathered together, about 1,000 strong, to welcome them back with cheers and adoration. There was a full brass band, stood tall on a small platform above them. To greet them. It was this way any time a patrol came back. Only distinction for the loss of life being this time they were all dressed in black. The band loudly played that damnable song about Constantinople. She could distantly remember a time when it would have made her smile. She hopped off the side of the ridgeback, pulling her arm from Pavel's grasp. Her silica-laden boots clattering against dusty kimberlite for the first time in days. The music was so happy. A blonde woman ran out from the crowd and threw herself into Sig's arms, kissing him all over. It disgusted her as she forced her way through the crowd, splitting off from the group and the talk of giving vows. She almost knocked over Foster's widow as she brushed past, knocking the younger woman off balance. The song was playing softly on every street, out of the speakers which had been set up at the top of each streetlight. The music faded softly in the background, but never from her mind. She wandered from one lightly packed cobbled road to the next. The smell of freshly baked pies and cut grass filled her nose. This life away from the war felt a desolate and isolated place compared to the comfort of the Silicon Hills. Brilliant trees of all kinds and well-maintained flowers reached out in every direction. People smiled and tipped their hats as she walked by the schoolhouse. Folks driving down the street honked their horns and waved, wishing her well. All she could do was stare back at them, or more accurately through them. Somewhere in her wonder, she made it to the sleeping dog. There's a barn a lot more like home. At the foot of the NATO base, and then a place to drink. Wires connected from the church next door to the torso of an old IT unit, energy being siphoned off from its core to power the whole structure. The torso had been done up as a small memorial on the edge of the church's graveyard, with photos pinned to the side and offerings made at the base. Dozens of names down the side of the sleeping giant. Tatiana slowly knelt down and began to carve into the side of it. Tom Foster, 19, died as he lived, a hero. She took a step back, looking down at him. Her expression still somber. She turned around and threw open the saloon-style doors in front of the bar. The booze smelled nice. The air was colder here. People around were stout and simple folks. A lot of old reservists, farmers, and retirees filling the bar, giving it a suffocatingly pleasant atmosphere. The place smelled like baked goods and booze with a hint of nicotine smoke. And everyone just looked so damn happy. She wandered over to the bar past a couple of MPs, and before she even spoke, the tender greeted her with a warm and pleasant smile. "Glad you make it back, Tatiana. Your brother Pavel just left a little bit ago. Said he was looking for you. Not surprised you knew you'd come around. Can you give me a synopsis?" It's a sci-fi war novel set on a alien planet. And it is multi-perspective, with each chapter being limited perspective third person, which means that it is the third person perspective, and the perspective is limited. It's kind of in the name. And it's a alternate history sci-fi, where they've got giant robots. Yeah, that's it. She didn't speak a word. Slowly walking back to the spot she'd sat in 10,000 times before. She paused, pulling out a few marks to shove into the coin slot there. Shove into the coin slot. Of the bedroom. She tried to watch the arm slowly grab a cigarette pack and drop it into the slot. But all she could see was a reflection, and behind her, Thomas. Slowly she lowered herself onto that old familiar chair. It was just like when they first met. "Excuse me, miss. Lost my number on the flight out here. Mind if I borrow yours?" Thomas's words were flirty and comforting as he sat down boldly across from her. His uniform was fresh pressed, and his hand on hers felt warm. His voice faded in her memory as she came back to him. Pulling off the cardboard, she opened the pack of tromblers. This time she was alone, the first time in so long. She kept expecting him to walk in through those double doors, spouting nonsense about some football game or a hockey match. She drank one order, then a second, then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. It did nothing for the pit in her stomach. She was getting drunk, but she was just numb. Yeah, it's kind of Himawarized. Yeah. She recognized the sound of a peg leg rocking out on wooden floors. The bags in her eyes felt heavier, her crow's feet dug deep on her face. Old Pyotr wobbled on the spot, lightly drifting as he limped over, favoring his good leg. He looked at the empty spot and asked in a friendly voice, "Where's that sweet little boy toy you're always leading around by the nose?" His words stung like knives, as he just gave her a drunken smile. "Haven't seen him since you got back, Tatiana. Didn't get bored with him already, did ya? Wasn't more than a week between him and the last." His name was Private Thomas Foster of the U.S. Army. He wasn't anyone's toy. She drawled and she flicked the ash. A half-smoked cigarette she took a permanent knee on the 5-yard line. Saved my ass doing it, too. So, next time you wanna jaw about my boy toy, chew on this. She slammed her fist full force into his nose. All that anger sent into a single punch that echoed out with a visceral crunch. Her fist and her legs splattered with blood as the old man tumbled back to the ground. He died a hero with a smile,
And I'd trade every limp dick fossil in this dust pit for one more stupid football joke from him. She looked down at him with fury in her eyes. Haviland Sig came in the front door. Haviland Sig came in from the front door, just in time to see it happen. Fuck, Sheath, easy now! You just punched out brass! Let's get your knickers in a twist, China. He clutched hard at his nose, rolling around with pain. Tears rolled down the sides of his face. That's alright, I need to make sure I have that right. Iotor. There we go. Yes, that is right. I can never remember how to spell it. Clutched hard at his nose, rolling around in pain, his tears rolled down the side of his face. What's wrong with you, Private? Come on, Tatiana, are you looking for an Article 90? His eyes blearily blinking as two other locals tried to help him stand, his voice exasperated. They looked back over the squad with trepidation and fear. The entire bar was looking down. An MP stood from the edge of the bar, flicking the butt of his cigarette into the ashtray. He walked over to the middle of the room, his baton now resting on his shoulder. And that's it. There you go. That is 120 pages. That is 9 chapters, chat. 9 chapters, 120 pages. 1 major mech fight. Oh, jeez. That is 1 major mech fight. Over 10 chapters. Now I have to ask. For anyone who is here for it, did you guys at least enjoy it? I know most folks were kind of like hopping in and out because we spent 8 hours going over that. We redid the first chapter. We read it a lot. I'm going to redo even more. 9 chapters of interesting story plot, indeed it was. I'm glad folks enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed writing it. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to it. I mean, you know, it's fun, you know? Genuinely fun. I like writing this stuff. I was here for a bit, went to bed, I'm here again. Yeah, no, that's kind of wild, isn't it? I was lurking most of the time, but I listened fully. I liked how the plot went. Hima, can you describe your characters? I like their objective, conflict, those sort of things. Alright, so each of the chapters is explaining it. So Kruger is the Grizzledor war vet. He's been in the service for 70 years or so. Probably about 60 years, closer. He lost his family in a bombing raid and has spent his entire life trying to make up for it. He got adopted and he's trying to find a better culture. You have Christoph, Kruger got adopted. He's trying to live up to the loss of his sister and trying to live up to the loss of his city. He is the leader of the complete squad. You have the fire team, which has these different members. There's Christoph, who is the religious officer of the group, and also the driver. You have, well, he's not officer, but you know what I mean. He's their chaplain, so to say. He's the chaplain and the pilot on the vehicle. AU Europe. It's taking place on the planet of Trappist, which is a real-life planet, right? Trappist 1E is a real-world planet that is believed to have a potentially breathable atmosphere, making it the most ready fit for colonization. Meaning that if we could get there, we would probably just have to set up a bunch of buildings, and we'd be good to go. So there's that. So there's Christoph, who's the chaplain. He's a badly scarred, wry, wiry man, Orthodox preacher, who's kind of trying to be some level of moral compass for the group. You have the wonderful, lovely Sigismund, who is the tech specialist, who, you know, he works really well with different technology. He is a comedic guy on the surface who likes the idea of being the morale officer, and he tries to force himself not to be sad. Actually, the year in this setting is 2021. This story is taking place in 2021. So, not the future, alt history. That's why they're not using modern slang, because there's different cultures in place. So you have Sigismund, who is a Afrikaner, who is the engineering specialist. He is a very passionate man who believes that he can keep the entire team smiling and held together. It is sci-fi. It's alternate history sci-fi. Technology went differently. So there is Vinzenz, who is the squad's heavy gunner, who is a big, strong brute of a man, who is just ready to he's engaged and he's getting ready to get married. He's got some good excitement for the future. He's dealing with the fact that he's still living with his folks, but he's trying to make the most of getting drafted. He uses the guns. He's got a bad case of fit shock, which is basically just a weird electronic side effect thing from plugging his brain into computers. You have Christoph, who is, Vinzenz is a German individual. His son is a pilot who desperately wants to get back his personality, wants to get back his psyche. You have the mercenary team, who consists of Wesson, who is an American college footballer who wanted to join the mercenary life to get away from literally everything, who has been spending time with one of his co-workers, a lot of time with one of his co-workers, who is significantly older than him. So, how do I put this? Wesson is 19. Tatiana's in her late 30s. Yeah. There is no Toho references? I mean, I might work one or two in. I might. Potentially. Eventually. Tatiana's in her late 30s, and that's why people are treating her a bit weird. Also the fact that, I don't know if you guys caught this. In that last chapter, I read it intentionally quickly. And you don't really get the context when it shows up. So back up here, right, where Tatiana's walking through town, she walks into the crowd. And there is one specific line that you may have missed. Intentionally so. Which is, Wesson's full name is Private Thomas Foster. Wesson's name is Private Thomas Foster. And several paragraphs earlier, she's going through the crowd, right? She's trying to leave in order to go to the bar and get her mind off things. And there is the following paragraph. Now let's see if you guys notice what the issue here is, considering that it's implied that Tatiana and Foster were in a romantic relationship. It disgusted her as she forced her way through the crowd, splitting off from the group, and talk of giving out more medals. She almost knocked over Foster's widow as she brushed past, knocking the younger woman off balance. The song was playing softly on every street out of the speakers, which had been set up at the top of each streetlight. The music faded softly into the background, but never from her mind. Do you see it? Do you see it? My man! Did a death crawl to take out a robot mech, dedicating his life and everything else to the woman that wasn't his wife. Wesson was married. And had nothing to say about his wife. At all. Everything he was thinking about was about the older woman who was in his squad that he had the hots for. Says a lot about his wife. I know. I know. Yep. I have a lot of little things like this. I like putting in blink and you'll miss it moments that reference forward, reference backwards, fake outs, and stuff of the like. It's, yeah. No, so, yeah. There's complicated motivations. You know? Yeah, there's complicated motivations. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? Ah, I love it. Don't you like it, chat? Aren't you happy? So anyway, we spent the evening doing this. I love it. If I ever have to translate this into our language through dictionaries, I'm not good with European languages. Oh, that would be such a pain. There are puns! There are complex words! I don't know how well that would... But you know, if you did, I'm sure it would do well in Korean. I'm sure it actually would, if you could get it reasonably translated, right? I think it'd be cool. Yeah? So anyway, everybody, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Constantinople still exists in your book? Yes. Constantinople was reclaimed. There's a lot of changes, because this is based off of a book series that I already wrote. I got like fucking 20 books in this setting. So there's way too much information from younger Himbus. Younger Himbus Wimbus spent way too much time in this setting. Although when younger Himbus Wimbus started writing this, it was in like the late Middle Ages. It was set in the late Middle Ages. Not that I was writing it during the late Middle Ages. That's not what I meant. Yeah, no, I was writing this back during the Middle Ages. I'm that old. Very good live. I hope. I'll have to wait for this kind of live someday. Well, hey. I mean, it'll be fun. We can always, like, come back to stuff like this. I might do stuff like this on Wednesdays. He meant both. Exactly. I secretly meant both. But yeah, no. I've been writing in this universe for ages. It has had books set in the Middle Ages. It has been... So you was writing the world from 1400 to 2021? Exactly. The world does have lore from like 1400 all the way through to 2029, I want to say. Yeah, I've got a timeline for the entire setting from 2029 to 1400-ish. Actually, it wouldn't be from 1400-ish. The timeline goes back to about 1200, I want to say. Abouts. You know, it's just a fun setting. I like it. Makes me happy. I wrote a lot of books and I just keep them in a closet. I'd write my own Warhammer if Games Workshop didn't suck. Yeah, no, I know how that goes. Games Workshop fucking sucks. Alright, chat. So it is, did you guys know that it's 8 in the morning here local time? Did you guys know that it's like 8 in the morning local time? Holy shit. Oh shit. Man. I am loaded down with messages. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's like 10:19 p.m. where I am right now. Hell yeah. 7:19. Yeah, I just woke up. I'm probably gonna like get a nap or something. At least for a couple hours.
Supply of this come from my chocolate starfish. Out of my sky.
I need to play Conker's Bad Fur Day on stream. Chat! I know what we're maybe doing if I wake up at a decent time tomorrow. I'm gonna break out Conker's Bad Fur Day. I need to find my copy on the N64. I guess we could do an emulator. Emulators are rough, man. Emulators are rough. I'd have to I have a copy that's in box, right? I guess we could play the Xbox version. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, no, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Don't know if you can play it on stream, but it's good. I think we could play it. I think we should be able to play it, right? There shouldn't be too many problems. Right? Right? Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Play Hearts of Iron 4. I played a lot of that. I'm not any good at it. I'd play it. Shit. I play Europa Universalis. I play Hearts of Iron. I like Victoria. Victoria 2 is great. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not any good at it, but I love it. I'd be fine with playing some Hearts of Iron. I don't remember how bad it is. I just know it's one of those games. I believe it's still on the approved list for Twitch, which means we should be fine. It's not, like, any worse than Rick and Morty, right? But some parts are as bad as the worst parts of Rick and Morty. In terms of how bad it gets, in terms of, like, you know, lack of family friendliness. You know. You know. Oh man, have you guys seen the video where a guy made a 100% apple pie? Have you guys seen that? Dude, look up if you get the chance. 100% or apple pie with only apples or something like that. The guy made the crust out of apples. He used only apple juice for the water. There's no water in the recipe. He used apple sugar. The sugar was made out of apple. The water was made out of apple. The crust was made out of apple. The parchment was made out of apple. It was not, but it could have been. And he mentioned that he could have. But the entire pie is just apple. All of it. And it's so damn cool.
But Diablo 4 again, since you reminded me, it's not entirely fixed, but they did fix most of it. Hell yeah.
It's interesting. Apple food stuff made only by apples? Yeah, no, it's wild. It's wild. It's genuinely just insane. Because he's mentioned that there's different types of apple, so you can use the different types of apple for different bits of the apple. And he had the most stunning conclusion. He said, "This apple pie tastes like apple." Yeah. He said, "It is very pie. It just tastes like apples. If you like apples, you'll like it. If not, you can take the apples out of the recipe, and it'll be much easier to prep." Oh. I love that. He's like, it'll be much easier to prep. Oh. Yeah, no, he's like, it just tastes like apples. He's like, it's not bad. It's not good. It's pie. And I'm like, thank you so much for your in-depth food review. You're the best. Love it. Fantastic. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, hold on. There we go. All right, sweet. I am in a good mood, chat. I'm in a very, very good mood. Today was good. I'm gonna see if we can raid us overday. Chat, who is live right now? Tenma's live right now? Fucking hold on. Tenma's live right now. What the fuck? Oh yeah, because it's like 8 a.m. Of course Tenma's live right now. Fucking hell. Hold on. I'm gonna read you guys over to 10, which is awesome. Presuming I can still raid. Do I remember how to raid? Yeah. Smug suck? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna support my bro Smug. Hold on. Let's support fucking Smug. Hell yes. I'm gonna support Smug. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hima. Which is your mother language? Oh, my original language is German. I learned German, then I learned Japanese, then I learned English, then I learned to read Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic, and then I learned Farsi for work. And a lot of that stuff's gone, just because I had some severe brain damage. But my original language, before English, was German. And then after German was Japanese. I don't have much of that understanding anymore, unfortunately. But you guys know how it goes. You guys know how it goes. Sometimes you lose stuff. Sometimes things fall apart. Hey, I needed language for my work. I originally wanted to be a preacher. I wanted to go to seminary school, and I wanted to do... Well, not originally, but that was one of the ideas, right? So I wanted to, like, learn some linguistics and whatnot to make things better. What do we got here? Here, have another one. Oh, thank you. Let's take Benadryl together. Oh, great. Anyway, take care, everybody.